A wind howled down from the snow-crusted peaks, lacing the air above Winterfell's ramparts with an ancient chill. Night still lingered on the edge of dawn, a blue-black hush clinging to the stones, broken only by the creak of wooden doors and the measured steps of the guard on patrol. Above the gatehouse torches flickered, a winking promise of safety or a warning to those who would come and go in secrecy. Within the ancient castle, 1,000 years of memory brooded in the stones. In the great hall, the banners of House Stark hung limp in the cold, their direwolf sigils seeming almost to bristle in the uncertain light. It was here, beneath their watchful gaze, that Petyr Baelish, Lord Protector of the Vale, Master of Coin, spider amidst the threads of Westerosi intrigue, stood before the North's assembled lords. Petyr Baelish did not look like a man on the verge of ruin. His silks were brushed and neat, his goatee trimmed, his eyes glinting in the torchlight with the cunning of a fox scenting a snare. Yet the chamber was heavy with something old and implacable. From the high seat, Sansa Stark watched him, her eyes the cold gray of morning ice, her face the mask she had learned from 1,000 terrors. To her right, Bran Stark's gaze drifted past the waking world, pupils dilated with the dark knowing of the three-eyed raven. Around the high table sat the great and small of the North. Lord Wyman Manderly, enormous in his chair, his face set as stone. Lyanna Mormont, her voice sharp as a blade even in silence. Sir Davos Seaworth, no Northman but trusted, his hands folded and steady. Alys Karstark, grim lips pursed in silent judgment, and behind them, a score more, the future of the North, suspended like breath in... They had assembled at Sansa's summons before dawn, a breach of custom, and a mark of the storm that brewed beneath the surface. News had come north as news always did, on cold wings through broken whispers, borne by ravens and snow. Arya had returned with her own shadows in tow. Jon Snow had ridden for the Wall, and the dust of the South's wars had yet to settle. In this hour, the fate of Winterfell and the North would turn not on swords or banners, but upon the thin razor's edge of truth. Sansa did not begin at once. She let the hush draw out, her hands folded atop the direwolf carved into the arm of her father's chair. Petyr's eyes flicked to her, and in their depths, Sansa saw the old tricks, an upturned lip, the soft tilt of a brow, a look designed to conjure sympathy or doubt. She saw through it all. "Lord Baelish," she said at last, her voice clear and slow as the opening of a steel gate. "You stand accused before the lords and ladies of the North. You will answer." Petyr smiled, a man showing his teeth to the hangman's rope. "Lady Stark, if I have erred in my duties, if I have failed you, let me make amends. The North has no greater friend than..." "Enough," Lyanna Mormont interrupted, her words cutting. "No friends among liars, only wolves and sheep. Lord Baelish, which are you?" A murmur rippled through the assembly, uneasy, as if something old and hungry prowled beyond the walls. Petyr's mouth worked, but Sansa cut him short. "You are accused of treason, of murder, of conspiracy against my family and this realm," she continued, her voice unwavering. "Of orchestrating the death of my aunt, Lysa Arryn, of sowing strife that led to my father's death in King's Landing, of betraying House Stark at every turn. The North remembers, Lord Baelish." Petyr's eyes flared, but still he held to the script. "Many lies are told in these troubled times," he began. But Sansa rose, her posture regal, her face the stillness of snow. "Bran," she said, and the hall turned as one. Bran's eyes, bottomless, drifted across the assembly. His voice when it came was soft, unhurried. "You held a blade to Ned Stark's throat in King's Landing. You lied to Catelyn Stark about who sent the Cat's Paw assassin. You watched as Lysa fell through the moon door and called it an accident. You whispered poison into Sansa's ear. You betrayed Jon Arryn, foster father to both Starks and Baratheons, to set the realm on fire for your gain." The weight of the words pressed against the hall like the coming of a blizzard. Petyr Baelish's mask flickered, a crack spreading through the varnish. "You can't know that," he said, breathless. "You were elsewhere." Bran's gaze seemed to swallow the world. "I see farther than you think, Lord Baelish. I see all of it." Petyr licked his lips, searching the faces in the crowd. Lies, he spat, a desperate man clinging to a cliff's edge. Madness, visions. You would take the word of a crippled boy over a lord of the realm. Sansa stepped down from the dais, her eyes never leaving his. I would take the truth, Petyr. The truth you have run from all your life. I have seen what you did. I have heard your promises, your threats, your careful half-truths. I know the games you play. The North does not play games with those who would tear it apart. Then, at her signal, Arya stepped from the shadows. She held no sword. She needed none. Her eyes alone cut deeper than Valyrian steel. You once told me everyone is a piece on the board, Lord Baelish. But you forgot. Some pieces bite back. He stumbled, just a pace, and for a heartbeat, the fox's cleverness drained from his face. You need me, he said too quickly. You'll be lost without me. The Vale. The Vale has a new protector, Sansa replied, voice iron. Robin Arryn's council already knows your crimes. There are letters. There are witnesses. You would pit North against South, kin against kin, for your own advancement. We have lost enough blood to your ambitions, no more. Around them, the hall closed in like a net. The lords and ladies who had once weighed Baelish's promises now saw the rot beneath. The small folk, bakers, smiths, the old maester in his corner, all watched with a hush that felt final. Petyr tried one last time, lowering himself, his voice a whimper. Sansa, I loved your mother. I loved you. Sansa's face softened, but it was the softness of the first snowfall. Beautiful, lethal, untouched by pity. Love is not the same as loyalty, Lord Baelish. Nor is it forgiveness. Bran spoke again, quieter now, yet the words carried. He gave the dagger to the cutthroat. He watched as chaos swallowed the realm. Chaos is a ladder, he said, and he climbed over the dead to reach the top. There was no more room for argument or for mercy. Sansa turned, her red hair a banner in the dimness. You will die as you lived, Petyr, alone. She gave a nod, and Arya moved, swift as moonlight on steel. No ceremony, no pageantry. The North was not the South. Justice came cold and sharp as the wind beyond the wall. Petyr Baelish fell, not with a shout but with a sigh, the final unspooling of a life built on shadows. When it was done, Sansa stood tall above his body, and the lords and ladies bowed their heads, not in mourning, but in acceptance. A sickness had been cut from the heart of the North. The wolf's den was closed, the sheepdog's mask torn away, yet the hall did not ring with joy. There was only a deep, haunted silence, as if Winterfell itself exhaled the ghosts of old betrayals. In the corner, Bran's gaze drifted outward, to a time beyond time, to threads that wove past and future together. Arya's hands were steady, her face expressionless as the mask she once wore in Braavos. Sansa's eyes shone with unshed tears, tears for what was lost, and for what she had become to keep her home safe. Lord Manderly spoke at last, his voice a rumble in the cold. The North remembers, and the North endures. Lyanna Mormont echoed him, her chin lifted high. No more southern snakes. The wolves will guard their own. Sir Davos glanced at Sansa, respect written plain on his weathered face. You've done what needed doing, my lady, but you'll find the world is no less dangerous with him gone. Sansa nodded, her lips tight. But it will be honest danger. No more poison in the dark. As the sun rose over Winterfell, its light weak but unbroken, the castle seemed to settle on its foundations. Sansa walked the ramparts alone, her cloak pulled tight against the wind. Below, the lords dispersed, their banners snapping in the cold. Servants moved Balish's body with the careful, silent efficiency reserved for traitors and lost things. There would be no tomb, no marker in the Godswood, only memory. In the Godswood itself, Bran sat beneath the heart tree, eyes closed. Arya joined him, her breath steaming in the morning air. It had to be done, she said softly, as if unsure. Bran did not open his eyes. There are always more players, Arya, more games. We only ended one. Arya shook her head. He was the worst of them. He started it all, the War of 5 Kings, The fall of the Starks, the chaos. With him gone, maybe things can be different. Bran's lips twitched, the hint of a smile or a warning. There is always another ladder, Arya. Another climb. Back in the Great Hall, Sansa met with the remaining council. Alys Karstark, Lord Manderley, Davos, Lyanna. They spoke in low voices. The map of the North spread between them. The Boltons were gone, but the scars remained. Jon was gone, his fate uncertain at the Wall. The South was in turmoil. Cersei Lannister crowned queen, the dragons rumored to have flown from the east. We are safe for now, Sansa said, tracing the edge of the map. But we must be vigilant. Baelish's spies, his promises, do not vanish with his death. We must send ravens to the Vale, ensure Robin Arryn is protected. We must guard against reprisals. Lyanna spoke up, fierce as ever. We are wolves. Let the world come. We'll bite back. Alys Karstark was less sanguine. Baelish had friends in the Vale, in the Riverlands. Some may seek vengeance. Davos nodded. Best we keep our swords sharp and our wits sharper. Lady Sansa, with Jon gone, all eyes are on you. The weight of it was immense, but Sansa did not flinch. Let them look. I am Stark of Winterfell, and I will not let the North fall again. As the council broke, Sansa remained, staring at the map, the place names familiar yet fraught. White Harbor, Last Hearth, the Dreadfort, the Twins, the Eyrie. Petyr Baelish had touched them all, in his way, setting dominoes tumbling across the land. Yet the last domino had fallen here, in the snow, beneath the ancient banners. In the days that followed, Winterfell settled into a tense calm. Letters were dispatched by swiftest raven, not only to the Vale but to the Riverlands, to the North's vassals, to the Night's Watch. Sansa made sure every word bore her seal, her hand. The story was plain. Petyr Baelish, called Littlefinger, had confessed to treason and murder, and been executed by order of the assembled lords. The North would not tolerate betrayal. The response was cautious, but favorable. House Manderley sent fresh supplies, pledging men should Winterfell need them. Lyanna Mormont doubled her watch at Bear Island. Even the Blackfish, elusive in the Riverlands, sent a terse missive. You have done what others could not. Stand firm, Lady Stark. Only from the Vale came ambiguity. Robin Arryn, ever malleable, mourned Baelish's absence, but his council, stiff-backed Royce, grim Lothar Brune, expressed relief. But peace was fleeting, as it always was. One afternoon, as the wind rattled the windows, Arya returned from the village with tidings. There are strangers in the woods, she said, her voice low. Not bandits, riders. Southron by the look of them. They watch but don't approach. Sansa's blood ran cold. Baelish's friends, or worse. She ordered the gates barred, the guards doubled, all non-essential movement within the walls. Bran confirmed it. In his visions he'd seen banners of House Baelish, 2 mockingbirds in green and silver, skirting the forests, carrying messages west and south. There were no more illusions. Baelish's reach had been long, and some debts were yet unpaid. That night, Sansa lay awake, listening to the howling of the wind. She thought of her father, of her mother, of the thousands who had trusted in the wrong men and paid with blood. She thought of Jon, far away, facing ghosts of his own. She thought of the North, hers to defend, now as much as any man's. And in the darkness, she whispered a promise. No more. Never again. In the weeks that followed, Winterfell's defenses tightened. Patrols rode daily, banners snapped above the battlements, and the watchfires burned through the night. The North grew sharper, colder, a land purged of shadows, yet wary still of the dark. For though the fox was gone, the forest was full of other things that hunted in the night. But for the first time since the Red Wedding, since the banners fell at Moat Cailin and the wolves were scattered, the North was truly united. Old wounds began to close. The people of Winterfell learned to look to Sansa as their lady, not as a southern pawn. not as the daughter who had vanished into the clutches of monsters, but as a stark, strong and unswerving. And beneath the heart tree, where red sap wept from white bark, the old gods watched. Their faces, carved in agony and ecstasy, bore silent witness as another chapter of stark legend was written. One of justice, of hard choices, and the frost-bound hope that even after so much betrayal, the North could endure. Far beyond the walls, in the snow-blanketed wilds, a few loyal to Baelish fled, hunted by wolf and man alike. Some found shelter at old castles, or vanished into the haunted forests. Others turned south, to lands where Littlefinger's name was still currency, where chaos was not an enemy, but an ally. But in Winterfell, the days stretched longer, the shadows shorter. The direwolves prowled the godswood, guardians of the old ways, and Sansa, Lady of Winterfell, watched over her people with the wisdom of scars hard won. It was not peace, not yet, but it was something like hope, a sliver of spring beneath the snows, a single green shoot on a field of bones. And above it all, the banners of House Stark fluttered in the wind, their direwolf rampant, and the promise of a North that remembered and would never be betrayed again. Sansa awoke before dawn, the weight of the past night's justice pressing upon her chest like a stone. The cold seeped into her bones, yet she lay still, staring up at the wooden beams above her bed, listening to the lonely cries of crows echoing from the ramparts. Littlefinger's ghost lingered in the shadows, not as a presence she feared, but as a memory, an echo of deceit, warning her never to look away from darkness as it crept near. Winterfell had settled into an uneasy rhythm. The wheel of chores and duty turned as always. Fires stoked, bread baked, walls patrolled. But there was a wariness in every glance, a new habit of suspicion learned at the knee of betrayal. Sansa moved through the corridors with measured steps, a lady yet a sentinel, her senses sharpened to every creak and whisper. By midday, the council gathered once more in the solar, where sunlight slanted in bars across the long table. Arya arrived last, sliding in silently, her boots barely scuffing the flagstones. Bran was already present, seated in the old deep chair that had once belonged to their father, his eyes distant yet attentive, watching what was and what might be. The subject was the strangers in the woods, 6 of them, always at a distance, always shifting their camp with the dawn. Arya had tracked them for 3 days, unseen, silent as a falling leaf. "They're organized," she reported, voice even. Mail under their cloaks, swords sharp. Not mere sellswords, too disciplined. One rides with a black plume, the rest defer to him. And they're not leaving. Davos stroked his beard, troubled. Could be men from the Vale, Baelish's loyalists, or perhaps others seeking to turn chaos to their own advantage. Might be testing your strength, my lady. Sansa's mind worked the problem, careful and cold. No more secrets. Not in my hall, she said. Arya, can you bring one of them to us? Alive. A spark of dark amusement danced in Arya's eyes. It'll be done. Bran spoke next, his voice soft, strange as ever. They're waiting for something, a sign, a message. They do not know their master is dead, but word is spreading fast. Soon more will come, or they will turn on each other. Lyanna Mormont, bristling with the impatience of youth, snapped. Let them come. We'll show them northern steel. Ace Karstark, somber as a raven, offered caution. Open war is not what we need. Let's learn what they want, then decide if the sword is needed. Sansa nodded. Then we will wait, but not idly. Arya was gone before the meeting ended, vanishing into the cold with needle at her hip and murder in her silence. The rest of the council dispersed, burdened by the knowledge that the fox scent lingered in the snow, drawing scavengers and predators alike. That afternoon, Sansa walked the battlements with Davos. The sun was a pale coin low in the sky, barely warming the stones. You think I'm too hard, Davos? She asked quietly, watching a pair of guards practice with blunted spears in the yard below. Davos shook his head. No, only that you must be hard. The North's peace is fragile, my lady. The wolves may have driven out the fox, but the crows will come for the scraps. You need every edge you can find. And you have them. Areas steel, Bran's eyes, your own wit. Don't shy from using them. Sansa gazed into the distance, toward the great white wall of the Godswood, where Bran lingered by the heart tree, a solitary sentinel of memory. I'm not afraid of being hard, she said at last. Only of losing myself to it. Davos smiled, sad and knowing. We all lose a piece, one way or another. Just be sure what you keep is worth the price. Daemon? That night, a storm blew in from the west, lashing Winterfell with freezing rain. The winds howled through the towers, rattling doors and sending the ravens in their rookery into a frenzy. Sansa barely slept, haunted by memories of whispered voices and the sickle-sharp smile of pettier Baelish. She dreamed of the Eyrie, of Lysa's fall, and the cold echo of emptiness that followed, of King's Landing, where every promise was a trap and every kindness a mask. Near dawn, a soft knock came at her door. She sat up, heart leaping, but it was Arya, soaked, hair tangled, cheeks flushed from cold and triumph. Behind her, 2 guards held a man between them, a lean, sharp-nosed fellow in battered leathers, eyes wild, a black feather bound to his sleeve. He didn't see me, Arya said with a satisfied shrug, but he'll see you. They dragged him down to the solar, where the council reassembled in haste. The man spat on the floor, defiant even with a blade at his back. You'll get nothing from me, he snarled. Sansa's voice was frost. You will speak, or you will join Baelish in the snow. A flicker of doubt crossed his face, but he rallied. You lie. Lord Baelish is safe. He promised. Sansa cut him off. Lord Baelish is dead. He confessed to treason and was executed by the judgment of the North. There is no pardon waiting for you, no rescue, only the mercy you earn. His bravado faltered, and the fight drained out of him like water from a cracked cup. We were told to wait. For a raven. For word of the lady's favor. He glared at Sansa. Resentment plain. Baelish said you would rule the North. That you would need friends. Friends who could help you if you promised them gold. And, dight. End. Lyanna snorted. So you're little better than thieves. The man bristled. We survivors. You think the North is safe now, girl. There are lords in the Vale who'd burn this castle to the ground if it meant gaining an inch of power. Davos stepped forward, voice low. Who sent you? Name your master. The man hesitated, gaze darting between the grim faces before him. Sir Lyn Corbray, he muttered at last. He wants the Vale for himself. If Baelish fell, he'd take the prize. He sent us north to watch, to act if there was weakness. There are others, lords with grudges. The world is changing. Aelys Karstark looked to Sansa. We must warn the Vale. Robin Arryn must be protected. Sansa's mind spun through the possibilities. A civil war in the Vale, more blood spilled to fill the vacuum Baelish left behind. We will send warning. She agreed. And we will make it clear that the North does not forget its friends or its enemies. Arya, take this man to the cells. Treat him well, but make it known we have his confession. Let the others see his fate and reconsider their loyalty. Arya nodded, dragging the captive away with silent efficiency. The council broke, tension fraying at the seams. Sansa remained seated, her hands clenched so tightly her knuckles whitened. The game had changed, but the players remained ruthless. The North's peace would be paid for in vigilance and blood. Days passed in wary anticipation. News from the Vale arrived swiftly. Robin Arryn's household had indeed been infiltrated by men loyal to Corbray and other ambitious lords. Royce's loyalists acted at once, purging the worst offenders, strengthening the young lord's council. Sansa's letter was read aloud in the Erie's hall, her words bearing the authority of House Stark and the promise of retribution for any who threatened her kin. Winterfell, too, steeled itself. Training was redoubled, new alliances forged among the minor houses. The wildlings, restless and uneasy in their new southern home, were brought into the fold with offers of food and shelter. Tormund Giantsbane became a fixture in the great hall, his laughter booming, his tales wild, but his loyalty fierce. He pledged 100 spears to Winterfell's defense, and Sansa, mindful of old lessons, granted his people land near the gift, under strict watch. Arya slipped in and out of the castle like a ghost, leaving only the faintest trace. Reports of a Bolton holdfast cleansed of its last cruel master, a gang of Baelish's old cutthroats found frozen in the snow, with their throats cut, a whisper here and there that the wolf girl walks among the dead. Bran's presence became both more vital and more distant. He spent long hours beneath the heart tree, eyes open but unseeing, his mind ranging far. At times he shared warnings of movements in the south, of Queen Cersei's gathering of gold cloaks and mercenaries, of a faint, cold stirring beyond the wall that made even the bravest Northmen shudder. Sansa took these warnings to heart, meeting with her council night after night. The storm has only paused, she said, pacing before the fire. It will return fiercer. We must be ready for every kind of war, steel and shadows alike. Her resolve infected those around her. Lady Barbary Dustin sent word from Barristan, offering to ride at Sansa's command. Lord Glover, stubborn and scarred, agreed to garrison Moat Cailin with twice the usual men. Even the reclusive Umbers promised aid, the old ties of blood and honor reforged through common threat. But peace was a blade's edge, and the ghosts of Baelish's schemes haunted the land. One evening, Arya returned from the hills bearing a small battered chest. Found it buried under a cairn outside the walls, she reported, placing it before Sansa and the council. Baelish's last secrets, I'd wager. Inside were letters, dozens, each a poisoned seed waiting for fertile soil. Promises of alliance, bribes offered to the Lannisters and Tyrells, veiled threats against Royce and Arryn, even attempts to seduce old Walder Frey into rebellion. Each letter bore Baelish's elegant script, each carefully constructed to twist the knife deeper into the North's fragile peace. Davos read them with grim satisfaction. Proof enough for the Vale to close ranks, and enough dirt to keep your enemies wary. Sansa sifted through the letters, lips pressed thin. He never stopped planning. Even at the end he tried to pit us all against each other. But now his games end with us. Arya regarded the letters with cold contempt. Burn them all. Sansa hesitated. No. Some we keep as leverage. The rest, yes, let them burn. The past must not poison the future. That night, Arya and Sansa together consigned most of the letters to the flames, watching the words curl and blacken. The smoke rose up the chimney, carrying away a chapter of pain, but not its lessons. Winter pressed on. The days shortened, the cold deepened, and the North grew stronger beneath the shared hardship. Sansa oversaw every detail. The stores laid in for winter, the distribution of meat and grain, the rotation of guards on the wall. She dined with the small folk, listened to their complaints, heard out their hopes. At night she walked the battlements, often with Arya, sometimes alone, her thoughts restless as the snow swirling on the wind. One morning, Bran summoned her to the Godswood. She found him beneath the heart tree, eyes wide, breath fogging in the cold. "The world is changing, Sansa," he murmured, voice lost in the rustle of leaves. "Winter is not done with us. There are shadows in the south, old enemies waiting for a sign. I see ravens gathering in King's Landing, fire on the Trident, banners rising and falling like waves." "Menawum?" Sansa knelt beside him, taking his hand. "What must I do?" "Stand firm. Trust those who have proven true. Fear the ones who smile too easily. You have ended Baelish's poison, but his shadow lingers. Remember what you learned." "I will," she promised, brushing his hair from his brow. "We will not be caught off guard again." Bran nodded, eyes sliding shut. "There are other dangers, older still. But you are ready, Sansa. The North is ready." She left the Godswood, a sense of clarity hardening within her. She called the banners of the north once more, forging a council, not of lords alone but of wise women, fierce warriors, and trusted old men. Gilly from the wildlings was given charge of the orphan children, while Tormund and Lyanna Mormont established new patrols along the King's Road. The smiths fashioned new swords and axes, and the bowyers fletched arrows by the thousands. The people of Winterfell learned to stand together, shoulder to shoulder, as wolves against the dark. Then, at last, word came from the south. A raven bearing the royal seal of Queen Cersei. The letter was brief, imperious. The north will bend the knee or face the might of the Iron Throne. Your traitor brother's head will serve as your answer. Sansa read the letter before the assembled lords, her face calm, her voice steady. The time of threats is past. The north does not kneel, not to murderers, not to queens who wear a stolen crown. The lords and ladies roared their approval, the sound echoing from stone to snow. Winterfell became a fortress not only in name, but in spirit, a bastion against the chaos still gathering beyond its walls. That night, as snow fell silently, Sansa stood upon the highest tower, Arya at her side, Bran within the warmth of the hall, Davos keeping silent watch. She gazed out across her land, her people, her home, and felt the weight of leadership settle like a mantle across her shoulders. She was not her mother, not her father, not even her brother Jon. She was herself, shaped by sorrow, sharpened by treachery, unbroken. And as the first faint hints of spring glimmered on the horizon, Sansa Stark, Lady of Winterfell, vowed that no fox would ever again feast on the blood of wolves. Not while she lived, not while the North remembered. Weeks folded into months as the long northern winter pressed against the walls of Winterfell. The cold was a living thing, a silent adversary that seeped through shutters and under doors, pressing hard on every soul in the castle. Yet the keep stood resolute. Smoke rose from the great chimneys, the forges glowed day and night, and the sound of steel on steel, practiced swords, true blades, axes, echoed up from the yard like a heartbeat. Life continued, for it must, in the shadow of old betrayals and the promise of new storms. Sansa's mornings began with letters. Every dawn brought new ravens and new missives, some ink still frozen from the journey. From White Harbor, Lord Manderley's seals appeared most often, always polite, sometimes nervous. News of trade, of patrols sighting odd shapes near the Barrowlands, rumors of Lannister spies on the King's Road. Lyanna Mormont's replies, in contrast, came sharp as arrows. Scant on pleasantries, rich in threats, every word a call to arms if need be. Glover, Dustin, and even the Umbers added their voices to the great woven net of northern communication. The North was awake. Sansa made certain it remained so. She read each letter at her desk, the wood beneath her palm polished by generations of Stark hands. She marked every missive with her sigil and penned her own replies, her script careful and elegant. Arya sometimes watched her from the hearth. Silent, her eyes moving with the dance of Sansa's quill. They did not always speak. There was comfort in their quiet togetherness, the bond of blood made unbreakable by hardship. One snowy evening, Sansa was interrupted by Alice Karstark, her face flushed and her cloak thick with frost. "A man is here, my lady. Says he carries a message from the Vale. Urgent, for your eyes only." "Ben-den-Noir." Sansa nodded. "See him to the Solar. Arya, come with me." The man awaited them by the fire, shivering, his gloves soaked through. He bowed, awkward, as Sansa entered. Arya close at her side, silent as her shadow. "My Lady Stark," the courier began, voice roughened by the road. "I come from Sir Jon Royce, acting regent at the Eyrie. There has been unrest. Some lords challenged Robin Arryn's right to rule, citing his youth and weaknesses. But your warning, and the proof you sent, turned the tide. Sir Lyn Corbray and his conspirators have fled the Eyrie for parts unknown. Royce asks your counsel and pledges support to House Stark in whatever..." Sansa read the parchment, Royce's sigil stamped in crimson wax stood I. The words were measured, but warm. The gratitude real. She felt a ripple of relief, but not enough to drop her guard. Tell Sir Yon that the North stands with the Vale, as it always has. Send food and shelter to those who remain loyal, but beware the desperate. Winter makes men foolish as well as hungry. The courier nodded, rising. Arya eyed him until he left, then turned to Sansa. Corbray won't give up. He was Baelish's creature, and there will be more like him. Sansa touched her sister's arm. Let him try. We are ready now. And so is the Vale. A few days later, news arrived from the Riverlands. House Tully had retaken River Run, the Blackfish holding the castle with a band of diehards. Lord Edmure, long a prisoner, had been freed, though weakened by years in the Lannister dungeons. Sansa penned a careful reply, sending congratulations and a warning. Old enemies will not sleep. She wrote, "You have friends in the North. Trust in them. And remember the lessons of Winterfell. Keep your counsel close, your sword closer." And now, not all was threat and worry. There were moments of light, a feast in the great hall where wildlings and Northmen traded boasts over tankards of dark ale. Children sledding down the Bailey's icy slopes, their laughter sharp as bells. A new litter of direwolf pups born in the Godswood, their fur soft and pale as dawn snow. Sansa made it her purpose to attend these things, to be seen by her people, not only as their protector, but as their hope. One morning, Bran summoned Sansa and Arya to the Heart Tree. He sat wrapped in furs, the red leaves fluttering around him like silent witnesses. His eyes were unfocused, staring into things only he could see. "There is a change in the wind," Bran said softly. "In King's Landing, the Queen gathers mercenaries. Golden Company, ships from Lys. Cersei Lannister does not trust her own lords. She means to send force north, but not yet. She is waiting for the world to forget the North, for winter to weaken us." Bah! Arya's fingers brushed the hilt of needle. "Let her come. I'll take her head myself." Bran's gaze flicked to her, something like sorrow crossing his face. "It will not be so simple. War is coming, but not just from the south. There are movements beyond the wall. Whispers of cold things stirring. Not White Walkers, but others. Old shadows. Nameless and hungry." Sansa felt the old dread curl in her chest. "We will be ready for her. For all of them." Bran nodded, closing his eyes. "Remember, the North is more than Winterfell. It is every hearth, every heart that endures. If we are to survive, it will be together." Sansa squeezed Bran's hand. "You are a Stark, Bran. You always will be." "Damn." He smiled faintly, and Arya's eyes softened, just for a moment. The days that followed brought preparations, discreet but thorough. Sansa sent ravens to every holding. The Dreadfort, Last Hearth, Deepwood Motte. She ordered the forges to produce new arrowheads, spears, and armor. Gilly organized wildling women and girls into work parties, mending, sewing, gathering roots from the snow-choked fields. The old Godswood was kept sacred, but Sansa had the new sept rebuilt, mindful that some still kept the faith of the Seven. It was a lesson in unity. Divided, the North would fall. Together, it would stand unyielding as the wall itself. One night, as a blizzard raged, Arya returned from the wilds, her face fierce with news. Found tracks. Men. Not animals. 4, maybe 5. They're watching the castle. I left a mark for the guards, but I want to hunt them down. Sansa weighed the risks. If they are Lannister spies or worse, we must know. But don't risk yourself, Arya. Take 2 of Tormund's best engendry as well. Arya arched a brow but nodded. He'll complain that he can run fast. By dawn, Arya returned, dragging a half-frozen man behind her, his hands bound with leather. Tormund trailed behind, grinning, his red beard at a frosted mane. "Spoke the whole way, this one," Tormund said. "But he sings like a bird when the fire's near." Sansa interrogated the prisoner herself, Davos and Arya standing guard. The man, trembling, confessed quickly. Sent from the twins by one of Walder Frey's surviving sons, he was charged with learning what he could of the North's defenses, if possible, disrupting them with fire or poison. Sansa's resolve hardened. She sentenced the spy to the cells, then sent a raven to the Blackfish at River Run. Frey vengeance festers in the Riverlands. Watch your roads, your wells, your friends. The next morning, Sansa called a council of all her captains, wildling leaders, and village elders. She stood beneath the great banner of House Stark, Arya and Bran at her side, her words crisp and clear. We are threatened from all sides. The South sends spies, the West sends killers. Old enemies plot our fall. But this is the North. Our strength is not in swords alone, but in unity, in knowing each other's worth. We will stand together as Starks, as free folk, as one people. Let the world... Let them test the... A great cheer rang out, echoing through the halls and across the snow-choked bailey. Men and women who once kept to their own corners now came forward, pledging fealty, offering their skill. Wildling hunters, Karstark riders, smiths and weavers, even a handful of Ironborn who had cast their lot with the North after fleeing Euron's madness. Sansa worked tirelessly, visiting each corner of the keep. She ate with the guards, walked the fields, listened to the complaints of stable boys and old crones alike. She remembered every face, every story, for she had learned, at terrible cost, how each life was a thread in the fabric of the North. A torn thread, a broken spirit, could unravel all. Some nights, sleep would not come. She paced the ramparts, Arya sometimes falling in beside her, neither speaking. The castle slept, but Sansa could not. She thought of her parents, of Robb and Rickon, of Jon on the far side of the world. She thought of Baelish, of his whispering voice in the darkness. And she steeled herself once more. The snows finally broke, yielding to a tentative thaw. The air lost its bitter edge, and the godswood showed faint signs of green. Sansa convened a great gathering. Every house, high and low, sent its representatives. The feast was grand, the tables heavy with roast meat, fresh bread, strong northern ale. Toasts rang out for House Stark, for Lady Sansa, for the new alliance of North and Wildling. During the feast, Gendry, freshly returned from a hunt with Arya, asked leave to speak. He stood before Sansa, his face reddened, his voice steady. Lady Sansa, I am no lord's son, but I would serve House Stark with all my heart. My skill is the forge. But my loyalty is to you. If you have need of a master smith or of a man who will fight for the North, I am yours. Sansa regarded him kindly. You are no lord's son, Gendry, but you are a true man of the North now. Winterfell welcomes all who serve with honor. A great cheer followed, and Arya grinned, her eyes shining for the first time in many weeks. The weeks that followed were filled with rebuilding. Walls mended, roofs rethatched, fields cleared of winter's last snow. Sansa met with every council, large and small, forging bonds of trust and mutual aid. The North began to heal, the wounds of betrayal closing, the ghost of Baelish at last fading into memory. Then, one bright morning, as spring crept shyly across the land, a single raven arrived from the wall. The parchment bore Jon Snow's familiar hand. My Lady Sansa, the night's watch endures. The wildlings have settled peacefully. The wall stands, but it is not as it was. Strange things walk the woods at night. I will remain until all is safe. You are in my thoughts always. Your brother, Jon. Sansa's hands trembled only slightly as she folded the letter. She stood on the ramparts, looking north, the wind cold on her cheeks. Arya appeared beside her, silent as ever. Together, they gazed into the distance, into the wild white world that had shaped them, scarred them, but never broken them. We will keep the North safe for him, Sansa whispered, and Arya nodded, lips pressed in a rare soft smile. In that moment, with the snow melting and the banners of Stark fluttering strong and bright, it seemed that the North, at last, had found its heart again. The shadows had not vanished, nor the threats beyond the wall in the south, but for the first time in many years, Hope grew in Winterfell, pale and stubborn as the first spring blossom. And in the Godswood, beneath the Heart Tree, Bran Stark watched it all unfold, a faint smile touching his lips as the wind played in his hair, the threads of the North weaving themselves anew, stronger and unbroken, ready for whatever would come. Ready for whatever would come. Okay. The slow promise of spring gathered at the edges of Winterfell, hesitant and fragile as a newborn fawn. Each morning brought the sigh of thaw, the gentle patter of meltwater tracing through the gutters, and the castle's ancient stones, swollen with frost, wept as if in relief. Yet beneath that surface change, the North did not let itself forget the lessons of winter, nor the old wounds that betrayal had carved deep. Sansa sat in her solar, parchment and ink at hand, quill moving with purpose. She traced out letters of trade to White Harbor, calls for additional scouts along the King's Road, inquiries to the Tullys and Blackfish at River Run. Each letter carried the weight of her name, her new authority. There was no question now, in the lines of her signature or the firmness of her script. She was Lady of Winterfell in truth, not just in title, and the North felt her strength. Her mind did not drift from duty, but every so often she would glance to the window, where sunlight slanted in watery gold across the banners and rooftops. There were children's voices in the yard, wildlings teaching Stark stable boys the old games of the forest, and Arya's laughter sometimes rose above it all, raw and clear as birdsong. The sound made Sansa ache with a fierce protective pride. She had not known if her family could ever find peace again, but for a moment, here, it seemed possible. One afternoon, as the day faded into the blue hush of dusk, Sansa found Arya perched atop the battlements, legs dangling over the edge, a fresh bruise already purpling beneath her eye. Sansa climbed to her side, wrapping her furs tight. "Another lesson with Gendry?" Sansa asked, eyeing the mark with sisterly skepticism. Arya grinned, baring her teeth like a wolf. "He said I couldn't take his hammer. He was wrong." Sansa laughed, the sound surprising her, warm as summer honey. "Does he know he's no match for you?" Arya shrugged, flicking a snowflake from her knee. "Hell learn, or I'll break his nose." Below, in the yard, Gendry's broad form moved among the forges, his voice rising above the ring of steel as he directed apprentices and wildling helpers. Sansa watched the scene, a deep satisfaction settling in her bones. For all their differences, the North and its new people were becoming one. The moment was shattered by the sound of the gates opening. A solitary rider, his cloak muddy, bearing the sigil of House Reed. The sight of the Crannog man made Sansa's heart twist. She hurried down to the hall, Arya flitting after her. The rider, thin and hollow-cheeked from the road, knelt before her. "Lady Stark, word from Greywater Watch. My Lord Howland Reed sends greetings and grave tidings. Men in Lannister colors, with southern accents, have been sighted along the marshes. Not a great force, too many for mere scouts, too few for an army. Lord Reed fears they seek an entrance into the north the old way, through the neck." Sansa absorbed the news, mind turning fast. "Did they cross?" The Crannog man shook his head. "We have slowed them, but they are persistent. They question every village, bribe and threaten. My lord has called his banners." "Endane, tell your lord I thank him," Sansa said. "If they are not driven out, send word. I will send men of my own, and gold if needed." As the Crannog men left, Arya's face grew thoughtful. "Southron spies in the neck. Why not come by the King's Road? Are they afraid of being seen? Or perhaps they seek something they do not wish found," Sansa said. Her mind returning to Bran's warnings, the shadows stirring beyond the wall and in the south. "I'll send word to the Umbers and Manderlys. We'll not let Lannister gold poison our borders again." The days that followed were restless, tension strung tight as a drawn bow. Arya and Tormund took parties of scouts along the edge of the Wolfswood, while Davos rode to White Harbor, charged with ensuring the port's loyalty and readiness. Every rider who returned brought tales of movement in the wilds. Shadowy figures glimpsed at twilight, campfires vanishing as quickly as they appeared. Sansa suspected the remnants of Baelish's web, still twitching with poisoned threads. She ordered more spies planted in the villages, more ravens sent to the loyal houses. She would not be caught off guard, not now. Amid these worries, life refused to stand still. The first green buds appeared on the trees in the godswood, a miracle after such a long, hard frost. The wildlings, always impatient with stone and routine, took to hunting, returning with deer and wild goats, swelling the castle's larders. Sansa walked the kitchens and smithies each day, her presence a steadying force. The people looked to her, and she let them see her calm, her certainty. One morning, as she inspected the stores with Gilly, a commotion in the yard drew her outside. Tormund strode across the mud, dragging a pale, struggling captive in a stained surcoat. Lannister red and gold. Found him spying near the old mill, Tormund declared, shoving the prisoner to his knees. Claimed he was hunting, but his boots are too fine for mud. Sansa studied the man. Young, smooth-faced, but with eyes as hard as river stones. Your name? The man glared at her, jaw set. Sir Tommen Marbrand. I serve my queen. Sansa kept her voice cool. You serve Cersei Lannister, you mean? What brings you to the north, Sir Tommen? Orders, he spat, unyielding. Queen Cersei claims these lands as her own. She seeks to know the strength of her enemies. Winterfell is not for sale, nor for conquest, Sansa replied. And the queen on the Iron Throne will find only death in these woods. She signaled to Arya, who stepped forward, her presence a warning sharper than any blade. You will be fed and housed, Sir Tommen. But you will right your queen. Tell her the North is united, ready, and waiting. If she seeks war, let her come and see the cost. Tommen glared, but he nodded. The fight ebbing, Sansa watched him led away. Heart heavy with the certainty that Cersei's eyes were now firmly set on Winterfell. The next council was tense. Bran, pale and distant, warned of further unrest. A raven from Castle Black. The wall stands, but there are strange lights in the sky, green and blue, moving as if alive. The wildlings say it is a bad omen. Davos, recently returned, agreed. Merchants in White Harbor speak of raids along the coast. Not Ironborn. These are different. Fast ships, black sails, striking and vanishing in the mist. I have sent riders to the Karstarks for news. Bah! Sansa listened, weighing every word. We must not be distracted. The south stirs, but the real danger may yet come from beyond the wall. Keep the men drilling. Arya, Tormund, double your patrols. Bran, if you see any sign of something worse than men, tell me at once. The days that followed were grim, yet not without hope. Sansa wrote again to Jon, sharing all she knew, her words sharper and more honest than before. She told him of her fears, her burdens, her growing pride in the North's unity. She ended with a promise. We are stronger now, Jon. For you, for father and mother, for all we lost. We will hold the North together, no matter what comes. The answer was slow in coming, but at last a raven arrived. Jon's hand, strong and certain, assuring her of his trust and his love. Winterfell is in the best hands. I miss you, Sansa. Hold fast. With that, she took courage anew. She called the banners once more, summoned every lord and captain to Winterfell for a moot. The great hall filled with faces old and new. Lyanna Mormont, fierce and unbending. Lord Manderly, massive and shrewd. Ollys Karstark, wary but loyal. Wildling chieftains and freedmen, the new children of the North. Sansa stood before them, her voice ringing clear. The North stands at the edge of a knife. We are threatened from south and beyond. But we are one people now, no longer wolves and crows, but kin. Let no one divide us. Let no queen in the south. Note no queen in the south. No shadow from the north. We stand together, or we fall. We stand together. The words took root. That night, fires blazed high, feasts were held, and for the first time, Sansa saw true joy in her people's eyes. They danced in the yard, wildlings with northerners, Gendry hammering out a rhythm on his anvil, Arya leaping with the children. Sansa herself let Arya pull her into the circle, laughing as the snow spun around them. In the days after, messengers came with news. The Lannister men retreated from the Neck, stymied by reed traps and the impassable bog. The mysterious raiders vanished as quickly as they had come, driven off by Manderly's ships and the threat of a united North. There was still threat in the air, and Sansa never let her vigilance waver. But the worst seemed to pass, for now. In the Godswood, Sansa found Bran at peace beneath the heart tree, Arya lounging at his side. She knelt before them, letting the weight of the world fall from her shoulders for a moment. "Thank you, both of you," Sansa said quietly, her voice thick with emotion. "I could not have done this without you." Arya shrugged, grinning. "You'd have managed, but it's more fun together." Bran smiled, looking not through her, but at her. "You are the North now, Sansa. Its hope, its memory, its future." Sansa let herself believe it. She let the hope rise up in her, stronger than the fear, brighter than the ghosts of the past. Winter had nearly broken them. Baelish had nearly destroyed them. But here they stood, united, unbowed, and stronger for all they had survived. And as the first true flowers opened in the Godswood, Sansa Stark, Lady of Winterfell, lifted her gaze to the endless sky, and knew that, whatever storms might yet come, the North would stand. Beneath the swelling promise of spring, the world outside Winterfell remained perilous and wild, but within the walls, the castle grew louder with life each passing day. As the first true green crept up through the muddy earth and sunlight lingered long into the evenings, the ghosts of winter retreated further. Yet in every corner where light reached, Sansa Stark saw to it that the North remembered the pain, remembered the cost, remembered the fragile chain that bound her people together. She knew hope was no armor. It was a gift, earned and always at risk. She moved through the castle like a shadow of her mother, her presence a salve and a warning. She heard every grievance, weighed every quarrel. The kitchens bustled with renewed energy, fires burning high, the air thick with the scent of baking bread and roasting venison. At her bidding, the small folk gathered weekly in the great yard, a practice new to Winterfell, where any voice could be heard. There, Sansa listened and dispensed justice, sometimes stern, sometimes gentle, always even-handed. She had learned well from her father and from all the men who had failed her afterward. One such morning, an argument broke out between two wildling women and a pair of Karstark laborers. Voices sharp and hands gesturing furiously over rights to a patch of land for planting beans. Sansa strode into the circle, her face calm but her eyes fierce. The crowd quieted as she knelt in the dirt, inviting each to speak, drawing out the bitterness and pride beneath their words. When she rose, her verdict was simple and final. The land would be shared, the first yield divided equally, and each woman would teach the other the planting methods of her people. There would be no lines drawn in northern earth, save those the new spring demanded. Afterward, as the crowd dispersed, Arya appeared at her side, boots muddy and hair tangled from a morning of riding. "They'll fight again tomorrow," Arya said, grinning sideways. Sansa shrugged. "Let them. The North is strong because we quarrel, and then stand together when it counts." Arya nudged her with a shoulder. "Father would have liked that. He always said the land belongs to those who work it, not those who claim it." Sansa's answering smile was touched with memory and longing. Father would have hated the endless talk. He always trusted more in action than words. Arya's expression turned thoughtful. "Words matter too. You speak, they listen. That's something new for Winterfell." The days pressed on. Scouts rode the borders, now more for reassurance than for warning. The Reed and Manderly men patrolled the rivers, wildlings ranged deep into the woods, and news traveled quickly. The Lannister banners had withdrawn from the Neck, their bribes and threats no match for bogs, snakes, and the quiet unity of a people no longer fooled by golden promises. Sansa met with Davos in the Solar, reviewing ledgers and supplies. He pointed to the growing stockpiles of grain, the swelling herds, the barrels of fish and salt pork. "You've done well, my lady. Come next winter, the North will not starve. Sansa leaned back, rubbing tired eyes. I will not let hunger take another child. There will be no repeat of the long night, Davos. He regarded her, respect clear in his steady gaze. It's more than food. You've given them purpose. They follow you because you remember their names, their kin, their grief. Sansa met his eyes. I remember everything. The next morning, a rider arrived from Deepwood Moat, bringing word of a small iron-born fleet seen off the western coast. Sansa sent ravens to the Umbers and Glover, and Tormund gathered wildling archers to reinforce the western cliffs. The Ironborn made no landing, however, and after several days, their black sails vanished from the horizon, swept away by northern vigilance, and the rumors that Winterfell had grown too strong for easy prey. There was an evening when the air turned soft and heavy with the scent of rain, and Arya returned from her wanderings in the hills. She slipped into Sansa's chamber unannounced, sitting cross-legged on the rug as she had as a child, clutching something wrapped in oilcloth. Found this near the old godswood, tucked under a fallen stone, Arya said, unwrapping the bundle. Inside lay a blade. Valyrian steel, unmistakable in the candlelight, its hilt worked with a dire wolf in silver. Sansa's breath caught. It's not one of ours, Arya went on, her tone hushed with something like awe. There are no marks, I know. But it was buried shallow, as if someone meant to return for it. Sansa took the blade, feeling its strange, living weight. Bran? Arya shook her head. He says it's old. Older than the castle, maybe. He felt it in one of his visions. He saw it passed from hand to hand, a gift and a curse, always in times of great change. Sansa considered the blade, its promise, and its peril. Then let us keep it safe. The North remembers, and the North protects its own. Then so. They wrapped it again, placing it deep within the vaults, and spoke of it to no one but Bran, who merely smiled and whispered, "Some swords are meant for days yet to come." It was on the first truly warm afternoon that a new letter arrived, this one bearing the direwolf and kraken of House Stark and House Greyjoy entwined. Yara Greyjoy herself rode into Winterfell the next day, her retinue sparse but proud. She greeted Sansa in the yard with a clasp of arms and a tilt of her head. "I bring no threat. Only news," Yara declared. "Euron is dead, betrayed by his own, his fleet scattered. The Iron Islands are mine again. I come to offer peace, and if you will it, alliance. My ships will harry Lannister coasts, not northern shores." Sansa received her warmly, honoring her as a guest, and not as a conqueror. That night, at a feast in the Great Hall, Yara told tales of her battles and losses, of salt and iron, and the price of freedom. She spoke of her hopes for the future, a future not as raiders, but as traders and allies. Sansa listened, considering every word. Let the Iron Islands trade their salt fish and timber in White Harbor. Let your captains serve as our eyes along the Western Sea. In return, the North offers grain and steel and shelter in the old way. But break your word and the North will remember. Yara grinned, raising her cup. Deal struck, Lady Stark. The alliance was celebrated in the old style. Wildlings and Ironborn both drinking deep. The hall alive with the clash of tankards and the rumble of laughter. Sansa saw to it that Gilly Gendry were honored, that the Karstark and Manderly children played at her feet, and that every seat at her table was filled. In the weeks that followed, spring claimed the North in earnest. The first caravans came from the Vale and White Harbor, laden with cloth, wine and grain. Sansa walked the walls at dusk, her eyes on the banners, Stark, Mormont, Reed, and now Greyjoy, all snapping together in the freshening wind. Bran grew quieter, more distant, his eyes drawn ever northward. He spoke of changes in the far-off world, of a queen's armies moving south, of dragons glimpsed in the sky over the narrow sea, of peace blooming fragile as crocus among broken kingdoms. Sansa kept her people focused, her counsel sharp. She established a new order of knights, men and women of every house and background, sworn not just to her, but to the people of the North, defenders of hearth and home, with a dire wolf on their shields and loyalty as their law. The wildlings who once would have fled at the sight of a banner now took part in festivals and harvests. There were marriages between Northmen and free folk, laughter shared around every fire. Sansa watched it all, pride and hope mingling with her ever-present caution. One moonlit night, Arya slipped away. Sansa found her in the Godswood, gazing into the black water of the reflecting pool. "Are you leaving?" Sansa asked softly, settling beside her sister on the mossy stones. Arya didn't look up. "Not yet. Maybe someday. There's more to see, more to learn. But for now, this is home." Sansa laid her hand atop Arya's. "You always have a place here. Always." They sat in silence, the wind whispering through the red leaves, the heart tree watching over them. As the weeks stretched into summer, letters from Jon arrived with greater frequency. He spoke of wildlings and night's watch, of uneasy peace, of finding purpose even in exile. His words grew lighter as time passed, his final note ending with hope. "When next you see me, I will stand by your side as brother and as bannerman." Sansa took that promise deep into her heart, wearing it as armor as she faced every challenge, every threat. There came a day, long, bright, with banners flying and every house gathered in the yard, when Sansa addressed her people. She spoke of the darkness behind, of the unity forged in adversity, of the bright future they had made together. "We are the North," she said, her voice ringing through stone and sunlight alike. "We have endured, we have rebuilt, and we will remain one people, many bloods, strong as the mountains, proud as the old gods. The world may turn, but the North stands." Then a cheer rose up, fierce and glad. The echo of it carried across the fields and forests and hills. As the celebration began, Arya at her side, Gendry nearby, Bran's quiet gaze steady, Sansa allowed herself, if only for a moment, to believe the worst was behind them. She knew new threats would rise. She knew the Game of Thrones was never truly ended. But as dusk fell and the stars wheeled above Winterfell, she understood at last. So long as the North remembered, so long as its people stood together, there would be hope. And hope, after all, was the beginning of everything. Oh, yeah. Kandi. Summer in the North was brief, a fierce bright miracle that seemed almost to take the land by surprise. Grass burst from the thawed earth and flowers unfolded on the edges of the Godswood, where the ground stayed moist. Children swam in the rivers until their teeth chattered. Even the oldest men sat outside, pale faces lifted to the sun as if they could store its warmth for darker months. In these weeks, Winterfell shed the last of its ice, and the air rang with the sound of hammers and laughter, of music played at dusk beneath the windows of the great hall. Yet for all the new life, Sansa kept her eyes on the horizon. The wounds of the past year ran deep, a scar across the heart of the North, its healing still tender. Petyr Baelish's name was never spoken now, except in warning, a tale for children. Beware those who smile too easily. But Sansa, as she walked among her people, saw in their cautious hope an invitation to build something lasting, something untouched by southern intrigue or ancient vengeance. The harvest approached early that year, crops green and swelling, a promise of plenty. Sansa decreed a summer fair, traders invited from White Harbor, music and contests, feasting for all who worked the land. "Let them know joy," she told her council. "Let the children remember laughter when the snows fall again." Arya, returning from her rides, rolled her eyes at first, but soon joined in the planning, challenging Gendry and even Lyanna Mormont to a contest of archery. The days before the fair were spent in whirlwind labor. Flags and ribbons in stark gray and white snapped in the wind atop every tower. The kitchens roasted whole oxen on iron spits, while women and wildlings vied for the finest pies. The main road into Winterfell was scrubbed clean, stones relaid, flower petals scattered from baskets by the youngest children. Sansa herself oversaw the work. Sleeves rolled up, laughter as easy on her lips as command. On the morning of the fair, bells rang out from the ramparts, a sound almost never heard in the North. Merchants from the south came in bright wagons. Fisherfolk from White Harbor brought barrels of smoked eel and salt cod. Wildlings brought furs and crafts, jewelry woven of bone and horn. Even the reed men came, shy and wary, carrying strange green cheeses and carved driftwood. The yard was a riot of color and sound. Sansa walked among them, her red hair gleaming in the sunlight, cloak trailing behind. Children ran to her with armfuls of wildflowers, and she accepted each with a word of thanks. She greeted the old, the sick, the broken men with the same gentle courtesy. She saw to it that every table was full, that no one went without. She wore no crown, but everyone who saw her understood. She was the heart of the North, its strength and its hope. That afternoon, the contests began. Lyanna Mormont bested 3 grown men at axe throwing, her triumph greeted by wild cheers. Arya won the archery, splitting a painted apple from 50 paces. A wolfish grin on her face as she accepted her prize. A silver pin shaped like a direwolf's head. Gendry, red-faced and grinning, won the smith's contest and presented his best blade to Sansa, who accepted it with a flourish and a wink. The fair stretched into evening. Musicians played, the great fire pit burned high, and dancers spun in circles until they collapsed in the grass. Sansa allowed herself to be drawn into the revel, dancing with children and old soldiers alike. The weight of her responsibilities lifted for a single perfect night. Yet even as the stars came out and laughter filled the air, Sansa's mind did not rest. She watched the faces around her, the smiling wildling women, the wary merchants, the proud lords and their retinues. She saw peace, but she remembered every lesson of her youth. She would never again mistake a quiet moment for safety. As the fire burned low and the music faded, Sansa stepped away from the crowd and wandered the outer wall. She found Arya already there, sitting cross-legged on the stones, staring out into the silver fields. Sansa joined her, and together they watched the moon rise above the hills. "They're happy," Arya said after a while, her voice quiet. "It's strange, but good." Sansa leaned her head against Arya's shoulder. "We made it possible, all of us." Arya nodded. "Do you ever wonder if it will last?" "Always," Sansa replied, not flinching from the truth. "But we fight for it anyway." Below them, Gendry and a handful of men doused the last of the torches, and a hush fell over Winterfell. Sansa returned to her chamber, slipping beneath furs as the first birds called the morning. For a few hours she dreamed of nothing but sunlight. Days passed in a golden blur. Reports from the Vale and the Riverlands spoke of quiet. Even King's Landing was still, Cersei's armies busy with rebuilding and levying new taxes. Letters from Jon at the wall grew less anxious. "All is well," he wrote, "but I'll not leave the watch until I'm certain. When I do, it will be to serve you, Sansa, not as lord, but as your sword and shield." She smiled to herself as she read, her heart light. But peace, as always, was a thing made for breaking. One late afternoon, as rain pattered softly against the windows, a rider came pounding through the main gate, mud splashed high on his cloak. He was a northern man, one of the old Bolton men sworn now to house Stark. He bowed low, breathless. "Lady Sansa, men in southern colors camp 3 days south of Moat Cailin. Not many, but they have banners, black and gold. We spied Lannister lions on their shields." Sansa's blood ran cold, the old fear rising up as if in answer to the rain. She thanked the man, then sent for her council. Arya, Davos, Lyanna, Alys Karstark, Tormund, Gendry, and Yara Greyjoy, who had remained at Winterfell longer than planned. The council gathered in the solar, the table spread with maps. Sansa listened as each gave their account, weighing every possibility. "Cersei's probing our strength," Davos said, tapping the map. "A small force, enough to test us, maybe start trouble, maybe just to remind us she's not gone." Yara's lip curled in contempt. "Let me take my ships and burn them out before they reach the neck." Sansa shook her head. "Too risky. If we move first, Cersei will have her excuse for war. We wait, we watch, we remind them whose land this is." Arya leaned forward, her eyes bright. "I can get close. See who leads them." Learn what they want. Do it, Sansa said. But take care. No risks we can't afford. Arya slipped away at dawn, vanishing into the wet mists. The days that followed were tense. Winterfell buzzed with rumor, the people uneasy. Sansa walked among them, calm and unyielding. We are strong, she told them. No southern trick will break us. Trust in each other. By the third day, Arya returned, slipping through the gates before the sun was fully risen. She was tired but unhurt, her face shadowed by what she had seen. It's not just Lannisters, she reported, voice low. There are Freys with them, and men in Clegane colors. I saw gold cloaks too, but none from the Reach. They're looking for someone, questioning villagers, searching every cart. They've been ordered not to harm anyone, but it's a tight leash. Davos frowned. Could be a message, or a ruse. Yara snorted. Cersei never cared for the people's safety before. Sansa absorbed every word, thinking of every lesson Baelish had ever tried to teach her about leverage, threat, and pretense. We do nothing. Yet. Arya, can you plant a message? Make them believe Jon is at the wall and nowhere near the north? Arya's lips twisted into a smile. Consider it done. The ruse worked. The Lannister host lingered, searching in vain for a Stark lord, then retreated southward after a week of fruitless questioning. But the message was clear. Cersei's eyes had not left the north, and her reach was long. Sansa called a quiet meeting that night in her solar. She wants us unsettled, Sansa said, voice soft but iron beneath. She wants us divided, distracted, but she underestimates us. She always has. Aelys Karstark nodded, arms folded. We'll hold. We've done it before. Lyanna Mormont smirked. Let her send 10 times as many. The North want kneel. Sansa smiled at them all, the warmth in her eyes for them alone. Then let us give her nothing. No excuse, no opening. Let the North remain quiet as stone and twice as unyielding. The rest of summer passed in watchful peace. More harvests, more festivals, more small disputes. Each dealt with in the open, each new friendship a quiet victory. Yara departed for the Iron Islands at last, leaving 3 ships and a promise. Call, and I'll return. I owe you more than I can say. Sansa clasped her arm. May your seas be calm, and your enemies slow. Bran, older now in spirit than any of them, spent more and more time beneath the heart tree. He grew thin, his eyes distant. But sometimes when Sansa came to sit beside him, he would squeeze her hand and say, "It's working. You're making a world that will outlast the old wars." She took comfort from that, and from Arya's continued presence. A steady, restless companion, often gone for days, always returning with stories and laughter, sometimes with secrets, always with loyalty. On the last day of summer, Jon Snow returned, cloaked in Night's Watch black. He arrived quietly, without herald or banner. But the yard erupted in joy when he passed beneath the gate. Sansa met him in the Godswood, Arya at her side, Bran nearby. Jon knelt before her, then stood, pulling her into a fierce embrace. "You've done all I hoped for and more." Sansa smiled, her eyes damp with relief. "We did it together. Stay, Jon. Stay and help me keep it." He nodded, a rare smile lighting his face. "For as long as I can." That night, a feast was held, the last of summer's bounty set before them. Songs were sung, tales told. For a single golden night, Winterfell was whole. A family, a people, a hope. As the fires burned low and the stars shone overhead, Sansa looked around the hall and knew that the world would turn again, that dangers would rise. But for now there was peace, and she was its keeper. She stood, raising her cup to the assembled hall. To the north, may we always remember, may we always endure, may we always stand together. The cheer that answered her was fierce and joyful and full of promise. And in that sound, Sansa Stark heard not the end of a story, but the beginning of the North's long, bright future. India, Pow. Autumn came slowly, golden and lingering, sunlight laying warm and heavy across the fields and forests of the north. The green rush of summer gentled into amber grain, red leaves, and fattened flocks. For the first time in memory, every storehouse in Winterfell bulged, and the threat of hunger seemed distant as a bad dream. Even the chill that crept in at night was gentle, more a whisper than a warning. In the villages, harvest festivals lit up the darkness with song and lantern light, and the banners of House Stark and their allies fluttered proudly above every door. Yet Sansa moved through the abundance with her old caution. She walked the walls as the air cooled, and the first mists curled over the river, watching the fields, listening to the hoofbeats of distant patrols. Her heart was grateful, but her mind never still. She remembered the lessons Baelish and Cersei and even Ramsay had forced her to learn. Peace is not a gift, but a struggle, and every celebration could be the prelude to a test. Jon remained in Winterfell through the first golden weeks, lending his quiet authority to Sansa's rule. He rarely spoke at council, instead moving among the men and women of the castle, eating with the guards, listening to small folk in the kitchens, giving weight to every voice. When he did speak, it was with that hard-earned patience that had made men follow him beyond the wall. Sansa watched him with pride and something softer, an ache for all the childhood they had never known together. Yet she saw, too, how restless he was. His gaze often strayed northward, his words circling back to the wall, to the wild country and the ancient dangers still haunting its shadows. One crisp morning, Jon and Sansa walked the Godswood, the red leaves drifting about their feet, the heart tree pale as bone. Arya trailed behind, her step light as ever, her eyes missing nothing. "We have done what we set out to do," Jon said, his breath a white cloud. "The North is safe, united. But there are still men, still shadows, waiting for us to falter." Sansa looked up at the heart tree, the carved face streaked with sap and memory. "There always will be, but let them come. We have survived worse." Jon smiled, a rare warmth lighting his face. "That's true. Still, I think I'll go north again before the snows. There's work yet to do at the wall, and things feel unsettled. I want to see it with my own eyes." "Ben," Arya broke her silence. "I'll ride with you if you want." Jon reached out, ruffling her hair. "I'll be glad of your company, little sister. But you should stay here with Sansa. She'll need you more than I will, come winter." Arya made a face, but Sansa only smiled. "We'll be waiting for your return. Both of us." They lingered in the Godswood until the light faded, and the cold pressed close, then returned to the hall, where Gendry was teaching the Mormont boys to play dice, and Bran dozed in his chair by the fire, lost in dreams too deep for any other to share. In the weeks that followed, Jon's presence steadied Winterfell. At Sansa's urging, he oversaw the strengthening of the outer wall, the drilling of new guards, the careful apportioning of food to villages most at risk. With Arya and Tormund's help, he mapped the best routes between keeps, ensuring that news and supplies could travel swiftly even in the worst of storms. Gilly kept records of every birth and marriage, of each orphan taken in and each wildling settled, while Sansa herself walked the market, listening, learning, letting her people see that the Lady of Winterfell was neither distant nor unapproachable. The harvest moon rose full and bright, and Sansa called a feast in the great hall, inviting every bannerman, every village elder, every house sworn or free. Jon sat at her right, Arya at her left, Gendry and Davos, Lyanna and Alice, the wildling chieftains and Gilly, even the reeds from the Neck and Yara Greyjoy, arrived unexpectedly with news of new ships being built at Pite. Bran, grown thinner but sharper in his silences, watched them all with a soft, unreadable smile. That night, as the firelight flickered on banners and faces, as the hall rang with music and laughter, Sansa stood and lifted her cup. "To the north," she said, her voice carrying over the tables. "To every house and every hearth, every field and forest, every one of us who endured the storm. We remember the pain, but tonight we celebrate the peace. May it last. May we fight for it, together." A roar of approval rose, loud and long, and for a moment, Sansa let herself believe the world could remain so bright. But before the feast's end, as the youngest children drifted asleep, and the last mugs of ale were poured, Sansa was summoned quietly by a guardsman. At the gate waited a woman, swathed in rough wool and travel-stained, her hair streaked with gray. Her cloak fastened with a pin Sansa remembered from childhood, the sunburst of House Dane. "My lady," said the woman, her voice low. "My name is Sarala. I bring word from Dorne. Dorne.Iwe." The name tasted like distant sunlight and danger. Sansa led Sarala to a private chamber, Arya slipping in behind her. "My prince sends warnings," Sarala said, settling wearily. The south stirs again. The queen in King's Landing grows paranoid. She spies on her own and all her enemies. Ships mass at the mouth of the Greenblood, not to invade but to block. Trade falters, and whispers say that Cersei fears a union of North and South. Some lords, especially in the Reach, have begun to look north for alliance, not war. "Mendal." Sansa listened, mind racing. "Is Dorne ready for open defiance?" Sarala shook her head. "Not yet, but the sands shift. My prince says this: the world is changing, and the time may come when you must choose new friends." Arya regarded Sarala with cool interest. "If Cersei grows weak, will Dorne act? Perhaps, or perhaps we wait until she turns on us all. Tell your brother and your lords, watch the rivers, the roads, and do not trust the Tyrells. What's left of them? Their roots run deep, and they have not forgotten the North's new strength." Sansa thanked her, sending her to rest and provision, then summoned Jon and the council. They met by candlelight, maps and letters spread before them. Yara confirmed that Greyjoy ships had seen strange movement in the stepstones, and Davos added, "King's Landing is hungry. No grain from the Reach, the Stormlands restless, the city tense. If the queen grows desperate, she may lash out." Jon considered the news with his old gravity. "We defend the North. We have no cause to strike, but will not be caught off guard." Sansa nodded. "We must be ready for every possibility. Southern alliance, southern threat. Let the world look to the north and see a wall they cannot breach." The days that followed were busy with preparation. Quiet, methodical, meant not to disturb the ordinary life of Winterfell, but to strengthen it. Extra stores were set aside, patrols increased, new agreements reached with White Harbor and the Iron Islands. Gilly and her wildling kin arranged new watches along the Gift, and Arya left for the south, promising to return with word if the winds turned against them. Autumn deepened, and with it came a golden peace. Sansa took pleasure in the simple work of her people, the slow thresh of grain, the sorting of apples, the patching of roofs before snow. She oversaw the construction of new houses for the wildlings and the poorest villagers, saw to it that every child had a winter cloak and that no old man or widow went hungry. In the evenings, she sat with Bran beneath the heart tree, sometimes speaking, sometimes only listening, as he murmured names and visions she did not understand. One afternoon, as the air thickened with the scent of burning leaves, a raven arrived from the Eyrie. Sansa read the letter with care, then summoned Jon. "Lord Royce sends warning," she told him. "He says the Vale is restless. Some lords speak of old debts, old grudges, and they seek to test our strength. There is talk of marriage alliances, of a match between the Vale and the Riverlands, or even the North." Jon grinned, rare and honest. "Shall I marry some Arryn cousin then?" Sansa smiled back. "No need, but we must watch for division. If the Vale grows ambitious, they may try to draw away our bannermen, offer trade and marriage to our houses." Jon considered this. "We'll keep our promises, Sansa. Let no house say the Starks broke faith." Later that week, Sansa hosted a council of northern lords and ladies, wildlings and smallfolk included. She told them the truth. The world turns, and new storms gather. But the North is not alone. We have friends, some open, some secret. If the Vale or the South seek to divide us, let them fail. Our strength is in our unity. Mendau. Lyanna Mormont, now taller and sharper, stood first. "The North remembers," she declared. "Let them come." Others followed, pledging support. By the end, Sansa felt the old fear ease, replaced by something steadier, faith in her people, and in herself. As the first frost silvered the grass, Arya returned, thin and windburned, eyes bright. She brought news from the Riverlands. Frey loyalists had tried to rise, but the Blackfish crushed them with the help of Tully men and a few Stark riders. The south remained tense, but for now, no army marched. Arya brought something else as well. A letter, unsigned, warning that Queen Cersei had sent spies into the north, seeking not Jon or Sansa, but Bran. That night, Sansa sat by the fire, Bran dozing beside her. She watched the flames and listened to the quiet of Winterfell. She knew that threats would always return. Some from the south, some from within, some from the past itself. But she also knew that they would face them together. Autumn's end brought a final festival, a great bonfire in the Godswood, songs and stories told beneath the stars. Sansa danced with Arya, with Jon, even with Gendry and little Lyanna Mormont. Her heart full for a moment with nothing but joy. She looked around at the faces of her people, her family. Bran quiet in his wisdom, Jon steady and strong, Arya wild and brave, Gilly laughing among her children, Davos smiling over his cup, and she knew the truth she had fought so long to find. The North was not unbreakable, nor was its peace permanent. But as long as its people stood together, as long as they remembered, they would endure. Sansa Stark, Lady of Winterfell, queen in all but name, stood tall in the firelight and lifted her face to the stars, ready for whatever would come next. Okay. The first true frost arrived overnight, crusting the fields and rooftops of Winterfell in white and sheathing the rivers in new ice, so thin it shattered at the lightest touch. The North responded as it always had, by drawing in, tightening its circles, preparing for cold. In the keep, fires burned higher, kitchens worked from before dawn until after dark, and every hall filled with the scent of smoke, bread, wet wool, and strong drink. Sansa felt the familiar hush that settled on the land in these weeks before winter, peaceful but edged, as if the whole country braced itself for the next ordeal. She spent her mornings in the solar, flanked by Alys Karstark and Davos, reviewing lists of food and fuel, overseeing the work that would see them safe through the coming months. Every item was checked and rechecked, every store counted, every barn inventoried, every abandoned croft seen to, in case it might house a desperate traveler come deep winter. Sansa's signature ran like a river through the ledgers, an unbroken promise to her people, inked again each season. Arya vanished for days at a time, ranging out with wildling hunters, learning the shifting trails of elk and wolf, following the flight of birds above the white woods. When she returned, it was with news. Rare poachers, the first signs of wolves gathering, fresh fox burrows, paths of raiders who had slipped back to the hills rather than risk the justice of Winterfell. Arya's eyes sparkled with life even as the world around her faded to gray. And sometimes at night Sansa would catch her laughing with Gendry and Tormund by the fire, her cheeks bright with wind and cold. Jon remained at Winterfell longer than Sansa had hoped. He rode the walls each day, shared counsel, listened to every complaint from lord and commoner alike. His presence calmed those who remembered the years of war, the wild talk of dragons and dead men. And Sansa relied on his steady, thoughtful voice more than she would ever admit aloud. Their bond had grown stronger for his absence and for his return. They spoke often, sometimes only with a glance, and the people of Winterfell grew used to seeing them together at every gathering, two faces of one strength. Bran spent more time than ever beneath the heart tree, sometimes so still he seemed part of the ancient wood itself. When he spoke, it was seldom of the future or of secrets, but of small things. A coming thaw, a child who would soon fall ill but survive, a lost dog soon to be found. The North needed not prophecy, but reassurance. And yet, Sansa saw the lines growing deeper at the corners of his eyes, the pale cast of one who lived partly in another world. It was in this slow drift of days that the first troubling word arrived. A merchant from White Harbor brought news of ships sighted off the coast. Dark sails skirting the edge of the horizon, vanishing as quickly as they appeared. Yara Greyjoy's name was whispered, her pledge still honored, her ships a shield. But the merchant described sails not of the Iron Islands, but foreign, pale blue, rimmed in gold, carrying no sigil Sansa knew. Davos frowned over the news. Could be Lys, or Volantis, or worse, pirates from the Stepstones. But why risk the north? There's little to gain here but cold and trouble. Sansa's mind leapt to old fears. A test, perhaps. Someone searching for weakness. Keep watch. Warn the Manderleys. Double the patrols at every port. She sent a letter to Yara, asking for confirmation of her fleet's movements, and another to White Harbor requesting more eyes along the shore. She doubled the city's guards and asked Gilly to track every new arrival, every stranger with an unknown tongue or coin. Jon volunteered to ride to the coast with Davos and several trusted men. I'll see for myself, he said. If trouble's brewing, I want to meet it head on. Sansa let him go with a tight heart and a nod. Return before the snows deepen. We can't afford to lose you to the sea. He smiled. You won't. Arya, not to be left behind, slipped away with them, vanishing without a farewell, but leaving a wolf's tooth on Sansa's pillow. A sign she'd gone of her own will, not out of spite or anger. The weeks without them were lonely and taut. Sansa leaned on her counsel, on Gendry, on Gilly and Elise. She visited the kitchens and forges daily, speaking to the smiths, the bakers, the weavers, reminding them all that their labor mattered, that the Lady of Winterfell walked among them. Children brought her garlands of late wildflowers, and old women pressed good luck tokens into her palm. Tiny carvings, bits of colored string, dried berries. Sansa kept each one, treasuring them for the faith they held. One evening, as the sky bruised into purple, Bran summoned her to the Godswood. She found him under the heart tree, breath clouding in the cold, eyes half shut. There are more ships now, Bran murmured, as if he'd seen them from above the clouds. Some wait. Some sail on. I see letters, sealed with gold, bound for King's Landing. They're not here for us, but if the South calls, they might come. Beware the honeyed tongue that asks for friendship. Trust the hard voice that asks for truth. Sansa understood. The world was moving, and the North was no longer hidden in snow. She returned to her solar and wrote new letters. To the Eyrie, the Tullys. Even to Dorne, quietly renewing old promises and warning of new dangers. A week later, Jon and Arya returned, faces wind-burnt, eyes alert. They brought word of seeing the ships for themselves. Slender, swift, many-oared, always retreating before pursuit. No sign of landing, but they'd found hidden caches of dried meat and firewood along the shore. Signs of planning, not mere piracy. There was a Lyseni captain in White Harbor, Arya added. He spoke of new trade with the South, gold enough to buy silence. But he knew too much about our defenses. I think he was more than he seemed. Jon agreed. They're waiting for something, an invitation, a signal. Cersei, perhaps, or power rising in the east. Sansa listened, then ordered the coastal villages fortified. Every stranger watched, every lord warned to be wary of southern gold. If they come in peace, they'll find hospitality. If not, they'll find the North united. Her council supported her, and Alys Karstark sent riders through the Dreadfort lands. Gendry organized the smiths to make new spears and arrows, and even the wildlings grew restless, their leaders pledging to watch the woods and hills. Yet it was not ships or gold that next troubled Winterfell, but snow, early, thick, relentless, driving the world back into white. The rivers froze solid, the forest paths vanished under drifts. Sansa ordered every store opened, every hungry mouth fed. No one would starve this winter, not if she could help it. The snow brought quiet, but not stillness. Gilly's women kept the sick warm. Arya and Tormund led patrols for lost travelers, and Bran spent long hours with the old stories. telling them to children by firelight. Tales of the first men, the children of the forest, of old kings and hidden treasures. Sansa joined him sometimes, her presence a comfort to the frightened and the lonely. Jon's unease grew, though he tried to hide it. He trained the guards, taught wildlings to use shield and pike, worked alongside Gendry in the forges. Yet Sansa saw the shadow in his eyes, the restlessness of a man who sensed storms to come. Letters continued to arrive, slower now, often late or smudged by sleet. Royce wrote from the Eyrie. "The Vale is quiet, but the lords grumble at the price of peace. Some speak of the old ways. From White Harbor, trade is strong, but ships from the south ask too many questions. From the Tullys, we are watched. Every harvest wagon is counted, every horse questioned." Then, in the depths of snow and silence, a single rider arrived at Winterfell, half frozen, bearing the seal of King's Landing. Sansa broke the wax in her solar, reading by candlelight. To Sansa Stark, Lady of Winterfell, Queen Cersei of House Lannister requests a parley to discuss matters of mutual interest and assure the peace of the realm. She invites a delegation from the north to King's Landing at the turn of the year, under her protection. By her hand, Qyburn. Davos read the letter, his lips pressed tight. "It's a trap or a test." Jon nodded. "She never invites without a purpose." Sansa sat quietly, weighing the lines, the spaces between the words. "We cannot refuse, not openly. To do so would mark us as enemies, give her cause to act. But we must not go unguarded, nor allow her to divide us." The council debated for hours. In the end, Sansa decided, she would not go herself, nor Jon, nor Arya. Instead, Davos and Alys Karstark would lead the delegation. Trusted, respected, but not the heart of the North. "They will go with gifts," Sansa said. "And with clear eyes, their task is to listen, not to promise. And to remind the South that the North stands together." Jon and Arya were uneasy, but agreed. Preparations began. The delegation would leave after the first thaw, taking a route watched by loyal bannermen, stopping at every northern holdfast, a show of unity and strength. As the days passed, Sansa spent long hours with Gilly, ensuring that every household in Winterfell and the outlying villages was supplied, every child clothed and fed, every old wound seen to. She hosted gatherings in the Great Hall. Songs, stories, simple food and warmth, knitting her people together as the storm raged outside. One night, Arya found her alone on the battlements, snow falling thick. "Do you ever regret any of it?" Arya asked, voice soft. "The power, the danger, the endless worry?" Sansa stared out into the white. "Sometimes, I wish we could have been just girls. But if not us, who would keep the North safe?" "Bow." Arya took her hand, squeezing it hard. "We do it together. Always." Below them, Winterfell slept, the fires burning bright against the darkness. Sansa let herself hope. Just for a heartbeat. That peace would hold. That spring would come again. But she did not close her eyes to the dark. She would wait, and she would watch, and she would remember. She was her mother's daughter, her father's, her own. Lady of Winterfell, heart of the North. And when the snow fell hardest, she stood as she always had, unbowed, unbroken, watching for dawn. Okay. The last weeks before the thaw stretched on, each day a struggle between the stubborn grip of winter and the faint, returning promise of warmth. The sun climbed higher, pale but persistent, melting ice from the battlements and turning the yards of Winterfell to deep, shoe-sucking mud. Smoke rose in dense blue plumes from every chimney, and the castle's heart beat strong and steady. Fires crackling, kitchens bustling, voices echoing in the vaulted halls. Sansa walked the corridors with purpose, but exhaustion clung to her shoulders. She had never allowed herself the comfort of surrender, not even in the darkest moments. But now the demands of rule pressed against her from every direction. Children clamored for shoes, mothers brought complaints of illness, blacksmiths and thatchers, wrangled over grain and wages. Her council eased the burdens where they could, but always the final judgment, the final authority, was hers. She grew skilled at delegation. Gilly took charge of the orphans and the wildling children, teaching them letters and numbers, the shapes of leaves, the names of stars. Gendry and his smiths oversaw the forges and repair of the gates. Ace Karstark and her women coordinated the washing, spinning, weaving, and saw to it that the soldiers' tunics were mended, the old men's gloves patched, the stores of lamp oil replenished. Arya managed the scouts and the young riders, teaching them to move silent as snowfall, sharp-eyed as hawks. Davos, back from the coast, helped organize the stores, shrewd and practical, smoothing the tempers of men who would have bristled at Sansa's command alone. The delegation for King's Landing was readied with care. Davos and Alice would lead, riding with a company of guards picked for their loyalty and sense. They carried gifts, a cask of White Harbor wine, masterwork daggers from Gendry's forge, furs, and rare cheeses, and a book of stories from the Old North, hand-copied by Gilly's charges. Sansa herself composed the letter that accompanied them. Every line weighed for pride and caution, strength and courtesy. When the morning came for their departure, Sansa saw them off in the yard. Davos squeezed her hand. "We'll send word at every stop, my lady. And if we smell treachery, we'll ride for home. Bring back what you learned," she told them quietly. "But promise me you'll return." Davos nodded, his eyes crinkling with resolve. Ace clasped Sansa's forearm in the old way, a silent pledge between North women. Then the gates opened and the party rode out, banners snapping, faces set. With the delegation gone, Winterfell felt larger and emptier. Sansa threw herself into her duties, reviewing every list, every patrol report, every message from their outlying bannermen. Arya was a constant, flickering presence, sometimes training in the yard with Gendry, sometimes vanishing for hours into the wilds, sometimes appearing beside Sansa in silence, her company a comfort that needed no words. Bran, too, seemed changed by the deep winter. He spent his days by the fire, sometimes slipping into long silences, sometimes telling stories to the children gathered at his feet. When Sansa joined him, he would smile, but she sensed him turning further inward, as if the North's fate was passing beyond the reach of any one person's hand. Letters trickled in from the road. The delegation's progress was slow. The snows had not fully melted south of Moat Cailin, and more than once, they took shelter with bannermen in small keeps and watchtowers. Each report was careful, measured. No sign of Lannister ambush, but an abundance of watchful eyes. Lords in the Riverlands offered guarded welcomes, while rumors from King's Landing swirled with tales of new taxes, old enemies, and the Queen's growing isolation. In the evenings, Sansa met with her council. They read Davos reports together, discussed every new development. Tormund brought wildling news. A band of poachers had been caught near the eastern woods, men wearing southern boots and bearing false names. They were driven out, their gear taken as warning. The wildlings pledged to keep the woods clean. The first real trouble came from the coast. A Lysini ship put in at White Harbor, bearing silken spices and a letter for Sansa herself. The merchant's words were flowery, the offer tempting. The promise of trade, gold, and friendship with the new order rising in the south. Wary, Sansa invited Lord Manderley to Winterfell, seeking his counsel. He arrived, rolling and ruddy, a bear of a man with a mind like a blade. "It's bait," Manderley said, shaking the snow from his greatcoat as he sat by her fire. "They want to draw your eyes away from the real threat. Gold is easy, but peace is dear. I say, take their gifts but trust nothing. And if Lys wants a place at our table, let them prove their loyalty first, by warning us if Lannister ships come north." Sansa nodded. "I trust your judgment, my lord. Let the south and east quarrel over gold and spice. The north will keep its own counsel." He smiled, satisfied, and toasted her with Winterfell's own dark ale. That night, Sansa walked the battlements alone, the air sharp with stars. She felt the world growing larger around her. New alliances, new dangers, new chances for betrayal and hope. She thought of her father, her mother, of the lessons she'd learned from them, and from her own pain. It seemed to her, standing there in the wind, that she could see every path ahead. A dozen roads for the north, some lined with blood, some with harvest, each one shaped by the choices she made now. The next days brought a change in the air. The wind shifted, the snow softened, the sky brightened. The first geese flew north in long, wavering lines. The scouts reported snowmelt along the King's Road, the streams running high and fast. Sansa ordered the fields plowed and seed grain readied. Gendry set the smiths to repair plowshares, and Gilly organized the women for spring planting. A week later, a raven came from Davos at the outskirts of King's Landing. Their party had arrived safely, their presence noted but not challenged. The city, Davos wrote, was tense, its people hungry and sullen, the gold cloaks weary and fewer than before. Cersei had received them with frost and formality. The queen, he wrote, looked more like a shadow than a lion. Their first council was brief. Cersei demanded tribute, an oath of loyalty, and warned that the South would not tolerate rebellion in the North. Davos and allies replied with gifts and courtesy, offering peace but no submission. The queen accepted the presents but pressed again for hostages, a Stark or a Lord's heir, as a sign of trust. Sansa read the letter with a cold, mounting fury. She called her council at once. Cersei wants hostages. She wants to remind us who rules, to force us to send our children to her court like wards, or like threats. And now, Davos' next letter arrived 2 days later. Cersei had grown more insistent, threatening to cut off southern trade, to close the Gold Road, to turn the Riverlands against the north. Davos and allies held firm, promising only friendship, no more. Arya listened to the report in silence, then said, "Send me south, Sansa. I can learn what she plans, find out what whispers in her halls. She'll never see me coming." Sansa shook her head. "You're needed here. If Cersei grows desperate, she might strike elsewhere. At Bran, at the coast, at the Vale. The North must not be blinded by her games." Arya looked away, lips pressed thin, but she nodded. Spring broke at last, the snow receding to reveal last year's grass, and the black, sodden earth beneath. The air was sweet with thaw, every day brighter and longer than the last. Sansa walked the fields herself as planting began, her boots caked in mud, her cloak smelling of smoke and green things. She met with every foreman, thanked every worker. Hope and fear braided through the land like new shoots and old roots. Jon returned, bringing news from the coast. The foreign ships were gone, at least for now. White Harbor's patrols were sharp and loyal, and Yara's fleet kept the sea lanes open. Jon's presence steadied the castle, and the people of Winterfell greeted him with cheers and warm bread at every turn. The delegation returned in the first week of true spring. Davos, tired but unharmed, brought more news. Cersei's court was fractured, her enemies circling. The queen had called for northern justice, for Sansa to surrender those loyal to her who had once served the Lannisters. The request was refused. "She's desperate," Davos told Sansa, standing in the council chamber. "She wants a war, or a victory she can claim. Her people are restless. Her hold is slipping," Elise Karstark added, "but she still has claws. The Riverlands watch us. The Vale wonders if we can be divided." Sansa listened, thinking of the years she had lost, of the lives saved and lost through her choices. She thought of the North, not as a fortress or a kingdom, but as a family, 1,000 kin bound by hardship and hope. "We stand together," she said. "No hostages, no oaths but our own. If Cersei wants to bleed the realm, let her bleed alone. The North will be ready." Arya smiled at her, wild and fierce, and Jon put his hand on her shoulder. "We're with you, Sansa. To the end." The days warmed, the crops sprouted, the birds returned. Winterfell filled with laughter again, children racing in the yards, wildlings and Northmen sharing tales at the fires, Bran sitting in the God's Wood with the youngest, teaching them the words of the old prayers. Sansa walked the ramparts each night, watching the stars brighten, the fields green and growing. She let herself believe, for a little while. that peace might last. But even as she hoped, she remembered her promise. To watch, to prepare, to protect. For in the north, peace was never a certainty. It was a harvest sown with care, defended with tooth and claw. Sansa would fight for it, again and again, so long as the snows returned, so long as the wolves howled, so long as the north remembered. And as spring burst into wild bloom, as banners snapped and laughter echoed through the halls, Sansa Stark stood watchful at the heart of her people, ready for the seasons yet to come. The full tide of spring swept across the north with the slow, insistent force of fate, pushing the last snows from the hills, filling every river and hollow with icy water, coaxing wildflowers and pale new grass from the black earth. At Winterfell, the fields turned emerald, and the old trees in the Godswood sent out a fresh flush of leaves, the first since the long, hungry winter before the war. The castle shook off its hibernation. Windows were thrown wide. Bright banners flew from every tower. The sounds of hammers and laughter filled the air from dawn to dusk. Sansa moved through it all as both heart and architect of this new north. Each morning began with counsel. Jon beside her, Arya always near, Gendry, Alice, Gilly, Tormund, Lord Manderley. The wildling leaders, the older maids and wise women of the household, all welcomed as equals. They spoke of everything: seed and soil, lost sheep, disputes in the new wildling settlements, a fever in one outlying village. Sansa heard every voice, weighed every worry, until decisions were made and work dispatched. Afterward, she walked the castle's halls and yards, meeting with blacksmiths, farmwives, stable hands and septons. She asked after their children, their parents, the state of the hens, and the luck of the lambing season. Some days she lost herself among them, her hair braided simply, her clothes plain and clean, slipping between the busy people as one of their own. More than once she returned to her solar to find it full of gifts: a jar of wild honey, a pair of carved wooden spoons, a posy of violets. Sansa kept every offering, her gratitude as steadfast as the walls she ruled. Spring was a season of reunions. The White Harbor traders arrived with ships heavy with cheese and fish, bringing tales of new markets in the east and wary peace along the coast. The Reeds sent baskets of green things and a message from Howland Reed, thanking Sansa for her faith in the old ways, and sending wishes for a safe and fruitful season. Even the Blackfish's men came riding north, bearing word that the Riverlands would keep their side of the bargain. No Lannister banners would cross the Trident without warning, and every Frey found plotting would be put to the sword. Yet, for all this bounty, Sansa remained cautious. Her mind, trained by the lessons of pain, never lost sight of old dangers. She watched for the first signs of drought, sent scouts to the woods at the first hint of fire, ordered drills for the soldiers, and distributed new bows and spears among the wildlings and village men. In every moment of plenty, she saw the shadow of want. The first real test of her new order came not from the south or the seas, but from within. A dispute in the foothills near Last Hearth, old Umber lands, threatened to turn violent. The wildlings who'd settled there, led by a man called Skag, claimed the right to fish a certain stream, while the Umbers demanded tribute, saying the land had been theirs for 1,000 years. Men gathered with weapons, tempers high, and there was talk of old feuds and new justice. Sansa rode out herself, Jon and Arya and Gendry at her side, with a company of mixed Stark, Wildling, and Mormont guards. They arrived to find two camps glaring at each other across a roaring brook, voices hot and hands twitching at sword hilts. Sansa called both leaders. Skag and the Umber heir, young Ronald, to meet her on the bank. She listened to their grievances, patient and silent, while Jon kept the peace and Arya circled the gathered men, making her presence felt. Gendry spoke to both sides about the need for shared labor, the reality of new neighbors, the opportunity in trade. Sansa at last delivered her judgment. The stream and its banks would belong to both, Wildling and Umber alike. each to fish and hunt in turn, but any violence would bring stark justice, a loss for all. She invoked the old guest right by inviting both leaders to break bread at her fire that evening, and by nightfall, the quarrel had faded to sullen grumbling, and later, laughter around the shared meal. Jon praised her afterward, as they returned to Winterfell in the starlight. "You see more than any of us, Sansa. They'd have torn each other apart if not for you." She shook her head. "I see what must be done, that's all. The North can't afford to bleed itself for pride. Not again." "Da." He nodded, thoughtful. "It's more than duty. You care, and they feel it. That's why they follow." She smiled, though her heart was heavy with the knowledge that leadership was less a crown than a chain. One she'd chosen, one she'd never truly set aside. Back at Winterfell, life surged forward. Spring feasts in the hall, wildling weddings under the open sky, children's races across the muddy yard, and the planting of gardens and orchards where burned ground had finally thawed. The castle swelled with life. There were more mouths to feed than ever, but also more hands, more laughter, and a greater sense of belonging. Messages arrived with news from every corner of Westeros. In the Reach, the Tyrell bannermen began to squabble openly, some sending cautious letters north in hopes of trade or alliance. The Vale remained silent, but for Lord Royce, steady words of respect and readiness. From King's Landing, Cersei's ravens came less frequently, their tone ever more brittle, their demands for fealty and hostages unanswered. Alis Karstark, back from King's Landing, reported Cersei's growing paranoia. She trusts no one. Her court is half empty, the city full of spies. She means to keep the North isolated, but she fears what unity we might bring. Sansa listened, heart steady. Let her fear us. We'll give her nothing but the truth. The North is strong, and we remember. Yara Greyjoy sent word from the sea. Her captains had scattered a Lyseni slaver fleet near the Arbor, capturing 2 ships. She sent their cargo north, barrels of wine, bolts of silk, and freed slaves. Sansa welcomed the refugees, finding homes and work for them among the wildling villages and the towns around White Harbor. Some, skilled in crafts unknown in the North, set up their own shops, and soon new colors and flavors spread through the markets. One afternoon, as Sansa walked to Godswood with Bran, she asked him what he saw ahead. "Spring for a while," he said, eyes distant, "and then change. There are new things coming. People with old names and new faces. Not all who come will be friends, but not all will be foes." She pressed his hand. "We will face them together." Bran nodded, smiling faintly. "You're ready for whatever comes, Sansa." As the weeks passed, Arya prepared to leave, drawn by the wild restlessness that never quite left her. She hugged Sansa fiercely on the ramparts at dawn, promising always to return, always to send word, always to fight for the North if ever the call came. Sansa let her go, trusting in the lessons Arya had learned, and the family she would never betray. The first visitors of summer arrived before the solstice. Envoys from Dorne, from the Riverlands, and even a cautious group from the Vale, led by Lord Royce himself. They came to see, to judge, to weigh their own futures against the North's hard-won stability. Sansa welcomed them all, opening her gates, hosting feasts, showing them the wildling villages, the fields, the forges, the bustling market and the crowded schools. She spoke frankly of the cost of peace, of the need for alliance but not dependence, and of the promise she held for all her people. Lord Royce, standing in the Godswood, told her, "If my own house had a lady half so wise, the Vale would have no need to look south for protection." Sansa smiled, gracious and calm. "The North is always willing to share what we have, if it is earned in good faith." As spring gave way to high summer, the North felt not just healed, but transformed. Children born in war grew into strong, hopeful youths. The old alliances, forged in blood, ripened into trust. The shadow of Baelish and the threat of Lannister banners faded to rumor. On the night of the solstice, with the moon high and the fireflies dancing, Sansa stood at the top of Winterfell's tallest tower, looking out over her land. Jon stood with her, Gendry below in the yard. Arya gone but not lost. Bran silent and sure in the Godswood. Gilly singing to her children by the kitchen hearth. Below them, Winterfell glowed. Torches on the walls, music in the hall, peace in every corner. Sansa felt the North breathing with her, all its lives and memories and hopes bound together at last, not in fear, but in belonging. She closed her eyes and let herself hope. Not for peace without end, but for the strength to meet whatever might follow. The North would remember. The North would endure. And as the first faint call of a night bird echoed from the woods, Sansa Stark, Lady of Winterfell, smiled into the darkness and dreamed of 100 springs yet to come. By midsummer, the North was awash with color and song, the long days stretching far into the blue-lit nights. The castle of Winterfell pulsed with a kind of exuberant life Sansa had never seen before. Not in the old days. Not even in those rare golden weeks when her father still held court. The fields waved with grain and clover. The kitchen gardens overflowed with beans and onions, fat red roots and green shoots twisting together. The wildling children swam in the mill pond, shrieking and splashing with the Stark and Manderly and Karstark children, every old feud dissolved in water and sunlight. Sansa spent her days in constant motion, moving from market to smithy, from council chamber to garden, from field to Godswood, and back again. At the midday meal, the benches in the great hall were packed shoulder to shoulder with lords and small folk alike, wildlings trading jokes with White Harbor sailors, old Nan telling stories to the youngest of the orphans, Lord Manderly breaking bread with the village bakers. Even the dogs, old and new, found places beneath the tables, growing fat and lazy on scraps tossed by laughing children. Every morning began with a council, the long table crowded now with new faces. Maester Eric, young but clever. Gilly, with her careful lists of children and lessons. Gendry tanned and soot-smeared, reporting on the progress of repairs and new forges. Lyanna Mormont, fiercer and taller with every passing month. Aelys Karstark, steady as a stone, and Lord Manderly, who had set up a corner in Sansa's solar for his endless. Tormund and the wildling elders brought news from the woods, and Gilly's eldest boy, little Sam, sat wide-eyed at the end of the table, learning the business of the North. There was always news. Floods in one village, a bear sighted on the sheep runs, a fever sweeping the river hamlets. There were disputes over water rights and sheep, over the best place for a new bridge, over the price of flax, and the right to fish a certain bend in the White Knife. Some problems Sansa solved herself, calling the aggrieved parties to her, listening to every word, mediating with a patience learned from hard experience. Others she delegated, to Lyanna or Aelys, to Davos, who had come north again with news of Cersei's withdrawal, or to Jon, who spent his days riding the boundaries, checking on watchtowers, overseeing the harvest in outlying farms. Jon was more at peace here than Sansa had ever seen him. He rode with wildlings and Karstarks alike, a quiet shadow moving from field to field. His advice always practical, never lordly. Sometimes at dusk, Sansa would find him on the battlements, arms folded, watching the land below with a kind of wistful wonder. "You did all this, Sansa," he told her one evening as the sun set behind the western hills. "You turned grief into hope." She shook her head. "We did this. All of us. I only gave the order." It was the North that answered. "They see." He smiled, softer than she'd ever seen him. "That's what makes you a Stark." In the long afternoons, Sansa met with the envoys who had come north. The Dornishmen brought salt and sweet oranges, delicate wines, promises of trade and quiet assurances that Dorne would never bow to the south again. The Reeds, shy and clever, brought maps of hidden watercourses, medicinal herbs, news of bands of poachers slipping up from the riverlands but easily driven off by watchful marshfolk. Lord Royce, representing the Vale, came with his own quiet agenda, speaking of defense and mutual aid, but always watching, weighing, searching for the smallest sign of weakness. Sansa answered each in her turn. Never boastful, never yielding, her answers measured and precise. To Dorne, she promised fair trade and safe passage. To the Reeds, a guarantee that wildling and Northmen alike would respect the old hunting grounds and riverways. To the Vale, she spoke of banners united, not for conquest but for mutual protection, and she saw Royce's guarded expression soften. The Riverlands were quiet, the Blackfish's men reporting that no Frey banners had flown since spring. King's Landing, according to the latest letter from Davos, was a kingdom in name only. Cersei clung to her throne, but her grip was weakening, and her armies had pulled back behind the Blackwater. The Golden Lions prowled their own den, snarling but too few to threaten the north. It was not only foreign guests who arrived in these bright days. Families displaced by war wandered in from the hills and burned towns, hopeful and ragged, asking for work and food. Sansa welcomed them all, setting them to fields, to kitchens, to the endless work of rebuilding. Some were wildlings, some broken men from the south, others runaways or orphans. Each was given a place, a roof, a bowl of stew, and a blanket, and a chance to start again. One evening, after a heavy summer rain, Sansa wandered the castle with Bran, his chair pushed easily along the fresh scrubbed flagstones by Little Sam. They watched as the gardens glittered with droplets, the air sweet and clean. "Do you see it, Bran?" she asked, her voice low as they paused beneath the new leaves of the heart tree. He looked up at her, the strange old wisdom of the three-eyed raven clear in his eyes. "I see many things, Sansa. I see what was lost, but I also see what is growing. You have made something here the old kings never could, a place for all, not just the strong." "Them?" She felt tears prick at her eyes and knelt, taking his hand. "It's not finished. It never will be. But I'm not afraid anymore. Not of losing it, not of what comes next." Bran's smile was thin but real. "That's what it means to be strong." Gendry found her there not long after, carrying the plans for a new mill he hoped to build before the autumn rains. They spoke quietly of tools and timber, of grain yields and the wildling boys who wanted to learn smithcraft. Sansa listened to every word, considering asking questions, offering suggestions. As dusk fell, she agreed to fund the mill, provided it be built on ground chosen by the wildlings and Northmen together. With every day, Sansa saw her vision made real. Not perfect, but living, changing, always challenged, always mended. She stood as judge for wildlings and Starks, for lords, and for the humblest of her people. She held her court in the open, at the top of the market stairs, so all might see that justice in the north was neither bought nor sold, but earned in sweat and fairness. It was late in the season when Arya's first raven came. She wrote from Old Town, her words full of wonder, of the harbor and the citadel, of the ships that came from far away, of a world beyond even her dreams. She promised to return before the first frost and sent small gifts, a rare shell for Sansa, a folding knife for Jon, a blue glass bead for Bran. Sansa wept when she read the letter, for love and pride, and for the certainty that the North had become more than a place. It was a family, scattered yet bound together. As the harvest approached, Jon returned from the coast, bringing tidings of Lyseni ships seen again on the horizon, but none that dared approach. Yara Greyjoy sent word that her captains had captured a handful of smugglers, none of them armed for war. She promised her fleet would watch until the seas froze. One last trial rose before the end of the season. A fever swept the river villages. Children sickening first, then women, then strong men. Gilly, Maester Erich, and Alice Karstark rode out together, taking medicines and healers, strict quarantine, and hard choices. Sansa visited the afflicted villages as soon as she dared, her presence a reassurance. She sat with the sick, listened to their fears, made sure no one went hungry or cold, and ordered grain sent from the full storehouses at Winterfell. It was hard, grim work. But slowly the fever passed, and the villages recovered. The people's gratitude fierce and unshakable. When the first leaves turned red, Sansa called the entire north to Winterfell for the harvest festival. Banners streamed from the walls. The wildlings brought game and song. The Manderleys, barrels of ale and mountains of sweet cakes. The Karstarks and Umbers, salted beef and winter apples. Gendry's new mill was dedicated with laughter and spilled ale, and Lord Manderley led a dance through the market, grinning like a boy. Bran presided over the festivities with quiet dignity, and Gilly's orphans scattered flowers at his feet. Sansa watched it all from the steps of the great hall, her heart full to bursting. The castle was brighter than she had ever dreamed, and the north was, finally, one. As night deepened, Jon found her at the feast, a cup of spiced wine in his hand. He touched her arm, gentle as the falling leaves. "This is your doing, Sansa. Don't ever forget it." She smiled at him, tears bright in her eyes. "Ours. The North is more than one hand, Jon. It's all of us." They stood together beneath the stars, surrounded by music, laughter, hope. The long night was ended. The North remembered. And in the silent darkness before dawn, Sansa Stark promised herself, no matter the cost, no matter the storms to come, she would keep it so. A.K. The last heat of summer lingered in the stones, but the golden haze that hovered above the fields each morning was tinged now with autumn's promise. A breath of coolness, a gentle warning. The forest edges grew thick with ripe berries, and the trees cast shadows longer and darker than Sansa remembered from any summer before. Yet the world seemed in no hurry. Days drifted by in an easy rhythm, full of work and laughter. Each hour lengthened by gratitude for peace that felt less fragile with every sunrise. Sansa watched the harvest unfold from Winterfell's ramparts. Sometimes alone, sometimes with Jon, or Gilly, or Bran. The fields moved like water in the breeze, gold and green, bent by sickles and singing. The markets were full of new faces, wildling girls in bright scarves bartering onions for lamp oil, Manderley fishwives haggling in their booming voices, Dornish traders with dried oranges and spiced wine. There was a dance to it, old suspicions and sharp tongues giving way to the shared business of survival. Bran, grown even more distant, still liked to sit in the godswood, but now he drew company. Gilly's children, wildling toddlers, or young maids who came with flowers to lay at the heart tree. Sansa sometimes found him there in the dusk, his face half-shadowed, speaking quietly of stars or roots or stories from the days before Winterfell's first stone was laid. Arya's letters arrived irregularly now, sometimes 3 in a month, sometimes none at all. Each was a window into distant worlds, Old Town's mazes, the bustle of Gulltown, the painted markets of the sisters, the secrets she heard, and the trouble she chased. Her words were fearless, restless, and sharp with longing for home. Sansa cherished each note, folding them into the pages of her own ledgers, a hidden record of the North's reach. As the first leaves fell, Sansa summoned the lords and elders to council in the Great Hall. The air was thick with the scents of apple and roasted grain, the banners crisp and new. Gendry brought word from the forges. Every tool for the coming cold was finished. The new plows and iron stoves already sent to the farthest villages. Aelys Karstark reported on the stores, full even after the summer's generosity. Gilly's lists of children and old men, of healers and herbalists, left no one uncounted. Maester Erich spoke of the river fevers, slowed now, almost vanished, thanks to careful quarantine and quick action. Jon, more a presence than a voice, nodded as each report came, his calm reassuring even the most anxious. "We're ready for the winter," he said, and no one doubted him. Yet all new peace was never absolute. On the second night of council, a breathless scout arrived, his cloak torn and muddy. He spoke of fires in the west, burning barns and haystacks along the shivering sea, small bands of men seen at dusk. Not pirates or wildlings, but riders in Lannister red and gold, their banners hidden, their actions silent and swift. Sansa felt the familiar chill. Fear, yes, but also the clarity of purpose that always came with threat. She rose before the council. We will not be baited into panic, she declared. Strength and vigilance. John, take riders to the coast. Gendry, keep the smiths working. Axes, spearheads, all we can spare. Gilly, have every healer and wise woman ready. We will shelter any who flee. Within a day, John and his party were gone. Arya's old bow at his saddle. Scouts ranged wide. Gendry doubled the night forges. The wildlings offered to patrol the lonely valleys and headlands. Manderley sent ships to sea, and Sansa herself wrote to Yara Greyjoy, whose fast ships could harry any raiders who lingered too long. The North was awake, alert, but not afraid. Even so, for several tense days, the castle moved with a taut new energy. Sansa rose before the sun and slept after midnight, her hours given over to the work of 100 lives. She met refugees at the gate, listened to their stories, sent food and firewood, and kept a calm face even as her heart pounded with every new alarm. At dusk on the 4th day, Jon returned, mud-caked and tired but unhurt. The raiders had been found, no more than a dozen men. Frey and Lannister cast-offs, driven north by hunger and desperation, burning as they fled. The last were cornered near the mouth of the last river. They're gone, Jon said. But there will be more. The South is breaking apart. Sansa nodded, the tension ebbing. Let them come as they will. We'll meet them at the border and send them south, empty-handed and shamed. The council gathered for one last night before the festival. Gilly told a story of the wildlings' first long winter in the north, of how they survived on bark and lichen and old tales, their children wrapped in rags beside their fire. Maester Erich reminded all that the North had always been a place for those who survived by wit and endurance, not by cruelty. Manderley toasted the lords of every house, past and present. Sansa lifted her cup with the rest and felt the warmth of belonging fill her chest. The festival dawned bright and cold, banners snapping in a fresh wind. Wagons arrived from every direction. Alt pork and apples from White Harbor. Smoked trout from the lakes, woven blankets from the wildling women. Jars of honey, baskets of wild berries, even a small cask of Dornish wine. The gift of an enterprising merchant with a smile as sharp as his blade. Indri and his new apprentices manned a forge in the square, making horseshoes and plowshares as a show for the children. The air rang with laughter and song. That night, as the bonfires rose, Sansa walked the circle of the Godswood, checking on the smallest children, sharing bread and honey with old women. She stopped beside Bran, who sat with Gilly's youngest daughter on his lap, her chubby hands tangled in his sleeve. Bran looked up, the firelight casting strange shadows on his face. "All things change, Sansa," he murmured. "But some things, some hearts, endure." She smiled, kneeling so their eyes met. "Are you happy, Bran?" He nodded. "I see so much. But this is peace. You've made it so." The music swelled. Sansa rejoined the crowd, dancing with Jon, with Alys, with Gilly and Gendry, and even Maester Erich. His face flushed with wine and joy. Arya's raven arrived in the dark, her letter full of promises. "I am well. I am watching. Tell the North I will come home soon." As dawn crept over the castle, Sansa climbed the highest tower and looked out across her land. She saw the fields ready for the coming cold, the banners still waving, the walls strong and clean. She saw her people sleeping safe behind the gates, their dreams untroubled by the shadows that once stalked these stones. She whispered a prayer to the old gods, then another to the new, and let herself rest at last. Whatever storms the world might bring, whatever darkness waited at the edge of her sight, she knew now that the North would meet it unafraid. Its heart was strong, its hope was sure. And so, in the lingering warmth of that golden autumn, Sansa Stark watched over Winterfell. Queen in all but name, guardian of all she loved, the memory and the promise of the North. Yeah. Frost kissed the windows of Winterfell, the first real warning that autumn's splendor would soon be swept away by biting winds. Each sunrise brought a little less warmth, and by mid-morning, the gardeners found their hands chapped, their boots rimed with dew that never quite melted. Still, the castle hummed with a purpose born of the harvest's success and the shared strength of a people that had not merely survived, but truly begun to thrive. Sansa woke before dawn every day, her routine unchanged despite the ease that now filled the great hall. She knew how quickly peace could unravel. The council met early and often, reports streaming in from all corners. The wildlings near the Frostfangs now sent baskets of mountain berries and furs in gratitude. The Karstarks managed new orchards on ground, once salted by war, and even the distant Umbers, slowest to accept change, sent a rider to pledge fealty and a cartload of ironwood for the coming winter. One morning, Gilly hurried to Sansa's solar with news. A new babe had been born to the wildling woman Shara, small but loud and healthy, the first child in her line to be born south of the wall. Sansa declared the day a holiday in the village, sending sweet cakes and a bolt of soft wool. Later, when she visited Shara, she cradled the tiny girl, marveling at her shock of red hair and the way her fist curled tight around Sansa's finger. "This is what we fought for," Sansa told Gilly afterward, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "Not for banners or power, but for children who do not have to be afraid." Ace Karstark, watching from the doorway, nodded her agreement. "The North changes, but its heart remains. These children will grow up with peace as their birthright, not war." Yet the outside world pressed closer with each passing week. The first shipments of trade goods arrived from Dorne: olive oil, silk, oranges, and with them, a party of Dornish merchants. They brought news of the south. Cersei's power waning, the Riverlands in uneasy truce, the Iron Islands quiet under Yara's vigilant watch. Sansa welcomed them, sharing the bounty of her kitchens and drawing them into the warmth of Winterfell's life. As harvest waned and the first wild geese swept overhead, Arya returned, cloaked in dust and wind, her smile fierce as ever. She arrived at dusk, slipping through the gates on a small, swift horse, greeted first by the hounds, and then by Bran, who waited beneath the heart tree. Sansa found them together as night gathered, Arya's head on Bran's knee, both silent and still. That night, Sansa called a private supper in her solar for her siblings. The meal was simple: steaming stew, honeyed bread, thick slices of cheese, and the fire snapped as the wind pressed against the shutters. Arya spoke little at first, but her eyes gleamed as she described her journeys. The salt spray of Old Town, the stone streets of Gulltown, the markets of the Sister Isles. She handed Bran a small pouch. Inside, a stone smooth as glass, the color of twilight. For Sansa, Arya had found a comb carved of white wood, shaped like a wolf running, its teeth strong and close. Jon arrived late, mud on his boots, but laughter in his eyes. "You're still faster than my best scouts," he told Arya, clasping her hand with brotherly pride. Bran smiled at them all, his gaze unfathomable. "We are all here," he said, as if stating a magic that could hold back the winter itself. Afterward, the four walked the ramparts, the castle below aglow with lanterns. They spoke of their parents, of Robb and Rickon, of the hard years and the ones they'd lost. No one spoke of Baelish or Ramsay or even Cersei's name. The past was acknowledged, then left behind them on the stones. Autumn deepened, and Sansa threw herself into her work. She oversaw the final harvest, the salting of meats and storing of grain, the filling of larders and the mending of walls. Gendry's new mill ran day and night, the river powering the great wheel that ground the North spread. Lord Manderley oversaw the arrival of fishing fleets, ensuring enough salted cod and herring to last until the thaw. Gilly's orphans grew healthy and strong, learning letters and trades, their laughter echoing from the kitchens. Arya spent her days in the wild hunting and scouting, always returning before the gates closed at night. She led the younger wildlings in games that tested stealth and courage, teaching them the tricks she'd learned in distant lands. Some evenings, she sat with Bran in the Godswood, sharing quiet stories while the stars turned overhead. Jon worked as Sansa's right hand, never seeking authority, but lending his strength where it was needed most. He rode with the Karstarks to inspect the border, joined Tormund on patrols, helped repair roofs with Gendry and his smiths, and still found time to listen to each complaint in the hall. Sansa saw in him the leader the North deserved, and she trusted him as she trusted herself. The first snow fell in late autumn, dusting the roofs and fields with white. The people greeted it with cheers and bonfires, children racing outside with woolen hats and mittens, eager for the year's first snowball fight. Sansa declared a day of games, races, wrestling, a feast in the yard with hot cider and roasted nuts. Even the hounds wore garlands, and Arya led the wildlings and the Stark boys in a sprawling, riotous battle that left everyone soaked, laughing, and breathless. But winter always brought shadows as well as light. One cold night, a raven arrived from the Vale, the message sealed in blue wax. Lord Royce wrote with concern. Rumors of Cersei's declining health, whispers that the Queen's council was fracturing. Some southern lords, denied grain or gold, spoke openly of rebellion. The Riverlands, for so long cowed, now flexed their strength. The South may soon be at war with itself, Royce warned. Be wary of desperate men. Sansa read the letter in council, her voice steady. If war comes, it will not be ours. We keep our walls strong, our hearts steady, and our swords sharp. Let no southern lord think the North can be baited or bought. Jon nodded, eyes narrowed. If the South turns on itself, we will have refugees. Be ready to open the gates to the desperate and close them to the dangerous. Gilly promised to prepare shelters. Gendry swore the forges would not go cold. Alys and Lyanna pledged every village would be ready, with food and fire and healing for those in need. The first trickle of strangers arrived even before the second snow. Men and women, hungry and tired, many with children, carrying little but stories of raids and empty fields, of lords turned bandit, of queens' men pressing boys into service. Sansa welcomed them all. She met each arrival in the yard, offered bread and broth, assigned rooms and work. Gilly and the wildlings managed the newcomers, teaching them the rhythms of the North. Most who came found peace in Winterfell's order. A few, angry and restless, tried to stir trouble, but Arya watched with a careful eye. When a knife fight broke out in the kitchens, she settled it in silence and without blood, her quiet authority impossible to challenge. One evening, Sansa met with Bran in the Godswood. He sat beneath the heart tree, the red leaves drifting down around him. You worry, he said softly, watching her with eyes that saw far. I always will, Sansa answered. It's my duty. He smiled, thin and knowing. The world turns, the North endures. You have given them a future, Sansa. That's enough. She let his words settle into her bones. The world might burn again in the South. The Lannisters might fall, and the Tyrells and Tullys rise and fall in turn. But here, within these walls, beneath these banners, among these people, the North had been reborn. When the year's first blizzard struck, it found Winterfell ready. The people were fed, warm, and together. Music and laughter echoed from the halls. Jon read old tales by firelight to the children. Arya slipped out at dusk and returned with rabbits and game for the pot. Gendry and Gilla's eldest led songs in the kitchens. And on the quietest nights, Sansa walked the ramparts alone, the snow swirling around her, and looked out over her land. The lights in the village, the smoke rising from distant farms, the shadows of the Godswood. Her heart was strong. Her hope, at last, was unshakable. Whatever storms the world might bring, Winterfell would meet them as it always had. Together, unbroken and proud, for as long as the North remembered, its promise would hold. And so, as winter deepened, and the land slept beneath its shroud of white, Sansa Stark watched over her people. A queen without a crown, a Stark to her soul, and the living heart of the North. The snow piled higher than any remembered winter. At first it dusted the towers and gardens with a gentle touch, the flakes swirling in golden light, enchanting the children and muffling the clatter of the castle. But as the weeks went on, it became relentless. Wind-driving drifts up against the walls, the roads vanishing beneath white silence, the world growing small and close, and fiercely alive within the shelter of Winterfell. From the ramparts, Sansa watched the land retreat. The forests dark and secret, the hills swallowed by white, the smoke from distant hearths winding bravely up into a gray, forever sky. Within the walls, Winterfell thrived on its routines. Every morning began with the clanging of Gendry's hammer and the shouts of stable boys. Every evening ended with lantern light and laughter, songs echoing through the old stones. The fires in the great hall never died. The kitchens ran day and night. Stews, fresh bread, dried fish, roasted game, the warmth and smells of plenty permeating every corridor. Sansa walked the halls with her ledger tucked beneath one arm, her steps sure even on flagstones slick with tracked-in snow. She moved from hearth to storeroom to council chamber, to the sick room and back again. Her cloak always a little damp, her hair plaited thick against the coal. She listened as much as she commanded, and her laughter, seldom careless, always warm, became as essential to Winterfell as the bread or the wood piled high by every door. Jon was everywhere. He drilled the youngest guards with pike and shield, ate with wildlings and townsfolk alike, rode the walls with Davos at dawn to check for broken gates or new drifts, led the hunting parties that kept the cellars full. He was the lord they needed, steady, watchful, never distant, and the people of Winterfell came to rely on his presence, as certain as the rising of the winter's sun. Arya, restless as ever, ranged through the woods on ski and snowshoe, her tracks the only mark on the white hills for miles. She brought back news of foxes and wolves, lost sheep and wandering travelers, and once, in the blue dusk, she guided home a boy from White Harbor who had tried to reach the wall on a dare and nearly perished in the cold. The children of Winterfell adored her. She taught them games and tricks, vanished into the snow, and reappeared with handfuls of berries or rare flowers blooming beneath the drifts, led wild chases across the rooftops at dusk. Gendry and his apprentices never let the forge go cold. Each day they produced new tools, mended broken sleds, sharpened the axes and knives, and crafted delicate little trinkets, buttons, toys, charms, for the orphans and the wildling children. The clang of iron and the hissing of water on hot steel became a heartbeat beneath the castle's skin. Ace Karstark organized the storehouses with relentless precision, her charts growing more complex with every week of snow. She worked closely with Gilly, whose network of women tracked every meal, every illness, every quarrel in the village. Maester Erich watched over the sick, treating frostbite, mending breaks, and dosing the children with willow bark and honey for coughs. Gilly's orphans grew into helpers themselves, fetching water, caring for the old and frail, their laughter a light that never dimmed even when storms battered the walls. Bran was most changed of all. He rarely left the Godswood, even when the snow drifted high as his chair's wheels, and the path had to be dug out by the wildling boys each morning. Yet when Sansa visited him, and she did, nearly every evening, she found him content, his eyes distant but not troubled, his voice full of tales, both ancient and new. Sometimes the children joined them, clustering around the heart tree to hear Bran's stories, of dire wolves in the first forests, of the last giant, of a single red leaf that clung through 100 winters. Sansa would listen, her mind half on the words, half on the young faces turned up in awe and wonder. And she would remember what her father had said once, long ago, that stories are the true food of the North, what keep the cold at bay. Trouble, when it came, was quiet at first. A handful of strangers, hungry and desperate, tried to force the gates at dusk. Sentries spotted them before harm could be done, and Arya and Jon met them at the wall. Sansa listened as the newcomers, 3 women, 2 men, and a silent boy, told of their journey from the far south, of empty villages, shattered keeps, and roads watched by mercenaries in gold cloaks who demanded coin or blood. She took them in, set them to work in the kitchens and stables, and watched them with the wary hope she'd learned to trust. Other letters arrived from the wider world. slower now. Sometimes weeks apart, battered and half frozen. Lord Royce in the Vale reported that lords were squabbling over the Erie's winter stores. The Blackfish's men wrote of border raids, of Frey survivors turning bandit, of the Riverlands bracing for hunger. Yarus Raven told of heavy storms at sea, but her ships still kept the coast safe, and she promised to send smoked fish and salt when the thaw began. The worst news came from King's Landing, a single line in Davos' crabbed hand, relayed from a merchant. Cersei dead. Queen's council splintered. City restless, food scarce. New claimants vying for the throne. Sansa read the message, felt an old fear flutter in her chest, and then set it aside. The world could burn, but Winterfell would endure. In the weeks that followed, the newcomers from the south proved themselves honest and grateful. Their stories shared by the fire on stormy nights. The silent boy found his tongue, and with it, a rare gift for music. Soon he played for the kitchens and the council, the sweet notes of a southern harp mingling with the roar of northern voices. One of the women, a healer, eased Maester Eric's burdens. The others labored with Gilly, learning the ways of the north. But not all guests were as welcome. Late in the darkest moon, Arya returned from a patrol with a pale-faced rider slumped in her arms, one of the village scouts, arrow wound in his side, nearly frozen. His story was simple but chilling. A small band of Sellswords had crossed the White Knife, bold enough to challenge the North now that the South had fractured. They'd taken to the hills, hoping to plunder a village and vanish again. Jon, Gendry, Alice, and a score of wildlings rode out at dawn. The battle was short, the bandits no match for seasoned warriors and desperate men defending their home. A few were taken prisoner, and Sansa questioned them herself in the cold torchlit cellars. She found little, no true plan, just hunger and a sense that the North, for all its snow and hardship, was safer than the world they'd left behind. She let them live, setting them to labor under watchful eyes. "Let your strength serve the North," she said. "Earn your place, or be sent back to the dark." The weeks slid by. The snow drifted deeper, but the fires never died. When children fell ill, Maester Erich and the new healer nursed them back. When a roof groaned under the weight of ice, Gendry and the smiths braced it by torchlight, laughing at the storm's bluster. When tempers frayed and fights broke out, Arya settled them with a word or a look, her authority accepted by Northmen and wildling alike. Bran's stories grew more hopeful as the season deepened, tales of brave hearts and second chances. The blizzard that struck in the first moon of the new year was the worst anyone could recall. It lasted for days, wind howling, snow so thick you couldn't see your hand before your face. Sansa kept the Great Hall open through every night, ordering hot soup and cider for all, the smallest children tucked up on benches before the fire. She walked the walls with Jon, checking for weak places, comforting the frightened, her cloak white with snow, her cheeks bright with cold and resolve. When at last the storm passed, Winterfell stood whole. The sun glittered off drifts piled higher than a man, but every window shone with life. That night, as stars blazed overhead and the world was new and silent, Sansa called a feast. Every table was laden with bread and cheese and salted meat, every cup filled. The people of Winterfell ate and sang, their voices strong enough to reach the farthest towers. Bran sat by the fire, his eyes reflecting the flames, and told a story of a wolf who led her pack through a winter that never ended, and of the spring that followed, and the green world that came after. When the feast was over and the children asleep, Sansa stood at the dais and looked over her people. Jon at her right hand, Arya and Gendry at her left, Bran watching from below, Gilly among the orphans, Ollys and Manderly and the wildling chiefs all nearby. She felt the weight of their hope, their faith, their belonging, and in her heart, no fear. "We have endured," Sansa said, her voice carrying to every shadowed corner. "We have built more than walls. We have become a family, strong as the old gods, and no winter will break us again. The North remembers. The North endures." The cheer that rose was fierce and bright, and as the night wore on, and snow fell softly outside, Sansa Stark, Lady of Winterfell, Heart of the North, stood surrounded by warmth and strength, and the promise that whatever storms might come, her people would never face them alone. The storm's memory lingered for days, a hush upon the white, blanketed world, as if the very air waited to see if Winterfell would hold. But in the silence after hardship, life's pulse grew stronger still. Children ran shrieking over the frozen yard, carving slides in the ice, daring each other to leap from snowbanks. The youngest wildlings and orphans built a fleet of battered sleds, racing down the hills toward the long shadows of the woods, and the elders stood above them, grinning and gossiping, the pain of old wounds lost for a while in laughter and pride. Sansa felt that strength everywhere she turned, in the sure rhythm of Gilly's women, whose hands spun wool by the fire even as their eyes watched the children play, in the brisk pace of Gendry's forge, where the apprentices now rivaled their master's skill, and the ring of hammer on steel carried clear to the ramparts. The kitchen swelled with the scents of roasting root vegetables and honeyed bread, cooks trading recipes from a dozen northern clans. Every mealtime in the hall was a celebration, banners bright, voices louder, the old divisions lost beneath a single roof. But peace was never unguarded. In the council chamber, Sansa convened her circle as often as before. Each week began with a careful tally: grain, salted meat, lamp oil, the number of sick and healed. Elise Karstark's meticulous ledgers revealed the gaps and excesses alike. Maester Eric and Gilly coordinated the care of those who fell ill to fever or frostbite. Davos, ever the voice of wisdom and warning, relayed messages from distant friends. News of the Vale. The Reach, the slow but certain dissolution. Gendry scouts patrolled the roads, their sleds swift and silent. They brought tidings of would-be raiders from the broken south who, finding the north well defended and even better provisioned, quickly vanished back into the hills. On the worst nights, Arya herself ranged the woods, silent as snowfall, returning by dawn with the simple report: all's well. The newcomers from the southern kingdoms, former sellswords, craftspeople, farmers, found their places, often surprising themselves with the depth of their welcome. The silent boy, whose music now graced every feast, became a fixture at Gilly's side, teaching the wildlings old southern tunes in exchange for stories of snow and shadow. The healer from Old Town worked miracles with frostbitten hands and taught Maester Eric and his apprentices the value of a soft word, along with strong herbs. One morning, Sansa met with Jon atop the east wall, the sun gilding the endless snowfields beyond. "Do you ever worry that peace won't last?" she asked quietly, watching their breath curl on the air. Jon's reply was slow, thoughtful. "Always. But we have more than hope now, Sansa. We have each other. No one stands alone anymore." She took comfort in that. The North was different than when she was a girl. Its strength was no longer in proud houses warring for glory, but in the threads that now tied every family and outcast, every wildling and orphan, together. It was a web no storm could break. Arya was often away these days, but always returned on the wind's tail, sometimes with a brace of hair for the kitchens, sometimes with a scrap of news from the south. Her eyes were ever watchful. She had begun teaching a handful of the boldest village girls to move as she did, to track and hunt and vanish into the woods, a legacy of shadow and survival that Sansa quietly encouraged. Bran, more rooted than ever beneath the heart tree, seemed to draw energy from the deep snow and cold. The children gathered around him every afternoon, and sometimes the oldest folk joined them, warming their hands as Bran spun his tales. More and more his stories were of new beginnings, of wildlings becoming farmers, of orphans raised to be healers or smiths, of the promise that every life, however battered, could find a place in the song of the North. As the days stretched and the sun climbed higher, Sansa set her people to work clearing the roofs and paths, mending fences, and checking on every croft. The first thaws came suddenly, water streaming from the towers, rivers groaning as the ice cracked and drifted downstream. Sansa ordered every able hand to help channel the melt. preventing floods and keeping the village from sinking into mud. Gendry and his smiths built new sluices and repaired bridges, the wildlings lending muscle and know-how. By the end of the thaw, the land was sound, the new grass pushing bravely through the muck. Spring's coming brought new arrivals as well. More families from the south. Some with kin in Winterfell, some seeking only shelter, made the slow trek northward, braving the last icy winds and hungry wolves. Sansa received them herself, listening to their stories, offering warmth, food, and honest work. She saw the shock in their faces as wildlings handed them mugs of broth, as Stark men shook their hands. In a world where trust had been shattered, the North's unity was as precious as gold. Word from beyond the wall filtered down too. Tormund sent a raven with news that the free folk were thriving, trading pelts and rare herbs for salt and steel, teaching their children the lessons of both snow and peace. Some sent sons and daughters south, eager to taste the life now possible below the wall. The south, meanwhile, grew ever more fractured. Davos letters, sparse in the worst of the cold, now arrived every week, bearing tidings of unrest in the Riverlands and small wars breaking out along the Blackwater. The old houses schemed and circled, but the North's border held. No army dared to march, and the passes were watched day and night. In the Godswood, Sansa knelt beside Bran, the red leaves trembling above. Is it wrong to feel hope after so much loss? Bran's eyes were gentle. The world always turns. But hope is not blindness, Sansa. It is a choice. You chose it for all of us. Jon joined them then, and Arya, her cheeks wind-burned, her laughter bright as the thawing sky. Together, they made their plans for the season ahead. Repairs to begin, new fields to be broken. A midsummer festival to welcome the first true warmth and all the North's many faces. The festival, when it came, was the greatest Winterfell had seen in a generation. The yards filled with music and dancers, games and contests, wildling and Stark banners side by side. Gendry smiths forged trinkets for the children and new tools for the farms. Gilly led the orphans in song, their voices clear as bells. Sansa presided with quiet joy, her heart swelling as she watched strangers and kin alike feasting and laughing together. As twilight deepened, Arya slipped away from the firelight and returned with a surprise. Arya's old direwolf, Nymeria, looming silent and silver at the edge of the woods. The crowd fell silent as the great wolf strode into the circle, eyes meeting Arya's, then Sansa's, then Jon's. Children crowded forward, wildlings and Northmen both awestruck. Sansa felt the power of the old world and the new woven together in fur and fang and laughter. Bran smiled. All things come home again, given time. Later, as the feast waned, Jon and Sansa stood atop the ramparts, arms linked, looking down at the bonfires, the banners, the dancing figures. "Do you think it will last?" Sansa asked quietly. Jon's answer was simple. "We will make it so. Day by day, winter by winter. That is our vow." Bemdersatur. And so they watched the North, bright with promise beneath the summer stars. United, enduring, a living song against the dark. In that peace, Sansa Stark knew she had fulfilled her father's hopes, and her own, for the land she loved. Whatever trials might come, the North would meet them. Together, unbroken and strong. Key. The long thaw came in waves. First a slow dripping from the eaves, then the running of water through narrow channels dug by eager hands, and finally the full wild rush of rivers loosed from their icy fetters. As the white blanket receded, the black earth revealed itself. Muddy, raw, rich with the promise of new life. Under Sansa's watchful eye, Winterfell and its villages greeted each sign of spring with patient celebration. No one took the return of green for granted. Every sparrow's call, every sprout, every splash of brown water on stone felt like a small defiant victory. Work doubled as the days lengthened. Sansa's mornings began in the fields, boots mired in muck, hair tied back, her cloak exchanged for a practical woolen surcoat. She joined the farmers and wildlings, helping break the frost-heaved ground, listening to their hopes for barley, for rye, for peas and cabbages and sunflowers. Her presence, unannounced, steady, gave heart to the tired and the doubtful. She answered their questions. Sometimes with knowledge hard-won from Maester Eric. Sometimes with memory of her mother's lessons. And when she didn't know, she said so, and learned with them. The castle itself was a living thing, stretching and stirring. Carpenters mended the barns, the oldest watchtower, the cracked stones of the great hall. Gendry and his forges hummed with new energy, iron flowing out as nails and hinges, then as blades and tools, until every family had what they needed for the growing season. Gilly and her helpers spread through the villages, distributing herbs and advice for easing childbirth, tending the sick, coaxing fussy children to laughter. Arya, wild and wind-burned, often disappeared for days, returning with meat for the larders, news from distant shepherds, sometimes a lost lamb slung over her shoulders, or a clutch of wild duck eggs in her scarf. The council met each week in a sunlit room, its windows flung open to the scents of thaw and smoke. Jon sat beside Sansa, hair streaked with mud, hands rough from fence building and hunting. Lyanna Mormont and Alys Karstark brought tales from their holds. Flooded rivers, a barn fire, the birth of twins, the finding of a clutch of dragon's eggs, soon proven false, just colored stones from the river. But the story made the children giddy with dreams. Davos wrote from White Harbor, speaking of ships returning, of the first hesitant travelers from the south. Maester Eric reported on the health of the villages, heartened by fewer fevers, fewer deaths than in years past. Each council began and ended with Sansa's promise. Every home fed, every child clothed, every labor shared. It was not a boast, but a goal, and every lord and freewoman strove to make it true. The Festival of Planting was the first great gathering of the season. Men and women from every corner of the north came to Winterfell, wagons laden with seed and song, casks of last year's mead, cheese and dried fish, the last of the cellared apples. Gendry built a new plow as a prize for the strongest team. Arya and her ghost girl organized foot races and a wild hunt for colored ribbons. Children chased each other through the muddy lanes, their laughter ringing louder than the bells. In the yard, Sansa herself sowed the first seeds, peas in the black loam, her fingers caked and chilled but sure. Jon helped with the horses, Lyanna with the oxen, and all watched as the land was marked with hope. That night, a bonfire blazed. The people feasted, sang, told stories of winters gone and springs returned. Sansa sat beside Bran, who smiled at the flames, his eyes full of gentle pride. "Do you see?" he murmured. "How the world heals itself, if given time." She squeezed his hand. "It heals because we help it." As weeks passed, news from beyond the north trickled in. The south remained fractured, with no single house strong enough to claim the throne. The Riverlands and the Reach warred quietly over borders and old insults. King's Landing was ruled by a council whose membership shifted with each moon. Trade grew again, slow and uncertain. But Yara Greyjoy's ships patrolled the coasts, and no new threats arrived from the sea. Still, Sansa did not relax her vigilance. She ordered new watches on every road, doubled the guards on the White Knife and the King's Road, and asked Gendry to teach the eldest wildling boys the craft of making arrowheads and spear points. Alys Karstark organized the stores, and Gilly taught every child in the orphanage to read, her voice sometimes heard reciting lists of herbs and names of birds far into the evening. One day, Jon returned from a distant farm with a grim report. An entire family had vanished, their house empty, the fields trampled by horses, the hearth gone cold. Arya was sent at once, tracing the raiders to a disbanded group of mercenaries trying to reach the coast. With Lyanna and a band of wildling riders, she caught them on the marsh's edge. There was no mercy for those who threatened the innocent. Sansa sat in judgment, listening to the pleas, weighing guilt and desperation, and then sentenced the worst to hard labor and banishment, while others, those who had merely followed, were given work, watched closely, but offered a second chance. Afterward, she confided in John, "It is not justice if it serves only our anger. If we build a world of mercy, perhaps mercy will come back to us." John agreed. It's what Father would have wanted. Bran's stories grew lighter as the season deepened. He spoke of saplings and wild bees, of children who crossed old boundaries to become friends, of a wolf mother raising not just her own, but the abandoned pups of another pack. The children listened with wide eyes, and even the oldest, most cynical men and women grew quiet, remembering the stories of their own childhoods. Arya's wild girls and Gendry's new smiths built a playground on the old training green. A riot of ropes and swings, wooden towers and painted poles, the laughter of the children drowning out even the hammers for a few precious hours each day. The wildlings joined with the townsfolk to dig new wells, plant orchards, and build a hall in the village where stories and songs could be shared no matter the weather. As the moon waxed full and fat, Sansa stood on the ramparts one evening, watching the stars brighten above the black line of the trees. Jon joined her, arms folded, the night wind tangling his hair. "The South is changing," he said. "But here, we have peace. And something stronger." Sansa nodded. "Because we chose it, and we defend it." He smiled. "And because you lead us. They follow you. Not out of fear, but because they trust you." She shook her head, but the truth of it glowed inside her. She was no longer the frightened girl from the South, nor the battered, shrewd survivor of other people's wars. She was a lady of Winterfell, and the North's hope and memory lived in her as much as in the old stones. As the night deepened, Arya and Gilly joined them. Together, the four watched the moon rise, its pale face full of promise, its light a blessing upon the land. Down in the yard, Bran told his final story of the day, his voice rising like a song. And so the North endured, not because of walls or swords, but because its people held each other close and let no one fall behind. And though storms came and went, and the world beyond their borders sometimes burned, the flame in Winterfell never died. Sansa listened, heart full, knowing at last that all her father's dreams of unity, of justice, of peace, had found a home in her keeping. She whispered a prayer to the old gods and the new, and then, arm in arm with her family, returned to the warmth and laughter of the great hall, ready to face whatever dawn would bring. And as the first petals fell from the apple trees, and the banners snapped in the bright wind, the North remembered and thrived. One people, one story joined forever by the hope Sansa Stark had wrought from hardship, love, and the living land. The meadows grew wild with spring flowers, and each day the sun lingered longer above the battlements, gilding the ramparts and painting the snow-fed river in sheets of gold. Children dashed barefoot through the fields, their voices blending with the raucous songs of nesting birds. From the old walls, Winterfell's banners caught the wind, Stark gray, Mormont green, Karstark white, and the rough-hewn flags of the free folk. Now patched and repurposed, their ancient animosities softened by laughter and the slow, stubborn work of peace. Every morning, Sansa found herself drawn to the kitchens, where Gilly and the wildling women baked loaves filled with spring onions and scattered berries. She helped as she could, rolling dough, sharing stories, tasting the first tart apple cakes of the season. The women joked and teased, and Sansa's laughter came easily, rich and unguarded. It was there, among the flour and the warmth, that the villagers came to her with petitions and thanks, their trust deeper than any oath spoken before the heart tree. Later, Sansa met with Jon, Arya, Gendry, and the council beneath an awning of fresh scrubbed linen, letting the breeze carry the scent of turned earth and violets. The agenda was always full: new roads to be laid, the progress of the spring plantings, the rebuilding of a smallhold that had nearly washed away in the flood. Reports came in from the coasts. Yaris longships had escorted 3 battered merchant cogs to White Harbor, and the first barrels of Braavosi olive oil had arrived, sparking delighted confusion among the cooks. Maester Erich and Gilly's healers announced the near eradication of the last winter fevers. Lyanna Mormont and Alice Karstark proposed a competition between their villages, who could plant the most barley, and who could build the sturdiest goat pens. Sansa encouraged their rivalry, offering a feast and new boots as prizes, knowing how pride could lift the work of many. In the afternoons, the yards echoed with the clang of Gendry's forges. His smiths and Arya's ghost girls took turns teaching the children to shape simple nails and hooks, then guided them in decorating shields with deer wolves, bears, or the wild twisting patterns favored by the free folk. Some of the older boys competed to see who could stack the most firewood or wrestle Arya's wolfhound, who was growing gray-muzzled, but still quick enough to elude the boldest hands. Arya herself seemed to live in perpetual motion. She tracked the first red deer of the year, taught the orphans how to slip silent through the grass, and slipped away for days at a time, returning with news from distant shepherds, sometimes a stray dog or an abandoned lamb, once even a lost child from the King's Road, whose accent was thick as southern honey, and whose fear melted under Arya's care. With every sunrise, the north grew more closely knit. The spring festival approached, a new tradition, born of necessity and gratitude. Sansa walked among the preparations. Garlands braided from willow and fresh leaves, 100 pies cooling on makeshift shelves, the children painting lanterns in every color. Bran supervised the planting of a new rowan tree in the Godswood, aided by half a dozen children, wildlings and townsfolk alike, all solemn for once beneath the red-leaved boughs. Jon led the first teams into the hills, repairing the watchtowers that ringed the great forest. At dusk, he returned with news. Strangers glimpsed near the border, never hostile but always watchful, and the growing confidence of the outlying villages. They trust the banners now, not just the name Stark, he told Sansa. Even the free folk come without fear. That's your doing. Sansa smiled, but her mind kept moving. She drafted letters to Lord Manderley, to the reeds in the neck, to Dorne, and the Vale, and the cautious Blackfish in the Riverlands. Each letter spoke of peace, but also of readiness. Trade for all who honored their word, warning for those who did not. On the eve of the festival, the castle buzzed with life. The returning scouts brought stories. A Manderley party seen bartering with traders from the free cities. A Dornish merchant's daughter seeking her mother, lost in the chaos after Cersei's fall. 2 southern sellswords turned honest laborers in the north, married now to wildling girls, their children dark-haired and fierce. Sansa listened to every tale, her heart swelling with pride and with the ever-present, bracing chill of responsibility. The festival itself dawned bright and clear. Villagers and wildlings arrived at sunrise, carts laden with cheese and smoked trout, honeycombs, the first lettuce and wild greens, cakes shaped like wolves and fish and bears. Jon and Arya stood at the gates, welcoming each arrival. Gendry and his smiths gave away dozens of new shovels and hoes to those whose land needed the most work. At noon, Sansa and Bran presided over the planting of the rowan, each child placing a handful of earth at its roots, Bran murmuring old prayers to the Godswood and the sun. Gilly's orphans sang a song of spring, voices high and pure, the crowd falling silent in reverence and gratitude. The games began. Sack races, wrestling matches, a contest to see who could keep a wildling pup in their arms, the longest without being licked or nipped. Arya challenged Jon to an archery match, and the children laughed themselves breathless as he lost, graciously, to his sister's sure hand. The wildlings staged a mock raid on the grain stores, only to be routed by the kitchen maids wielding rolling pins. Lyanna Mormont, tiny and fierce, won the day's honors for wrestling, besting boys twice her size and demanding her boots be lined with fox fur. As dusk fell, fires blazed on every hill, and the festival spilled from the castle to the fields and villages. Sansa walked among her people, accepting bread and wine, pausing to speak with a woman whose husband had been lost to fever in the last snow, with a boy who wanted to learn to write, with an old wildling who asked for a new knife and a place in the hall to sleep. She said yes to all, and more. Jon and Arya joined her by the largest bonfire, Bran nearby, Gilly's children dancing in the ring of light. Gendry played a wild, fast tune on a battered flute, and Maester Eric, red-faced with drink, attempted a song that left everyone roaring. As the stars blinked out in the black velvet sky, Sansa stood at the edge of the crowd, her heart so full she could scarcely breathe. Arya touched her shoulder, and Jon pressed a cup into her hand. "It's yours, you know," he said softly, gesturing at the riot of laughter and dancing shadows. "This peace, this hope, you made it real." Sansa only shook her head but smiled. "We all did. That's what makes it strong." Bran's voice rose up, clear and unhurried, as the children quieted around him. "The North is not the end of the world," he told them. "It's the beginning. Every story, every life, every spring, it starts here, in the hearts of those who remember." And so the night passed, stories and song, vows of friendship, tears for the lost, and a promise as true as the ancient stars, that the North would hold, that its hope would never die. Before dawn, Sansa slipped away to the ramparts, the old stones cold beneath her feet, the world below gilded by the first faint light. She watched her people sleep, the banners curled and soft in the wind, the rowan tree already catching the sun. She whispered her thanks to the old gods and the new. Whatever storms would come, and Sansa knew they would, she would meet them with this strength behind her. The unity she had built, the hope she had kindled, the family she had kept. She was the North now, as much as Winterfell's ancient stones. And as the day broke bright and fierce and green, Sansa Stark, the heart and memory of the North, turned from the wall, her step light and certain, ready for whatever life and fate would bring. The dawn after the festival came crisp and silent, dew thick on the grass, and the scent of wood smoke lingering over Winterfell. The fields were trampled with footprints, the last embers of bonfires smoldered in the old pits, and the castle's stones held the warmth and joy of the night before. Sansa lingered at her window, watching the new rowan's leaves flutter in the gentle breeze, remembering every laughing face, every clasped hand, every promise exchanged beneath lantern light. There was little time to dwell. By mid-morning, the keep was alive with labor. The festival's mess swept clean, tools mended, carts repacked. Maester Erich walked the halls with his bag of herbs and ointments, treating scraped knees and bruised elbows, Gilly at his side, the orphans trailing behind with baskets and brooms. Arya led the wildlings and the Stark children on a morning run through the woods, teaching them to read deer tracks and the calls of nesting birds. Gendry's smiths hammered new plowshares for the outlying farms, his laughter carrying above the clang of steel. Sansa moved among them with sleeves rolled high, her hair simply braided, her words quiet but firm. She praised a boy who had learned to spell his own name, comforted a grieving widow, helped Alys Karstark organize the dispersal of leftover bread, and smoked fish to families returning to distant villages. She saw to it that the southern newcomers, still shy in their first northern spring, were given work on the road crews, or set to clearing the riverbanks of storm-felled wood. She sent a raven to Lord Manderley with thanks and requests for more grain seed, another to Yara, congratulating her on the safe arrival of the Braavosi ships, a third to the Reeds in the Neck, inviting them to send word if they needed any aid as the rivers rose. By midday, the castle quieted. The children returned to lessons with Gilly and the healers, and the old men gathered near the smithy to watch Gendry's apprentices work. Arya appeared at Sansa's elbow, cheeks flushed, eyes bright, a string of wild garlic and a bunch of violets in her hand. She pressed them into Sansa's palm without a word, a silent thanks for a home that had finally become more than memory. In the council chamber, Jon and Sansa met with Lyanna, Alys, Gilly, and Davos, reviewing the reports from every corner of the North. Lyanna's men had uncovered a den of poachers near Bear Island and dealt with them swiftly. Alys's grain stores were strong, but she worried about wolves in her western meadows. Gilly shared news of a small outbreak of pox in a river hamlet, already contained, but a warning. Davos had brought a letter from White Harbor. The Braavosi traders were interested in more than just salted fish and wool. They asked for iron, for stories of the North, for an audience with Sansa herself. "We will welcome them," Sansa decided. "Let them see what peace looks like when it is earned. Let them know our people and our ways, and let us learn theirs." Jon agreed, eyes thoughtful. It is not just food and gold that will bind the North, but knowledge. Friendship, freely offered, is stronger than any bargain. After the council, Sansa found herself alone in the Godswood. The new rowan's roots were hidden now beneath a halo of tiny green shoots. Bran sat beneath its branches, eyes distant, a small cluster of children listening as he recited the tale of a wolf who once guided a king through a snowbound night. He looked up as Sansa approached, his smile both knowing and infinitely gentle. "Do you miss the old days?" she asked quietly, kneeling beside him. He shook his head. "No, the past is a lesson. This," he gestured to the children, to the bright grass and the dappled shade, "is the world we've made with that lesson. You lead them well, Sansa, better than any king who ever wore a crown." She touched his shoulder, feeling the depth of his certainty. And for a moment, she allowed herself to believe it fully. Days passed in the business of renewal. With Jon and Gendry, Sansa rode out to the villages to see the new roads, the bridges mended with wildling stonework and southern carpentry. The air rang with the calls of plovers and the laughter of children running alongside their horses, proud to show off newly planted gardens and barns rebuilt after the floods. At every stop, Sansa asked after the old, the widowed, the newly settled. She listened to their stories, remembered their names, and left small gifts, a brooch here, a woolen scarf there. The wildlings brought her the first fiddlehead ferns of the year, and the southern women showed her how to pickle them for the summer table. One morning, Arya returned from the hills with troubling news. A band of men had been seen on the King's Road, armed and mounted, their badges covered, their language that of the southern cities. Sansa called her council and sent Jon and Arya with riders to meet them, banners unfurled, shields at the ready. The party, it turned out, were envoys from the council and King's Landing, seeking not war but information. The city wished to learn how Winterfell kept order, fed its people, held peace between so many old rivals. Jon hosted them with the stern courtesy of the North, showing them the fields, the forges, the schools. Sansa met them by the new Rowan, answering their questions. Ever boastful, never evasive, but with the steady authority of someone who had lived both war and peace, and knew the value of each. The envoys left with gifts, casks of mead, jars of pickled fish, copies of Bran's stories, and a promise that any honest traveler from the south would be safe on northern roads. Still, Sansa was wary. After the envoys departed, in Andy with Arya and Alys, instructing them to reinforce the patrols, to remind the free folk and the outlying villages that the world beyond was changing, and that not every hand extended in friendship could be trusted. "We keep our gates open, but our eyes sharper," she said. Arya grinned and nodded, already vanishing into the shadows. The Braavosi traders arrived soon after, bringing silks and spices, rare books, strange coins, and a troupe of musicians. Sansa welcomed them in the great hall, offering bread and salt, and watched as their wide eyes took in the wild mix of Northmen and wildlings, southern newcomers and laughing children. They asked questions about the growing of barley in cold ground, about the singing of the orphans, about the painted shields and the pride with which each person spoke of their neighbors. In the evenings, the Braavosi played music from distant lands, teaching the children dances that swirled and spun like the northern wind. With each new arrival, Sansa saw her vision made real. A place where the old divisions were softened, not forgotten, where survival did not preclude kindness or joy. She watched as Gendry taught a Braavosi smith the trick of shaping steel in deep cold, as Arya raced a merchant's daughter through the muddy lanes, as Gilly shared her best recipes with a southern cook. She sat with the traders in the solar, listening to their tales of the world's changing ways, and traded with them not only for goods, but for maps, for stories, for secrets of weather and tide. The last snow melted from the woods, and spring rushed in with sudden green. The riverbanks bloomed with bluebells and primroses, the orchards burst into flower, and Sansa ordered every home to be painted or mended before midsummer. The free folk, never quite comfortable in stone, built a new hall of timber and sod at the edge of the woods, a place for feasts and meetings, where the children learned to mix old stories with new games. As the season turned, Sansa received a raven from Lord Royce in the Vale, word of peace, cautious respect, an offer of alliance should the South ever threaten again. Another letter came from Yara Greyjoy, promising more ships in the coming year, and inviting any Northman willing to try his fortune on the sea. And from the Riverlands, the Blackfish's men sent a crate of trout smoked over applewood, and a pledge: "We watch our borders, as you watch yours." The old wolves have not forgotten their kin. Men know. The last weeks of spring were busy with preparations for the next festival. Midsummer, when the whole North would come to Winterfell again. Sansa spent her evenings with Gilly and the village elders, planning the feast, choosing stories and songs, ensuring no one would be left out. The orphans rehearsed a play in the hall. Arya's girls practiced to dance. Gendry built a maypole taller than any tower, and Bran, beneath the rowan, composed a blessing to be spoken in every tongue now heard in the North. And so the days passed. Full, bright, expectant. On the night before the midsummer feast, Sansa stood once more on the ramparts, Jon and Arya at her side, watching the fireflies rise in swarms above the darkening fields. "We're ready for whatever comes," Jon said quietly. "Because we remember, and because we hope." Arya nodded. "Let the world change. Let them all come, and see how the North stands." Sansa listened to their voices, her heart lifting in the dusk, and knew she had truly become what the North most needed: a keeper of peace, a maker of hope, a Stark for all seasons. And as the night breeze swept over Winterfell, carrying the scent of green fields and wood smoke and distant, remembered snow, Sansa turned from the walls, content, ready to walk into the festival, and into the unending story of the North she had made her own. Okay. Unusual activity has been detected from your device. Try again later. 943 Baitia 24,875 Bine. Yeah. K. B. O. Summer's heart came suddenly. 3 cloudless days when the sky seemed wider and brighter than ever before, and the meadows surrounding Winterfell blazed with color. Each night, the air shimmered with the music of frogs and crickets, and each dawn brought the sound of birdsong so loud it seemed the earth itself was singing. The new rowan in the godswood sent out tiny green berries, and the first fox kits dared to nose into the kitchen gardens, finding crumbs and laughter instead of snares. The midsummer festival preparations unfolded like a tapestry, each thread woven by a dozen hands. Sansa rose earlier than the birds, her hair loose down her back as she made her rounds, first to the kitchens, where Gilly and the wildling women experimented with new stews and honeycakes, then to the yards, where Gendry's apprentices set up the maypole, decorated with ribbons in every hue. Arya and her girls strung garlands of daisies and yarrow across the main gate, then raced away to the fields, daring the boys to a hunt for the shyest wildflowers. Children from every village, wildling camp, and holdfast arrived by wagon and pony and sometimes barefoot, led by older brothers or aunts or cousins. Each carried a gift for the festival: a basket of blue eggs, a carved whistle, a bolt of cloth dyed in summer's colors, a necklace of shells. Sansa greeted each child by name, remembering the stories Gilly and the teachers had shared. The girl whose father had been lost to fever, but who now tended her family's sheep. The wildling boy who had built a bridge of driftwood after the flood. The southern twins who had arrived at Winterfell, starving and silent, but who now played chase through the market, their laughter bright as bells. On the day of the festival, the great hall was transformed. The tables groaned with roast lamb and fresh bread, new cheeses, bowls of berries, jars of sweet wine, cakes dusted with wildflowers and sugar. The air smelled of basil and sage, pine and peat, and everywhere there were banners, stark gray at the center, surrounded by all the others. Maester Erich wore a crown of herbs, and even the kitchen cats wore ribbons at their necks. Sansa stood at the gate as the guests arrived. The first ship from White Harbor bringing Manderley's young sons, their cheeks pink from sun and salt, A delegation from the neck led by the Cranagmen, faces shadowed but voices full of sly wit. Gendry's mother, finally journeying north from the Reach, astonished by the cold, but even more so by the open arms that welcomed her. And a line of free folk, each carrying a story or a song or... Bran greeted every visitor beneath the rowan, his blessings spoken in the old tongue, a language older than the stones beneath their feet. The games began before noon. Sack races, tug-of-war, archery, wrestling. Arya bested Gendry in the foot race, tumbling into the grass with a shriek as Jon and Lyanna Mormont declared the race a tie and demanded a rematch. The children competed for prizes of sweets and painted stones. The wildlings staged a contest of storytelling, judged by Bran, who awarded the winner a feather from the castle rookery. Gilly's orphans performed their play, a silly tale of a wolf and a bear and a clever crow, and the crowd's applause was thunderous. Sansa's heart was full to bursting as she watched. She sat among the people, sharing her meal with whoever found themselves at her side. A widowed fisherman from White Knife, a sullen southern boy who soon warmed to tales of wolves and summer snows, a wildling mother who confided her fears about a coming second child, and left laughing, assured and hopeful. Bran told stories by firelight, and even Maester Eric joined the children in song, his voice cracked but earnest. At dusk, Gendry and the Smiths lit the bonfires, and the festival spilled from the castle into the fields. The free folk played pipes and drums. Arya led the wildest dance, her laughter ringing as she spun with orphans and noble daughters alike. The Manderleys brought out casks of honey wine, and the old women of Winterfell showed the youngest how to weave flower crowns. Jon and Sansa walked the edges of the feast, arm in arm. He watched her as she listened to every story, saw every child, answered every question. "You've changed the North," he said softly, pride and wonder mingling in his voice. She squeezed his hand. "We did this, and we'll keep it, Jon. For them, for everyone who's lost and everyone who found their way here." He smiled, quiet and certain. "We'll hold it together, as long as we breathe." Later, as the moon rose and the fires flickered low, Sansa found herself in the Godswood beneath the new rowan. Bran waited, flanked by Gilly's children, Arya close behind. They spoke quietly of what had been built, of the long years of sorrow and the new era of hope. Bran, his eyes reflecting the firelight, whispered, "All things change, but you gave them roots. That's the magic, Sansa." They sat in silence as the sky lightened, the festival's last laughter drifting into the dawn. By the time the sun rose, the fields were strewn with wildflowers, the banners limp and shining with dew, the orphans asleep in tangled piles by the hall. Sansa stood and stretched, her bones aching but her spirit strong. She knew that the peace of the North was always a fragile thing, earned and kept not by luck or blood alone, but by choice and by care. She glanced at Arya, who grinned, and Bran, who nodded, and Jon, who lifted his hand in greeting from the castle steps. And so began the next day, and the next season, and whatever challenges might follow. With every dawn, the North remembered its scars and its blessings. With every dusk, it looked toward tomorrow. Sansa Stark, lady, queen, mother of 1,000 children not her own, led them, now and always, through sun and storm, laughter and tears, her legacy stitched into the very heart of Winterfell. The story of the North was hers now, and she would write it new with every rising sun. A.K. The days that followed the festival shimmered with that golden, honeyed sense of summer's peak, the air thick with the hum of bees, the scent of meadowsweet, and the slow, heavy rhythm of the year's heart. The fields and orchards ripened in a rush. Every tree seemed bent with fruit, and the gardens overflowed with squash and beans and sweet carrots, while the wild places on Winterfell's edge blazed with bluebells and foxgloves and tangled, wild roses. It was in these lush weeks that the North seemed to breathe easiest. Work went on, but the mood was one of quiet celebration. Each dawn, Sansa joined the villagers as they gathered eggs and churned butter, carried water, and picked baskets of peas and currants. In the shade of the orchard, Arya and her ghost girls chased geese, taught the orphans how to track badgers, and invented new games, their laughter floating above the drone of insects. Gilly supervised the first canning of apples, and the wildling women taught their neighbors to dry herbs for the cold months ahead. John was seldom inside. He and Gendry led the teams that rebuilt the North Road, laying stone and timber, pausing often to speak with the youngest laborers or help rescue a stuck wagon. Lyanna Mormont, taller and sharper than ever, led a new group of scouts, boys and girls both, wildling and Northmen, each of them quick-eyed, tough, and fiercely proud. Maester Eric set up his tent in the market square to tend to bee stings and bruised fingers, and even Lord Manderley, who had arrived for the festival and simply never left, held court on a bench beneath the willows, adjudicating squabbles over piglets and bushels of wheat. The days settled into a kind of enchanted order. At council, Sansa heard reports of mended bridges, new wells dug, the birth of twin calves at a farmstead where for years there had been only loss. The Braavosi traders sent a letter promising a second ship, this one with more books and a teacher willing to stay through the next winter. News from the Vale, carried by a laughing Crannogman, was full of cautious hope. The Riverlands had sent trout and oatcakes, and Yara's ships brought salt, dried lemons, and word that the Iron Islands would not trouble the mainland in the coming year. Sansa's letters traveled farther now. She wrote to Dorne about the new varieties of pears thriving in the North's high orchards, to the Blackfish about the safety of travelers along the Trident, to Lord Royce in the Vale with her thanks for the gift of mountain sheep. To each, she sent something in return: recipes for honeyed cakes, a song composed by the orphans and set to pipes, a painting by one of the southern girls showing the castle under the full moon, the banners waving and wildlings dancing with stark children around the maypole. The high days of summer meant visits from every corner of the north. A delegation from Skagos arrived. 3 men and a woman, tall and somber, bearing sealskins, whale oil, and a great salt horn carved with strange sigils. Sansa welcomed them as honored guests, arranging feasts and games, ensuring they learned the words to the new songs. The Skagosi children, shy at first, soon joined the wildlings in their games. The orphans declared they would visit Skagos. In the evenings, the great hall filled with song and stories. Gendry smiths challenged each other to create the smallest working lock or the brightest brooch. The southern newcomers organized a puppet show for the village children, drawing laughter from even the most solemn elders. Maester Eric, inspired by the Braavosi teacher, began holding evening classes in history and numbers, and the wildlings brought their own lessons, star lore, knot tying, the ways to read snow and wind. One night, as the first fireflies glittered beneath the willows, Bran joined the children for stories. His voice was soft, but each word carried. He spoke of the long nights before the first men came, of wolves that watched over sleeping villages, of old kings who learned mercy by walking the roads in secret. Sansa watched the circle of listening faces and felt, more than ever, that the wounds of the past had not just scarred the North, but shaped it into something stronger. There were new challenges, too, as the season deepened. The wild harvest drew wandering bands from farther south, men and women looking for work or refuge, not always coming with peace. Arya and Lyanna met them first, testing their stories, warning them of the North's laws and expectations. Some were sent on, but many were welcomed. A one-handed baker who taught Gilly's girls to shape dough into birds and dragons, a half-blind boy who became a favorite at the council for his riddles and jokes, a scarred woman from the Reach who soon organized a market day devoted to crafts and spinning. With each addition, Winterfell's spirit seemed to expand. The new voices brought new songs, new foods, and stories Sansa had never heard. She welcomed them all, but kept her eyes sharp and her rules fair. Every week, she stood before the people, sometimes in the market, sometimes in the Godswood, and listened to complaints, mediated disputes, praised hard work, and offered help or judgment as needed. One afternoon, Arya returned from the hills with a wary guest, a young Dornish woman, sun-browned and fierce, with a tale of losing her way in the marshes. Sansa greeted her in the solar, offering bread and cool water, and listened as she told of journeys from the Red Mountains, of seeking kin lost in the wars. Sansa promised to help, and in time, the Dornish woman found a place among the gardeners, sharing the secrets of desert herbs and teaching the youngest how to braid ropes from grass. Yet not every day was bright. When a storm swept down from the west, lightning struck a hay barn, and fire spread toward the fields. Sansa and Jon rode out in the rain, leading villagers and wildlings alike to form a bucket line, Gendry and the smiths breaking open the doors, Arya and her scouts herding sheep and cattle to safety. By dawn, the fire was out. Half the barn lost, but no lives. The community's response was swift and generous. By nightfall, new timbers had arrived. Neighbors from 3 villages came to help, and Gilla's kitchen sent stew and bread for every worker. Sansa held council that night, still soaked from the storm, her cheeks streaked with soot, but her spirit undiminished. "We are more than stone and timber," she reminded them. "We are what we choose, every day, to build together, and when we lose, we rebuild stronger." No one doubted her. The next day, the barn was half raised again, and the children dared each other to climb the tallest beam, their laughter echoing as the sun returned. As the last days of summer passed, Sansa felt the years wheel turning. She walked the boundaries with Jon and Arya, visiting farms where old hatreds had faded into easy partnership. She sat with Gilly and the wildling women, planning the pickling and storing for autumn. She watched as Bran began teaching his stories to a new generation of listeners. Southern, northern, wildling, all eager for the mysteries of the woods and stars. One evening, after the fields were golden and the hay stacked high, Sansa stood once more on the ramparts. Below, the castle glowed with firelight. Voices sang and children played even in the deepening dusk. Jon found her there as he often did. Silent at first, his presence enough. "They trust you," he said quietly. "You gave them more than peace. You gave them belonging. And now." Sansa smiled, her gaze sweeping the fields, the banners, the woods stretching out to the horizon. "We did it together, and we'll keep doing it, Jon. So long as there's a North, so long as there's a Winterfell." He nodded, and they stood side by side as the stars kindled, the world hushed and wide and full of promise. In the days to come, there would be challenges. Harvest storms, new faces, old wounds remembered, and old joys renewed. But Sansa knew now, with a certainty that ran as deep as her blood, that the North was hers not by birth alone, but by the long, hard work of love and justice and memory. And as the last light of summer faded from the sky, Sansa Stark, Lady of Winterfell, builder and dreamer, hope of her house, turned toward the waiting night, ready for every season yet to come. The air sharpened by slow degrees as summer ripened into autumn. The last warmth of the year gathered in great golden waves over the meadows, and then, almost overnight, the wind changed, coming colder, saltier, as if it carried secrets from the far-off, frozen sea. Sansa felt it in her bones, a quickening, an urgency. Every instinct told her to prepare, and so she did, quietly but thoroughly, weaving caution into every harvest and every gathering. The fields filled with gleaners, the youngest and oldest combing the stubble for every stray ear of wheat and oat. In the orchards, children with baskets scrambled up ladders for the last apples, while Arya's girls snuck more for themselves than they set aside, giggling as they darted away from the old orchard keeper's half-hearted scolding. Gendry's smiths, working in shirt sleeves and sweat, finished repairs on the carts and began sharpening plows for next spring. The village women gathered to pickle and preserve. Rows of jars lining the shelves, full of late beans, cabbage, beets, and little wild apples, all ready for the sellers. Sansa was everywhere, sleeves rolled, hands deft and steady. She sat with Gilly and the healers, reviewing lists of the old, the weak, the sick, making sure every hearth would be warm, every stomach full. She met with the free folk in their new hall, accepting invitations to the Feast of the Turning Leaves, learning new wildling words for frost, for fire, for kin. She planned the rotation of night watches with Alice Karstark, and with Arya and Lyanna, walked the borders, where even now the first threads of mist crept through the trees at dusk. Jon rode often, sometimes gone for days with Tormund or Lyanna, patrolling distant settlements, visiting outlying crofts. When he returned, he brought news of new families settling in, of the Skagosi preparing for the crossing of their herds before the sea iced over, of a southern peddler whose stories and spices had captured the loyalty of half a dozen village children. He returned too with omens, wolves seen hunting in great packs, a falling star in the west, old men predicting a harder winter than any in living memory. But it was not fear that filled the north, rather a sense of readiness, a unity built from years of shared trouble, made solid by the hope that had rooted itself in every field, every village, every heart. The people worked with purpose, but they did not hurry. They remembered hunger and war, and so they trusted in the stores, the walls, the hands that worked beside them. As the equinox approached, Sansa called a gathering of all her closest, Jon and Arya, Gendry and Lyanna, Alice and Lord Manderly, Gilly and Bran. They met in the old solar, fire burning high, the windows open to let in the smoky autumn air. Sansa spoke plainly of her worries and her pride, laying out the stores, the defenses, the new alliances, and the new faces. "We are more than safe," she said, her voice steady as the stones. "We are strong, and that strength will hold us, come what may." Gilly agreed, nodding. "There are no children hungry, not this year. No one left out, not even the strangers from the south." Gendry's broad hand tapped the table. "The smithies are full. Axes, shovels, nails, spare shoes for every beast." Arya's eyes were bright, wolf sharp. "The roads are watched. The wild things keep to the deep woods, but no stranger will slip past us." Bran, who had spoken little, smiled faintly. "All things pass. Fear, hunger, winter itself. But you have given them roots, Sansa. That's the power that endures." As the meeting ended, Jon lingered behind. He watched Sansa as she poured cider, her hands sure even in this small task. "You never rest," he said, half admiring, half concerned. Sansa smiled, tired but unbowed. "I rest in small ways, Jon. I rest when I hear laughter, when I see them dancing, when the orphans chase the geese or Bran's stories put the little ones to sleep. That's enough." Jon understood, and together they walked the yard as the sky deepened to violet and the first stars blinked into view. The moon rose, huge and golden, lighting the faces of the workers still bringing in the last sheaves. Sansa took Jon's arm, feeling the comfort of old kinship, the peace of a world hard won and never ever taken for granted. Autumn's feast was smaller than midsummer's riot, but every bit as joyful. Villagers brought new songs and riddles to share with Bran. The free folk staged mock duels in the yard, and Gilly's orphans performed a play about a clever fox and a bear who learned to share a den. Lord Manderly, his beard full of crumbs, presided over a table laden with smoked fish and apples. Arya's girls danced by torchlight, wild and tireless, as Arya herself spun through their midst, quick and joyous as a swallow on the wind. After the feast, Sansa spent a long hour in the godswood, listening to the wind in the red leaves, her thoughts turning to the old gods and the new, to her parents and the family they'd built, lost and built again. Bran found her there, quiet as a shadow, and sat beside her in the dark. "You wonder what comes next," he said gently. "I do. The world still moves beyond our borders. I know there are storms I cannot see." Bran nodded. "You can only be ready. But you have made this place into a beacon, Sansa. You've given them something that cannot be taken by swords or storms. That will last." She pressed his hand, grateful, and they watched as the wind scattered the first yellow leaves across the grass. The days shortened, the nights grew sharp and bright. Gendry Smith set their forges to making skates and sled runners. Arya and Lyanna taught the children to hunt mushrooms and set simple traps. Jon organized the last gathering of wood, while Gilly's women sewed new cloaks and mittens for every child. With the coming of the first frost, a southern delegation arrived, a mix of Riverlanders and a few lords from the Reach, seeking to learn how the North had forged peace from hardship. Sansa welcomed them with open hands, but eyes as keen as any hunter's. She let them see the schools, the Wildling Hall, the markets where southern and northern wares mingled, the feasts where laughter rose with the steam of every dish. The visitors left with gifts and recipes, but also with a warning. The North's ways were hard-won and would not be cheaply copied. Jon and Sansa walked the southern guests to the edge of the road, where the hills stretched out, golden and brown, toward the south. "Tell them," Sansa said gently, "that the world does not need a queen to bring peace. It needs leaders willing to listen, and people willing to build together." Then so. As the last leaves fell, Arya returned from a long ride with news. The southern roads were quiet, banditry much reduced, and the Riverlands settling into something like order. Winter was coming, but it would not bring war. At least, not this year. On the eve of the first true snow, Sansa called the people of Winterfell and the villages together in the yard. Gilly's orphans sang the old songs, the free folk built a towering bonfire, and Bran gave a blessing in the old tongue and the common. Sansa looked out over their faces, all turned to her, and felt, for perhaps the first time, a certainty that peace would hold. "We have lived through darkness," she said, her voice sure and strong. "We have built light. Whatever comes, we face it as one. Menabantero." As the first flakes drifted down, the crowd cheered, voices mingling in the cold. Jon clasped her shoulder. Arya grinned, and Gendry Smiths poured cider for all. That night, as the snow deepened, Sansa walked the battlements alone, the torches glowing, the castle wrapped in warmth and the sound of distant laughter. She watched the white world spread and settle, and knew that the North would endure. Her home, her family, her hope, season after season, through storm and fire and the gentle peace she had built from courage and love. Whatever the world sent, she was ready. The North remembered, and would never be broken again. With the first real snows, the North was transformed. Old tracks buried, the world simplified to white and shadow, smoke and fire. The castle's towers stood stark against the sky, their banners stiff with rime. Sansa's world narrowed to the warmth of Winterfell's stone and the urgent, practical rhythm of survival. It was a season of patience and memory, of comfort fiercely earned. Each morning, Sansa woke to the muffled quiet of deep snow. The windows showed only shifting gray light, and the wind hummed a mournful tune in the chimneys. She dressed warmly, heavy wool and fox fur, and made her rounds through the corridors and yards, her boots crunching on packed snow, her cloak brushing frost from the lintels. Every day she visited the kitchens first, sharing news and a cup of sweet tea with Gilly, praising the work of cooks and girls and orphans. The kitchens were the heart of Winterfell in winter. There, children warmed themselves at the ovens, and old men told stories as they shelled nuts and dried apples. Beyond the kitchens, Sansa checked the cellars with Alice Karstark, her friend now as much as her steward. They walked among bins of grain and barrels of beer, counting, calculating, planning, making sure the stores would last until the first thaw. Gendry Smiths kept the forges blazing, repairing tools, sharpening skates and sled runners, mending weapons. The clang of hammers and the laughter of the young smiths mixed with the hiss of snow melting on the anvil. Bran, never minding the cold, spent long hours in the godswood. Each afternoon the children bundled themselves in layers and sat at his feet on sheepskins, listening to stories, some old, some new, all true in their way. The wildlings brought their tales too, of the ice rivers far beyond the wall, of the Aurora's green fire, of hunting and feasting and survival. Bran listened as much as he spoke, and Sansa saw the bonds between New and Old North deepen with every shared secret and every long silent look at the red-leafed heart tree. Joan's work was everywhere, though he was often away, patrolling the roads with Lyanna and Arya, leading hunting parties, delivering supplies to distant settlements. He moved quietly, his presence steady and reassuring, there for the birth of a child in a snowbound croft, the digging out of a half-buried sheepfold, the settling of an argument in a far-flung wildling village. When he returned, he brought word of the world beyond. No armies on the roads, no bandits, only the slow struggle of winter, and the certainty that all was well. Gilly's days were long and full. She oversaw the care of every orphan and every sick or lonely soul, working with Maester Eric to fight off the winter fevers, teaching girls and boys to read and write by firelight. Her kindness became a kind of law. None in Winterfell or its villages were ever turned away, not even the ragged wanderers who came north with only a tale and a hope. The new arrivals. Southern men broken by war, wildlings seeking peace, Dorne's travelers caught by the snows, found a place among the kitchens, the fields, the mending rooms. Some stayed for the season, some for a lifetime. Arya was as much shadow as sister, gone for days at a time, hunting deer and elk in the deep woods, guiding patrols through blizzard and ice, returning to the castle only at dusk, breath steaming, hair tangled with snow. The wildling girls followed her everywhere, learning to track, to set traps, to move silent on the ice. At night, Arya's stories rivaled even Bran's. Fierce, funny, full of daring and cunning. She taught the youngest to hide, to fight, and, most importantly, to run for help when trouble threatened. Winter's cold was hard, but its work was honest and communal. Each task, chopping wood, sewing cloaks, caring for livestock, was shared and celebrated. The kitchen fed all, from the proudest guest to the humblest stranger. Every evening, after the candles were lit and supper cleared away, the people of Winterfell gathered in the hall. There, beneath banners now faded with smoke, they sang the old songs, danced, told tales, played games, and held contests. Bran's voice, Gilly's laughter, Arya's teasing, Sansa's calm. These were as precious as bread or fire. There were crises, of course. In late winter, a fever swept through one outlying village. Sansa sent Gilly and Maester Eric with medicines and food. Jon and Arya delivered firewood, and the people survived. Once, a fire threatened the hay barn, and Gendry led a bucket line through the snow, saving both barn and animals. A southern trader was caught stealing from the larder. Sansa heard him out, judged him fairly, and sent him to work under guard rather than exile him to certain death. As the snow deepened, a letter arrived from the Vale. Lord Royce wrote that the South was fracturing again, petty wars along the Trident, rumor of a new claimant for the throne, and tension between the Reach and the Stormlands. Winter is peace in the north, Royce concluded, but not elsewhere. Be watchful. Sansa took the warning to heart, but did not share it with the council. She trusted Jon and Arya to keep the roads and coasts safe, and she trusted in the unity she'd built. Still, the season's patience sometimes frayed. As the long dark wore on, tempers shortened, old wounds resurfaced. A quarrel in the kitchen, a fight over a lost sheep, a young man accused of breaking a promise. Each required Sansa's steady hand. She met with the parties, listened to all, decided fairly, and found some small way for each to save face. She saw how the children watched her in these moments, and knew that justice, like bread, must be given freely, never hoarded. There were joys too. A midwinter festival, first held by the wildlings and soon adopted by all, lit the Godswood with torches and song. The oldest woman in the village turned 100 and was feted in the great hall, presented with a cloak sewn by every child in Winterfell. Gendry smiths built a giant sled for the orphans. Arya led a wild race through the snowdrifts, and Sansa herself presented prizes, sweet cakes and bright ribbons, and a golden hair comb for the girl who braved the cold longest. As the new year turned, Sansa walked the castle late at night, the halls silent except for the hiss of snow on stone. She thought of her mother and father, of Robb and Rickon, of the years lost to violence and fear. She thought of the strange blessing of her life, of how she had become more than a survivor, more than a lady, more than even a Stark. She had become a memory and a hope, the keeper of a people's trust. In the heart of winter, she stood at the top of the tallest tower with Jon and Arya, watching the moon shine on the snowy world. "We have made something no storm can break," Jon said, his voice soft. Arya nodded. "Let them come. We're ready for anything." Sansa smiled, feeling the truth of it. "This is our North, and our North will stand." So the weeks passed, and with each dawn, the light grew stronger, the cold a little less fierce. Children grew bolder, venturing further in the woods, planning for spring. The castle's fires burned high and bright, and every voice, every song, every kindness layered another stone in the fortress of peace Sansa had built. Whatever waited beyond the white horizon, war, sorrow, change, the North would endure. And in the deep heart of winter, surrounded by laughter and courage, and the living warmth of her people, Sansa Stark stood unafraid, her legacy secure as the ancient stones, her love as constant as the snows that blanketed her home. With the passing moons, the iron grip of winter softened, at first imperceptibly, then in fits and starts. A single drip from a high eave, a window thawed clear of rime, the reedy whistle of wind in thawing reeds by the lake. But the world outside remained blanketed in white and silence, broken only by the daily labors that bound Winterfell together. Sansa moved among her people with a confidence born of purpose and belonging. The days had taken on a steady rhythm, each one different in detail, but alike in their essential undertone of survival, kindness, and order. The castle was at its fullest, its oldest walls creaking with the warmth of life, families crowded close in the upper rooms, orphans doubled up in cots by the kitchen hearth, wildlings and Northmen side by side in the refectories, all bound by hunger, memory, and a new sense of hope. Each morning, Sansa shared breakfast with the council. Gilly came with lists, wood piles tallied, children accounted for, new arrivals greeted and set to tasks. Maester Erich reported on illnesses, pregnancies, and births, his smile growing each time he recited another day without a death. Arya arrived late more often than not, windblown and pink-cheeked, with the day's news from beyond the walls. A moose sighted, a new den of foxes near the mill, an old wildling's tale that kept the orphans guessing all day. After breakfast, Sansa walked the halls and courtyards with Alice Karstark and Gendry, inspecting every storeroom, every wall, every forge and loom. Each room was a lesson in community, a contest of mended mittens here. The sounds of children reading aloud there, a wildling carving old runes on the lintel of a rebuilt door, a woman from the Reach teaching psalms in the laundry. No corner was left unused. Even the deepest cellars were full. Potatoes and sand, salt meat strung from the rafters, casks of cider, and barrels of southern wine that Lord Manderley had sent as a midsummer promise, now cracked open to warm the coldest nights. Gendry was everywhere, his sleeves rolled to the elbow, hair wild, hands always black with soot. He worked with the smiths on tools and sled runners, organized repair parties for doors that froze fast in the night, and took time, always, to teach the older orphans how to use a hammer, or the youngest how to make a spark with flint and steel. He and Arya traded barbs and laughter, competing to see who could whittle the finest wooden wolf, who could race fastest across the courtyard on makeshift skis. Bran's presence was constant, too. Less a boy, more a quiet oracle, the center of a wheel around which so much turned. He sat in the Godswood daily, the children bundled around him, telling stories of old kings and lost battles, of wolves that saved cities, of the wisdom found in kindness and patience. The oldest folk of Winterfell, men who had fought for 3 kings, women who remembered the long night, sat with him now, their stories braided into his, their memories honored in the telling. As the heart of winter waned, the castle's old feuds faded into the background. The wildlings taught the Northmen to set deadfalls for hares, to find the warmest place to build a snow shelter. The Northmen, in turn, shared the best ways to patch a window, to mend a woolen sock, to keep a fire alive through the coldest watch. Children, wildling and stark and southern alike, played in packs, sledding, snowball fighting, building snow forts that soon became grand, sprawling castles of their own. Gilly's role was everywhere and nowhere, always just in time to soothe a quarrel, to bandage a finger, to lead a prayer for a new mother, to keep the peace between a proud free folk boy and a stark girl arguing over whose sled was fastest. Sansa often watched her in quiet admiration, grateful for a wisdom grown from hardship and turned gently outward. Each week, Sansa convened the great council in the main hall. The lords of the north, Manderley, Karstark, Glover, and more, sent their voices, if not themselves. They sent word of barns still standing, villages where no one had gone hungry, new alliances forming by marriage and trade. Even the Skagosi, silent and wary, sent a message, a sealskin and a warning that the pack ice had shifted, but their people were safe. In the evenings, the great hall was ablaze with firelight and song. Gendry's smiths drank with wildling hunters. Arya's girls challenged the strongest boys to wrestling matches. The orphans put on plays, and Bran gave riddles for all to solve. Sansa moved among them, accepting shy greetings and bold jokes, dispensing judgment where needed, settling arguments, and praising every kindness she saw. But there were moments of darkness too. News from the south brought word of fresh bloodshed. A failed rebellion in the Riverlands. A southern lord gone mad and slain by his own men. Villages burned, roads choked with the desperate and the cruel. Sansa's heart ached for those who still suffered, but she did not let it show. Instead, she set Jon and Arya to double the patrols, welcomed a handful of new refugees, and sent casks of pickled eggs and barrels of dried fish to White Harbor, that Lord Manderley might share them with those in need. She met often with Jon in the Tower Solar, mapping the North's future as the stars wheeled above them. They planned for spring, how to replenish the herds, where to dig new wells, what fields should be sown first, what villages might need new roofs or fences after the thaw. They spoke of the children who would soon come of age, of the wildling and southern ways that had been braided into the new life of the North. Jon pressed her hand sometimes, silent but sure, and Sansa drew strength from his faith. Arya and Gendry, restless spirits both, began plotting an expedition to the sea as soon as the rivers broke up. They promised to bring back salt fish and stories, to chart new streams, and find the best place for a summer camp for the wildest children. Sansa encouraged them, knowing how life must press outward again after the constriction of winter. Bran's sight deepened with the season. He told Sansa quietly of dreams, a green shoot rising through snow, a flock of swans returning to the lakes, a summer storm that would flood the old fields, but leave new ones richer. "You've built a haven, Sansa," he told her one night beneath the stars. "Let it be a seed for the world to come." When the first great thaw came, rivers cracking, ice groaning, sap rising in the trees, the people of Winterfell greeted it not with haste, but with gratitude. Sansa ordered the gates thrown wide for the first time in months. The children spilled out in shrieking delight, splashing through the mud, watching the first flocks of geese arrow overhead. Gilly led the orphans to gather pussy willows. Arya's girls found the first wild violets in a sunny corner of the godswood. Sansa walked among them all, feeling the world open anew beneath her feet. She spoke with every head of household, every guest and wanderer, every wildling chief. She planned the festival of the first plow, the rebuilding of the old bridge, the songs to be sung, and the games to be played. The lords of the North sent word that they would come, this time not for war, but for a feast of peace, to honor the first harvest that was truly, entirely their own. On the morning of the festival, Sansa stood at the highest window of the great keep and watched the banners go up, the direwolf, the bear, the sunburst, the reeds, and a dozen more, all fluttering together above a field of brown earth and melting snow. The music of hammers and laughter rose with the sun, and her heart soared with it. That night, as the first bonfire was lit and the bread was broken for all, Sansa took her place at the head of the long table. She saw her people, friends and kin, Old enemies now reconciled, wildlings and Northmen, and southern strangers, gathered as one. Bran's stories, Gilly's laughter, Joan's strength, Arya's joy, Gendry's honest hands, the light on every face, these were the true legacy of Winterfell. As the festival's music carried into the night, Sansa spoke a quiet vow beneath her breath. Whatever storms the world sent, whatever change or sorrow or new trial awaited, the North would meet it together. The North would endure, not by fear or force or old glory, but by love and wisdom, and the hope they had sown, season after season, in the living heart of Winterfell. Oh, the days of thaw arrived in earnest, each one brighter, louder, muddier than the last. All Winterfell's roofs wept as the icicles broke and fell. Rivers overflowed their banks, churning up last autumn's leaves. At night, the castle echoed with the plash of meltwater in the gutters, and the raucous cries of wild geese returning, wheeling above the fields. The air grew thick with the scent of turned earth, wood smoke, and the faintest promise of green. Sansa rose before dawn each morning. Her old, careful rituals, reviewing the cellars, the sick lists, the watch rotations, gave way now to a feverish energy. She woke with her heart racing, brimming with plans, each day a race to fit in every task before darkness returned. There was so much to rebuild and plant and mend, and everyone in Winterfell seemed to feel the same, as if the slow sap running in the trees had set the blood quick in every vein. She started with the kitchens, still the beating heart of the keep. Gilly had marshaled her orphans and the wildling women into small armies of bakers, pot scourers, soup makers, and apprentices. Sansa took her turn with the dough, knuckles deep in flour, laughing as she lost a bet to one of Gilly's girls about who could shape the prettiest loaf. She took these small moments of joy seriously, a kind of insurance against the endless labor outside. Next, she crossed to the stables and the smithy. Gendry, sleeves rolled, had his forges roaring, mending plowshares, hammering hinges, crafting tools for the planting. His laughter and shouting made the whole yard feel warm. Arya, boots caked with mud, challenged the boldest children to foot races from the hay barn to the Godswood and back, her energy infectious. In the afternoons, Arya led groups into the woods, teaching the older wildlings and the orphans how to spot spring onions, fiddlehead ferns, and the first new mushrooms. Jon, meanwhile, rode far and wide with Lyanna and a handful of the strongest scouts, checking the furthest steads and crofts, clearing blocked roads, hauling stuck carts from the mud. His arrival was greeted everywhere with cheers. He brought not just news and muscle, but the sense that the North's leaders would see and touch every hardship themselves. The council met twice a week in the sunlit chamber above the old library. Lord Manderley had returned to White Harbor, promising to send young men for the harvest and ships for trade. Ace Karstark and Gilly presented plans for new wells, and for sending healers to teach every village. Lyanna mapped out which old watchtowers needed shoring up and what farms must be replanted first. Even the wildling chiefs, once so reluctant to bow to any southern custom, now came with requests: seed potatoes, iron pots, new axes, schooling for their cleverest children. Bran, half present and wholly at peace, listened to every debate. He watched the sunlight flicker on the table and sometimes offered an insight that made the rest of the council pause. A pattern in last year's failed barley, a story about a bridge long ago lost to flood, a gentle warning about trusting the first fine weather too soon. Sansa herself rarely sat for long. She went out with Jon, on foot or on a gentle horse, wading through mud to visit crofts where roofs still sagged, or where a child had been ill all winter. She spoke to every family, noting what they needed and who was best to help. She visited the wildlings' new hall, joining them for meals of roasted hare and wild greens, listening to their stories and offering hers. With Gilly, she spent hours at the school, teaching letters and numbers to the youngest, helping the older children write their first letters home to far-off kin. The first true holiday of the thaw was the Plowman's Festival, when every able soul, lord, wildling, orphan, merchant, took a turn at the new fields east of Winterfell. Gendry and his smiths had built new plows and harnesses, and Jon, Lyanna, Arya, and even Bran, pushed in his chair, each guided a team across the brown, sodden earth. Laughter rang out at every slip and stumble, and at the end of the day Sansa called for ale and sweet cakes for all. That night, as the castle feasted, Sansa watched her people, their faces flushed and bright, and felt a fierce, aching pride. Arya danced with the wildling girls. Gendry was arm-wrestling a manderly boy. Bran told stories by firelight, and Gilly and Jon quietly helped a crying child whose father had not returned from the last snows. It was not a perfect world. Grief and need and old wounds lingered. But it was a world they'd made together, with their own hands. Challenges came quickly as the rivers rose higher. One village lost a bridge to the ice, and Jon led the rescue, hauling half-drowned sheep and frightened children to safety on the backs of Northmen and wildlings alike. Sansa sent Gendry with timbers and a team to rebuild, and herself delivered food and dry blankets. A fever swept one group of newcomers from the south, but Maester Eric and Gilly's women kept it from spreading. Even as she tended to these troubles, Sansa made sure to pause and praise every helper, every act of courage or care. At council, the talk was all of rebuilding. The Braavosi teacher had arrived, bringing scrolls and songs. The wildling and Northman children learned to read and write side by side. Sansa ordered a new hall built near the Godswood, a place for teaching and feasts to be shared by all. Gendry and Arya competed over the best design for the new school, and the children themselves insisted on painting its doors in every color they could mix. Bran foresaw new dangers too, an especially wet summer that would require dikes and drainage, news of uncertain alliances in the south, bands of desperate men seeking safety or plunder as the world changed. Sansa responded with calm and practical care, sending scouts and trusted riders, strengthening the watch on every road, and keeping the gates open but always guarded. Letters came from Dorne and the Reach, cautious and curious. Requests for trade, for stories, for advice on keeping peace among folk with long memories. The Riverlands, now nearly whole, sent word that new harvests and old families were thriving. Even the Iron Islands sent ships, bearing salted cod and the blunt promise of non-interference. When the new school was finally finished, the whole castle gathered for its opening. Bran recited a blessing in the old tongue. Gilly's orphans sang. Arya's wildling girls told stories, and Jon himself lifted the first child over the threshold. Sansa felt tears prick her eyes as the children streamed in, laughing, jostling, eager to learn. It was not the future her mother had imagined for her, but it was one Sansa would never trade. That night, she sat with Jon and Arya on the ramparts, looking out at the muddy, awakening world. The stars glittered above the melting snow, and the sound of music and laughter drifted up from the hall. "We've built something strong," Jon said quietly. Arya nodded, fierce and proud. "Let them come. Bandits, winter, kings, or storms. The North stands." Sansa smiled at her brother and sister, feeling the old grief like a distant echo, softened now by years and new joys. "It stands because we remember, because we make room for everyone who needs a place." They sat together in silence, the wind in their hair, the scent of green things rising from the earth, the story of the North carrying on, season by season, heart by heart, stronger for all it had weathered and all it hoped yet to grow. As dawn crept over the fields, Sansa rose, her shadow long behind her. She knew there would be loss and hardship ahead, more storms, new wars, griefs still to come. But she also knew that in Winterfell, and in every hand that reached for another, the answer had already been written. The North would endure, and in that enduring would flourish. The rest of Westeros would look north and see not just a kingdom, but a family, scarred, proud, and finally, joyfully whole. Okay. The days sped by, quick as streams breaking free of the last crusted snow. Each morning, sunlight painted the muddy Bailey gold, and every courtyard in Winterfell throbbed with industry. Clatter of barrels, creak of wheels, laughter echoing off wet stone. A sense of newness pervaded the castle and its villages, as if the North itself had awakened from a long, fitful sleep. Sansa was at the center of it all. She took her breakfast standing, snatching bread and stewed fruit from the kitchen table, as she conferred with Gilly and Maester Eric about the day's worries, a stubborn cough in the village, a sheepdog lost in the flood, a bride from the southern newcomers expecting twins. She always made time to listen, even when she was needed everywhere at once. Her face, marked by hard seasons and steady hope, had become as familiar to her people as the direwolf banners snapping overhead. The school was the brightest symbol of this new season. Every morning, the Bravosi teacher unfurled his scrolls, and children from every corner of the north jostled on the benches. Wildlings with tangled hair, stark kin with wolf-skin cloaks, southern boys who still flinched at sudden noise, but now laughed with their neighbors. Gilly read to the youngest from storybooks borrowed from the Winterfell library. Arya's girls demonstrated knife skills, using spoons and carrots to the relief of all the mothers, while Bran, still quiet, ageless, sat in the sunlight near the hearth, weaving old tales into lessons about patience and courage. The wildling children taught the others how to fish for minnows in the muddy rills, how to spot hawk feathers among the rushes. In return, the Northmen taught them to plant beans and carrots, to set a net, to count their catch and keep a careful ledger. The Bravosi teacher, gentle and odd, with a wild thatch of hair and a love for riddles, delighted in the mixture, calling it a school for all the world. By the third week, the children were already more loyal to their class than to their birth. Fights, when they came, ended in laughter and breathless surrenders. Sansa walked the grounds, always listening. To the farmers discussing which field to sow next, to the smiths and their plans for a new bellows, to the kitchen girls who debated how best to sweeten the last of the winter apples. With Gendry, she visited every forge, praised every new idea, and gently dismissed every old grudge. With Lyanna and Alice Karstark, she tracked the progress of the earliest plantings, eyes sharp for blight or rot, ears open for news of the more distant crofts. Jon spent most of his days on the roads, riding out before dawn and returning with the first stars. He reported that the wildling settlements were thriving, new houses raised, fields ready to break, the people no longer quite so wary of the nearest Stark bannerman. Lyanna's scouts watched the old passes, keeping wary eyes on the southern road. The world beyond was restless. Sansa received rumors of new battles along the Mander, of a dozen claimants to the Iron Throne quarreling in King's Landing, of bands of free riders raiding the marches. But the North held steady, and Sansa's chief worry was how best to share the surplus of last year's oats with a new wave of wanderers. It was Arya who brought the first real warning. She slipped into the council late one afternoon, her cloak wet and boots muddy, with a stranger at her side. A girl of perhaps 12, with skin the color of river mud and eyes sharp as flint. Arya introduced her as Kayla, found alone on the King's Road, hungry but unafraid. "She's not the only one," Arya said, voice low. "There are families hiding in the woods, some bandits, some just desperate. They're running from something, but won't say what. I think we should be ready." Sansa nodded. "We always are." She knelt and spoke quietly with Kayla, learning that her parents had died in the chaos of the south, and that she had followed rumors of safety in the north. Sansa placed a hand on her shoulder and promised her a home, food, lessons, and, if she ever wished, work in the school or the kitchens. That evening, Sansa gathered her council in the Solar. "More are coming," she said simply. "Not just those with old claims, but the lost, the frightened, the ones looking for something that endures. The world is changing, and the North must decide what part it will play." Jon agreed at once. "We have food, space, and strong hands. We can take in those who'll work and live by our law." Ace Karstark was cautious. "But we must stay vigilant. Bandits, spies, old enemies may slip in among the weak." Gendry nodded. "Let the smiths and the wildlings train the newcomers. Teach them the ways of the North, but keep them watched, for their sake as well as ours." "Arya grinned, fierce and sure. "If anyone tries to break our peace, I'll be the first to know." So it was agreed. The gates stayed open, but every newcomer met the eyes of the council and pledged to keep the peace. The first week saw a dozen strangers arrive. Some small families, a maimed sellsword, an old woman who claimed to have seen the wall before it fell. Sansa herself greeted each, learning their names, giving them honest work, and making it clear that Winterfell's justice would be swift and fair for all. The newcomers brought more than need. One woman from the Reach showed the wildling wives how to ferment honey into a new, potent drink. A young man from the Stormlands crafted a wooden flute and played for the children each night. Kayla, quick-witted and watchful, became Gilly's most trusted errand runner, memorizing faces and secrets with ease. The North changed with each arrival, but it did not grow weaker. The wildling and Northman children began to claim the castle and its fields as one. The southern refugees grew proud of the new skills they learned. Old suspicions faded, and in their place grew a feeling Sansa had never truly dared to name: belonging. When the first real rains of spring pounded the castle, Sansa called for a feast in the great hall. Tables groaned with salted lamb, greens, oatcakes, and stewed apples. Bran recited the story of the last wolf to howl before the long night, and the children, southern and northern, wildling and orphan, sang a new song in the round, voices rising to the rafters. As the firelight flickered, Sansa sat with Jon and Arya, the hall full of warmth and the promise of better days. "We have built a new world," she said softly, her heart light for the first time in years. Jon squeezed her hand, his eyes gentle. "We'll keep it safe, whatever comes." Arya looked out at the crowd, faces of every shade and shape, smiles bright and unguarded. Let the rest of Westeros come and see what family truly means. That night, as the rain drummed on the roof, Sansa found herself awake in the small hours. She wandered the halls, pausing at the windows to watch the river shine in the dark. Everywhere she saw her people: Gilly sleeping near the orphans, Arya dozing in a window seat with her boots still on, Jon and Bran standing together in the silent godswood. She let the quiet fill her. No dread, no longing, only gratitude and the fierce determination to defend what she'd made. With the dawn came sun, and the world outside the castle shone with possibility. Sansa gathered her council and her people in the yard, sunlight in her hair, and spoke simply. "Let this be a new season and a new vow. We are North together, whatever storms may rise. Let us face them, not as strangers, but as kin." The cheers that followed rang to the high walls and out across the fields, stronger than any oath or banner. And so, as another season began, seed time and hope and the endless, steadfast work of peace, Sansa Stark walked at the head of her people, no longer only a lady, but the North's heart, its voice, its promise kept alive for all who chose to make it home. Jin. The river receded and the fields dried, leaving behind a patchwork of fertile mud and bright green. The first truly warm wind swept down from the south, carrying scents of grass and water, and with it came a shift in the spirit of the North, a trembling anticipation, a sense that everything was possible. Even the oldest men in the yard, stooped by winter and memory, spoke of a spring more bountiful than any in their long lives. Sansa met each dawn with new purpose. Her days began before the sun, as she moved quietly through the keep, listening for what needed doing. An argument over a grain sack, a squeaky hinge, a child coughing in the dark. She paused at the school to watch the Braavosi teacher arrange his scrolls, listened at the kitchen door for Gilly's early laugh, stepped into the yard to count sheep and children and strangers. Her word was gentle but final. Let no one be idle, and let no one be left behind. That spring, the wildlings' new village finally took its full shape. A ring of turf and timber houses by the river, strung with fish nets and smoky from the great central fire. Sansa visited with Gendry and Arya, bringing cheese and bread, listening to the women's plans for a root cellar, and the young hunters' boasts about the biggest trout. Children swarmed them, half naked and wild, and Arya chased them to the riverbank, daring them to leap in before the water had lost its icy bite. Gendry was in his element. He'd set up a forge in the open air, teaching the wildling boys how to temper steel, mend a scythe, twist iron into hooks. He laughed as he worked, his face streaked with soot, his arms tanned and strong. At dusk, He brought Sansa a basket of nails and a simple, beautiful lock. "The world can always use more doors and more keys," he said, grinning. She kept it as a charm. A promise that Winterfell would always be a place where those who needed shelter could find it. Arya ranged farther as the days lengthened, leading bands of children and young women to the distant woods. She brought back stories of bear tracks and old giant stones, of a hidden glen carpeted with bluebells. Once, she found a crippled fox cub and carried it home in her cloak. She gave it to Gilly's orphans, who nursed it through the last cold snaps, cheering when it first walked in a wobbly circle in the castle yard. Jon was almost always in motion, riding the roads from White Harbor to the Shadow Tower and back. He met with lords and small folk, wildlings and manderless, listening to their worries about trade, about bandits, about southern gold, or the faintest rumors of dragons. He returned to Sansa in the evenings, always tired, sometimes troubled, but never without a solution or a plan. They'd talk together by candlelight, how to rotate the guards at the wildling settlements, when to send for more seed, what supplies the school still needed, which village healer was ready to apprentice with Maester Eric. Sansa grew to count on his presence as much as his counsel. The North had many lords, but Jon's word, like hers, carried farther than any horn or banner. The Braavosi teacher was as transformative as the spring itself. By the end of the first moon, every child in Winterfell, wildling, orphan, Southron, and Stark, could read and count, and many could recite the old stories in 3 tongues. He invited storytellers from every background to stand at the front of the school each week, and he set riddles that confounded even Bran. When he proposed a day of questions, when children, and even adults, could ask any lord or lady anything, Sansa agreed at once. The yard filled with laughter as Arya tried to explain how she'd once passed as a boy, as Gendry confessed to burning his first 100 nails, as Sansa herself admitted she'd once been afraid of the dark. Bran grew more present with the light. He spent hours in the Godswood, often joined by the children or by Gilly's youngest, who clung to his chair and listened raptly to tales of the first Starks, of the children of the forest, of peace brokered between wildling kings and ancient wolves. Sansa sometimes found herself drawn to him at dusk, watching as he gently guided the orphans to carve their names on a new standing stone beside the heart tree. "We are not only what we inherit," Bran told them softly, "but what we choose to become." One market day, a company of Southerners arrived, men and women from the Reach, their wagons bright with saffron and herbs, new cheeses and sharp wine. There was tension at first. Suspicion between wildlings and newcomers, between the North's old ways and the sweet speech of the Southern traders. But Sansa walked the lanes with the Reach woman who led them, sharing bread, speaking openly of Winterfell's history and hope. The newcomers, seeing her example, relaxed into laughter, set up a contest of pie making, and, before the week was out, proposed a permanent market at the edge of the wildlings' village. Trouble, when it came, was swift and handled with that same quiet strength. A band of highwaymen, hearing of the North's prosperity, tried to waylay a grain wagon near the King's Road. Arya and Lyanna rode out with Jon and a score of wildlings. There was no slaughter, just a clear warning, a demonstration of the North's unity and swift justice. The captured men were given a choice: work the fields or be escorted south. Most chose to stay. They joined Gendry's teams, slept by the kitchens, and, after a cautious start, grew into the community, one even earning a place in the school, praised by the Braavosi teacher for his gift with numbers. Sansa marked the progress of every soul, every home. She visited the market at dusk, buying cheese from the Southern women, letting wildling children braid her hair with river reeds, listening to old Karstark men debate the right time to plant flax. She shared a meal with the Reach woman, tasting spiced wine, learning the names of new herbs, and promising trade and peace for another season. At the summer festival, set earlier this year for the joy of so much new life, the yard was festooned with lanterns, flowers, and garlands of green. Gilly's orphan sang the first song, Bran recited the tale of the first spring. Arya's girls performed a play of wolves and bears and laughing crows. The wildlings roasted boar and sweet onions. The southerners poured sharp wine. And the Manderley fishermen taught everyone a dance that ended with most of the castle's children, and several startled dogs, tumbling in a heap at the maypole's base. After the feast, Jon and Sansa walked the battlements. The stars were thick overhead, the air perfumed with grass and bread and wood smoke. They spoke of the world beyond, the south, the rumors of peace and unrest, the quiet ambitions of far-off lords. "We can only prepare, not control," Sansa said, her tone steady. "But we have built a place worth defending. They will have to reckon with that." Jon smiled, resting his hand on hers. "They will. We are the North, stronger than fear and ready for whatever comes." As the night wore on, Sansa stood for a long while alone above the yard, watching the lanterns sway, listening to the laughter, the music, the distant chorus of frogs and nightingales. She understood then, with a certainty that stilled her heart, that the North's greatness was no longer in its walls or swords or even its storied past, but in its people, drawn from every place, each given room to belong, to learn, to forgive, to flourish. Whatever came next, rain or war, peace or hardship, their answer was already written in the earth, in the music and memory and new hope of the North. And so, the season turned. Sansa Stark, Lady of Winterfell, walked back through her gates, her cloak trailing wildflowers, the future bright in every voice she passed, every open door, every fire lit to welcome another soul home. The North in high summer was a living, surging tide. Rivers ran swift and full, washing away the last mud of thaw. And every meadow near Winterfell billowed with grasses high as a man's waist, scattered with poppies, wild mustard, and clouds of blue chicory. Children shrieked as they chased each other through the knee-high green, and the fields rang with work and laughter from first light until long after sunset. The castle itself seemed to breathe. Doors thrown wide, banners rippling on every tower, windows open to let in the warm breeze and the scent of honeysuckle and sweet clover. Sansa woke each morning to sunlight on her pillow and the hum of life below her window. She dressed in the simplest gown she owned, her hair tied in a thick braid that swung as she strode through the halls. She began her day in the kitchen, where Gilly's crew had become a finely tuned army, baking, boiling, churning butter, feeding dozens with an ease and cheer that made even the sleepiest orphan beam. Sansa's laughter mingled with theirs as she tasted new bread, suggested a twist to the morning porridge, or shared a joke with a wildling girl peeling apples for pie. After breakfast, she walked the market lanes with Gendry and Arya, listening to the tradesfolk and farmers as they haggled, boasted, or quietly shared news of a new calf or a sick neighbor. The wildling women had started selling their weavings, bright, strange patterns, popular among the southern newcomers who had drifted north in ever greater numbers. The market was alive with every tongue in Westeros now, a babble of dialects and laughter, and Sansa learned a dozen new words each week. The school was always Sansa's next stop, Darika. There, the Braavosi teacher recited riddles and poetry in the cool shadow of a new-built porch, the wildling children swapping seats with Manderley boys, and the southern twins who'd arrived last autumn. Bran, no longer the youngest or the most mysterious, was now the soul of the class. His gentle voice turned every history lesson into a story, every tale into a question, every memory into a lesson for tomorrow. On the rare days when he was too tired to join, the children gathered anyway, inventing stories of their own, wolf princesses and wild bear queens, lost cities under the snow, ships made of starlight. Sansa let them be, and instead sat with Gilly in the school's small garden, planning the next round of improvements. Another row of berry bushes, a beehive, perhaps a glasshouse for the most fragile herbs. Gilly had become more than an advisor. She was a sister, a comfort, a tireless champion of the North's new ways. Sansa trusted her with everything: money, secrets, the hearts of her people. Every day brought new faces. One afternoon, as Sansa reviewed the ledgers with Alice Karstark in the council chamber, the guards admitted a family from the Stormlands, lean, sun-browned, their eyes wary but determined. They carried no gold, but brought skills. A healer, a carpenter, a girl with a fine singing voice who soon took her place among the orphans' nightly concerts. Sansa welcomed them all, as she always did. Work in the fields, a roof over their heads, a place in the circle of the hall. Jon remained the North's wandering anchor. He rode out each morning with Lyanna and Gendry, checking on distant crofts, hearing petitions, offering aid to the unlucky or the simply overwhelmed. He returned in the evenings, tired but content, his hair sun-bleached and his manner lighter than it had been in years. Arya was his shadow, scouting, running messages, sometimes gone for 2 or 3 days on errands only she could manage. She always returned with stories, laughter, and, often, a band of children trailing behind her, intent on showing her their latest accomplishments. The wildling village flourished on the river's edge. Sansa visited every week, bringing seed, news, and the promise of fair trade. The wildlings taught their neighbors to net trout, to harvest wild greens and mushrooms, to predict storms by the smell of the wind. In return, the Northmen showed them how to mend fences, to thatch roofs, to bind wounds with honey and moss. The differences between them faded, leaving only kinship, old scars, and shared jokes. One golden day, a trader from Dorne arrived with spices, silks, and a letter from the prince, a formal request for a delegation of northern teachers and healers to visit Sunspear before the year's end. Sansa called her council and chose Gilly, Bran, and a pair of the oldest orphans to go, along with Arya and a handful of guards. Jon pressed her hand in the council chamber. "It is time the world sees what we have built," he said. "Time we share it and learn from them as well." Preparations for the journey became a summer's occupation. Sansa worked with Alice Karstark and the Braavosi teacher to select gifts. Books copied in a dozen hands, bundles of wool and fur, jars of preserved berries and honey, a finely wrought axe from Gendry's forge. Bran oversaw the binding of a book of stories, each one chosen by the children. Gilly made a list of questions for the Dornish healers, her curiosity as bright as the girls who would travel with her. Meanwhile, the fields demanded attention. The barley and wheat grew thick, the gardens bloomed, and every afternoon a team gathered to weed, to cut hay, to set up scarecrows. At night, the castle rang with feasts. Boar and venison, pies of mushroom and leek, sweet curd, and the last of the winter apples. The wine flowed, music echoed, and every quarrel was settled before the next sunrise. There were problems, as always. A fever swept through the wildling village. Gilly and Maester Eric stayed day and night, tending the sick, keeping the rest apart until the outbreak burned itself out. A fire claimed a hayloft in the oldest part of the keep, but Gendry and his crew rebuilt it in 3 days, stronger and safer than before. Rumors of unrest filtered north from the Riverlands, and once a group of desperate men tried to rob a wheat cart near the neck. Arya and Lyanna rode out, settled it with a firm warning, and sent the men south with supplies and a promise of worse should they return in anger. But the season's joys far outweighed its storms. The market square became a festival every 7 days. Music, dancing, contests of strength and wit. The southern children taught the wildlings a game of marbles. The wildlings invented a new song for every feast. The Braavosi teacher presided over a spelling contest, and even Sansa entered, laughing at her own mistakes and praising the youngest for their bold guesses. As the days began to shorten, Sansa planned the farewell for the delegation to Dorne. The whole castle gathered in the yard, the wildling chiefs, Manderly's sons, Alice Karstark, and her sharp-eyed daughters, Gendry's apprentices, and every child who had ever learned a song or a story at Bran's knee. Sansa gave her blessing. Arya offered her wild promise. "Return with the sun or I'll come drag you back." And Jon clasped each traveler in turn, his pride unspoken but fierce. That night, as the fires burned low, and the music drifted away into memory, Sansa climbed to the top of the great tower. She watched the moonrise silver the fields, saw the wildlings' bonfires on the riverbank, heard the faint laughter and song from the market square. She felt, for once, no worry, only the weight of happiness, the deep, strong peace of a world hard won and well tended. In her heart she whispered, "Thanks," for every soul safe within her walls, for every hand joined in work, for every new word spoken in friendship. She knew there would be other winters, other losses. The world beyond the north still shifted, troubled and dangerous. But for this season, and perhaps for many more, Winterfell was the home she had dreamed of as a frightened girl. A place of light, of laughter, of love made real. The story of the North had become the story of all its people, and Sansa, Lady of Winterfell, would continue it. One day, one hope, one small kindness at a time, through every summer and every storm yet to come. Ah, hey, ah. The air grew sweet with the fullness of summer, but now and then a chill would ride in on the dawn wind, reminding all that in the north, no season's bounty came without cost. Sansa, standing at her window before sunrise, watched a wisp of mist curling over the fields. Below, the market square glittered with dew, and beyond it, wildling children chased a dog through the grass, their laughter mixing with the caw of distant crows. As the delegation to Dorne readied itself for the road, all of Winterfell seemed to hum with expectation. Bran finished the binding of the storybook, its pages thick with the children's best drawings and Gilly's neat script. Gendry and his apprentices boxed up ironwork and furs for trade, carefully inscribed with the direwolf and the blue mountain sigil of the north. Gilly, nerves hidden by her gentle smile, packed herbs and dried fruit, sharing last advice with her helpers for keeping the orphans fed and healthy until she returned. On the morning of departure, the entire keep and half the villages crowded the yard. Arya rode at the head of the company, her hair in a wild braid, sword at her hip, and the fox cub nestled in the crook of her arm. Gilly and Bran followed in a covered wagon, surrounded by their young charges, each clutching a new cloak and a pouch of painted stones. The Braavosi teacher, odd in his many-colored cloak, delighted by the adventure, tipped his hat to the crowd. Jon and Sansa rode alongside to the crossroads, where they parted with embraces and last words, watching the little procession wheel south beneath the banners of wolf and sun. Afterward, life surged forward with redoubled energy. The crops ripened in sudden heat, the barley and wheat bending under the weight of grain. Sansa worked beside the reapers, learning which fields would yield best, listening to the old Manderley men and wildling women argue gently about the right time to cut, the right prayers to speak. Each night, the barns filled with sheaves and the kitchens with the smell of new bread. Yet not all was ease. The summer storms were fierce, thunder rolling for hours, rain lashing the river into a brown torrent. A bolt of lightning struck the east tower, setting a roof ablaze, but Gendry and the smiths were quick with buckets and axes. The villagers and wildlings formed a chain, saving half the roof before the flames took it, and by dawn, Sansa had already organized a rebuilding crew, with fresh planks and the promise of an extra feast once the work was done. A new challenge came with the river. The rains had swollen it beyond memory. One morning a group of traders from the Reach arrived at the gate, shaken and soaked, their wagons stranded on the far bank. Sansa herself led a rescue, ropes thrown across, wildlings swimming to ferry children and goods, Arya and Lyanna organizing teams to haul carts free of the sucking mud. When the last child was safe, the Reachmen fell to their knees in thanks, pledging a year's trade at half price, and the rescued horses were stabled and dried beside the wildlings' best. Rumors from the south ebbed and flowed. Jon returned from the outlying steads with word of shifting alliances among the lords, of some peace in the riverlands, and new battles brewing near the neck. Sansa wrote letters each week, one to Dorne, asking after the travelers, one to Lord Manderley, arranging grain for the Reachmen, another to Alice Karstark, who reported that the villages nearest the woods now fed not only themselves, but their poorest neighbors as well. The new school's influence grew. Gilly's helpers ran their own lessons for the littlest, teaching counting with stones and stories with song. The Braavosi teacher inspired the older children to draw maps, to ask questions of every traveler, to keep records of the weather and the crops. Sansa saw the wildling boys arguing over the best words for snow in Old Tongue, the Stark girls learning numbers and trade in High Valyrian, and knew that something precious was being made, an inheritance more enduring than silver or wheat. Arya's wild girls and Gendry's young smiths organized games for the evenings. Tug-of-war, races, a competition to see who could build the tallest cairn from riverstones. Sansa laughed as she joined the sack race, her skirts bunched in her hands, tripping into the grass beside orphans and wildlings, cheered by the whole of Winterfell. That night, she sang with the others by the fire, the music carrying across the fields, her voice high and sure. It was in these golden days that Sansa truly saw the North's new soul. Strangers arrived every week, sometimes a broken family, sometimes an old knight or a wandering scholar. Each was greeted at the gate, their names learned, their hands set to the work that best suited them. Some stayed, weaving themselves into the life of the keep. Some moved on, carrying with them tales of safety and hope. Gilly's orphans grew tall and clever, half a dozen learning to read and write in 3 tongues before the first leaves began to turn. Bran, now more often in the Godswood than the Hall, grew quieter but not distant. Children still flocked to him for stories, for the comfort of his stillness, for the feeling that all the world's histories passed through him and came to rest in Winterfell. One day, he called Sansa to the heart tree and pressed her hand. "You see now," he murmured, "what peace truly is, not the end of struggle, but the weaving of many hearts into one." As summer deepened, the wildling village and the northern farms joined for a harvest feast. Tables were spread along the green, laden with game pies and cheese, roasted fish and honey cakes. The Reach traders brought barrels of golden wine. The wildlings made a stew of berries and venison. Arya led the children in a play, the Braavosi teacher told a tale of the sea, and Jon raised a toast. "To the north, may we never again be strangers." As dusk fell, Sansa walked alone to the highest tower, breathing in the scents of ripe fields and wood smoke. She looked out over her people, her friends, her family, her hope, and saw that all the years of loss and longing had led here, to a peace she could trust. Letters arrived from Dorne. Gilly's group had been welcomed with feasts and questions. Bran was teaching the Dornish children the story of the first wolf and the first son. Arya had written a single line, "All is well," and then there is much to see. But Sansa felt her sister's happiness shining from the words. Sansa sent back news of the harvest, a lock of her own hair braided with a thread of wildling blue, a promise that their home would always be open and waiting. The days shortened, and preparations for autumn began again. Jon led the first drive of sheep and cattle down from the hills. Gendry oversaw repairs to the market roof. Sansa held council each week, settling disputes, planning new storehouses, sending envoys to the villages to teach, to share, to keep the ties between farm and castle, wildling and Northman, ever strong. Yet as the nights grew longer, Sansa felt only hope. No shadow threatened the north, no secret menace crept at the borders. She had learned to live with the memory of winter, to treasure every labor and every joy, and to trust that what they built together would endure whatever storms might come. At the final feast before the harvest, Sansa spoke a blessing over her people. "Let us remember that peace is not given, but made, seed by seed, day by day, heart by heart." The North is not only the land, but the people gathered in it, and our family is as wide as our welcome. The cheers rang out under the stars, louder and longer than ever before. And so the wheel of the year turned again. Sansa Stark watched the bonfires burn. The fields turn gold, and the wildlings and Northmen and Southron strangers dance as one. And she knew, beyond all doubt, all fear, that the North had become what she had always dreamed. A home for all, a legacy of peace, a hope that would outlast every winter. As she turned to join the dancing, Sansa whispered her thanks. To her mother and father, to the old gods and the new, to every soul whose kindness had built this bright, unbroken summer. And beneath the banners of wolf and sun and bear, the story of the North pressed on, richer and stronger with every step. Ayandi. And now, the harvest approached with the inevitability of the turning world, and Sansa felt the pulse of it in her bones. A gathering fullness, a quickening of every breath. Wheat and barley ripened in the wind, the wildling gardens bristled with carrots and beets, and the market square became a living tapestry of color. Green cabbages and purple onions, apples blushing gold and pink, baskets of beans and berries, sweet honeycomb and the last wild strawberries. The north was ready, but the work was never done. Sansa's days stretched from the violet hush of dawn to long after the lamps had been snuffed in the halls. She met each morning in the kitchens with Gilly and her helpers, reviewing lists, dispatching bread and cheese to distant crofts, sending baskets of eggs to the wildling village and jars of stewed fruit to the new mothers in the tower rooms. She tasted the morning's broth, laughed at a child's joke, knelt to tie a shoe, to mend a torn sleeve, to listen. By midday, Sansa was in the market, cloak thrown back, her boots splashed with mud as she walked among the stalls. She praised the wildling women for their pickled ramps, the reachmen for their herbs, the old Stark farmer for his cabbages big as a baby's head. She settled quarrels over fencing and the price of fish, listened to news from the coast. Yara Greyjoy's ships had weathered a squall, but sent barrels of herring upriver, and the first traders from Old Town were expected any day. The council met under the open sky. Jon and Lyanna arrived with cheeks reddened by wind, bringing news of a late foal in the Manderley herds and a wolf sighted near the neck. Healthy, bold, more a sign of luck than threat. Gendry brought a handful of new tools and a report of the wildling boys' progress with the forge. Ace Karstark's ledgers were full of small triumphs. Every roof mended, every storehouse checked, every road marked for clearing when the leaves fell. The school was its own miracle. The Braavosi teacher's hair had grown longer, his accent thicker, but his energy was undiminished. The children, now a chattering, restless crowd, could recite the names of rivers and wildflowers, count in 3 tongues, and debate the history of kings with the stubbornness of maesters. The southern girl who'd come with the Stormland family had written her own song for the harvest, and Bran helped the children set it to music, his fingers gentle on a borrowed harp. Letters arrived with the changing wind. Gilly wrote from Dorne, describing orange groves and salt air, new friends, and new customs. The children with her had already learned the Dornish tongue and sent drawings of suns and wolves and mermaids home to Winterfell. Arya's note was shorter. No one here rides as fast, climbs as high, or tells stories so wild as we do. I am ready to come home soon. Bran, too, sent a message. Simple, strange, and full of love. The old magic is strong, but the new is stronger still. Sansa read them at the council, letting everyone see the words, feeling pride mingle with longing for the travelers who had become the North's voice abroad. She replied in kind, sending news of the ripening fields, the first green apples, the contest of riddles won by Kayla, the once lost girl who had become the boldest of the new students. Trouble came, as it always did, but the North was prepared. A fever in one outlying village was contained by swift work from Maester Eric and Gendry's smiths, who turned a granary into a hospital for a fortnight. A band of southern riders approached the King's Road, but Arya, back from Dorne, sunburned and laughing, allowed a party to greet them, discovering a harmless group of traveling musicians and a would-be maester seeking to trade his skills for sanctuary. Both were welcomed. The musicians taught wildling girls a dance from the free cities, and the young maester soon set up a small apothecary in the market, peddling cures and stories in equal measure. Sansa watched it all with careful, unblinking attention. She was everywhere at once. In the kitchens, helping peel apples for pies. In the market, showing a frightened southern woman how to measure wheat by weight, not guesswork. In the school, encouraging a stammering boy from the Vale to speak his name aloud. She heard every voice, praised every effort, and quietly gave more than she ever asked in return. The wildlings planned their own harvest feast. Sansa was invited with all ceremony, Jon and Arya at her side, Gendry with his arms full of bread, Lyanna bearing a skin of mead, the Braavosi teacher with his students singing a wildling song. The meal was simple: stewed rabbit, roasted roots, a cake of honey and berries. But the stories and laughter lasted long into the night, and when Sansa rose to leave, the wildling chieftain gripped her hand, calling her Mother of the New North. She bowed her head, honored and humbled. As the equinox approached, Sansa convened the final council before the harvest. She asked after every field and orchard, every barn and storehouse. She wanted no child hungry, no stranger unwelcome. Jon reported that the passes were clear, that the traders from the Reach had kept their word, and that even the wolves in the woods were growing fat on game. Gendry promised that the new carts would be ready in a week. Lyanna and Arya, that the roads would be safe. Alice, that the last debts from winter had been paid. Then came the harvest itself. The work was hard and unending, but it was joyful. Northmen, wildlings, southerners, orphans, and visiting traders all took their place in the fields. Sansa herself, hair tied back, hands black with earth, led the reaping in the barley field south of the wall. She laughed when Arya turned the labor into a race and Gendry challenged the children to see who could stack the tallest sheaf. At night, the barns filled with music and tales. The tables groaned with food, and every fire blazed high against the deepening dark. The market swelled with abundance. Fruit, cheese, barrels of ale, skeins of dyed yarn, piles of root vegetables, and every kind of bread and cake. The southern traders brought melons and almonds, the wildlings smoked trout and juniper berries, the old Northmen sweet cider and dark mead. Bran's children presented a new story at the festival, performed in all three tongues: High Valyrian, the Old Tongue, and the Common Speech, ending with a blessing from the godswood that brought tears to even the hardest faces. As the harvest festival neared its end, Sansa stood at the highest window of the keep, watching the last wagon loads of grain hauled into the storehouses. Jon joined her, quiet and content, and they looked together over the starlit fields, the wildling fires on the riverbank, the laughter and song drifting up from the yard. "We have done well," Jon said, his hand warm on hers. "This is what they dreamed of, our mother and father, a North united, not by fear, but by hope." Sansa nodded, her heart full and unafraid. "We'll hold it, for them, for all of us." Bran's voice drifted from the hall below, a story weaving through the quiet, of long nights and long hope, of strangers who became kin, of a land remade by patience and love. Sansa closed her eyes and listened, feeling the peace she had built settle around her shoulders like a cloak. She would guard it with her life, as fiercely as any sword, through every season, every sorrow, every joy. And as the moon rose over Winterfell's towers, the harvest safely gathered, and the North at peace, Sansa Stark, Lady of Winterfell, heart of her people, smiled into the dark, ready for all the turning world might bring. Hey. Autumn settled on the North with the easy certainty of a blessing earned. The days softened, gentled by golden haze, and the slow ripening of every fruit and grain. Sansa felt the season in her bones. The world both abundant and quietly fragile, every tree and child and barn storing up warmth against what must come. The wind tasted of apple and peat, sometimes salt from the distant sea, sometimes the first sharp warning of frost. The fields glowed beneath the slanting sun, barley stubble bleached silver, orchards heavy with apples, and the wildling gardens in the riverbend dazzling with squashes, carrots, late beans, and the wild herbs that now flavored half the castle's stews. Villagers and wildlings alike worked side by side, men hauling sacks of oats, women tying sheaves, children darting between carts with baskets of berries, and half-wild kittens tucked under their arms. Sansa's life was a tapestry of these moments. She woke with the first bells, grateful for the cool air and the hush before the world's bustle. In the kitchens, she found Gilly, sleeves rolled, hair escaping its braid, calmly directing breakfast for hundreds, fresh oatcakes, bowls of sliced fruit, thick goat's milk for the littlest, and always extra honey when she saw Sansa come in, remembering her childhood's sweet tooth. Gilly's competence made Sansa's own work possible. The meetings, the inspections, the endless conversations with elders, travelers, children, and the stubborn old men who believed the frost would come early. no matter what the sky said. Each morning, Sansa walked the yard and market square, cloak trailing, her hands quick with greetings and work. She took the time to praise Gendry Smiths for a clever new plow, to settle a dispute over the best spot for the Manderley fish barrels, to listen to Lyanna Mormont recount the latest bear sighting near the new bridge. The wildling women came to her with both complaints and recipes, and Sansa always listened, her respect for their skill and sharp humor growing as the months passed. Jon spent more time at Winterfell now, his road weariness replaced by a restless satisfaction. He checked the stores with Alice Karstark, spent afternoons in the school teaching older boys swordplay, and the youngest the art of mending a net or starting a fire. At dusk, he joined the wildlings for wrestling matches and stories, his laughter carrying far across the bailey. Sometimes Sansa would find him and Arya sparring in the yard by torchlight, both flushed and grinning, their swords clashing like a heartbeat beneath the northern stars. The school, now crowded with the next generation of every house, was a constant source of joy and mischief. The Braavosi teacher grew more beloved each week, his riddles and tongue twisters the talk of every supper. Bran spent more hours there as the weather cooled, telling tales of old kings and hidden paths, always ending with a question or a blessing. Even the most timid orphans began to stand taller, learning their letters and numbers in 3 tongues, inventing new games and forging friendships that seemed, at least to Sansa, like the best possible defense against any old hatreds that might someday creep back. Harvest festival preparations were everywhere. Sansa oversaw the setting of tables in the yard, the hanging of lanterns, the careful stacking of firewood for the nights she knew would soon turn cold. The wildlings prepared a great cauldron of stew, the Manderless a fleet of pies, and the Stormland newcomers built an archway of flowers at the gate. Children rehearsed plays, Gendry's apprentices hammered out a set of silver bells for prizes, and Arya's girls practiced a sword dance for the feast. Letters came from Dorne. Gilly and her group would be home before the first frost, bearing seeds, new recipes, and tales of orange groves and desert stars. Arya wrote only a few lines. "We saw the world and its wonders, but Winterfell is the best. Coming home with the next wind." Bran, writing with his own hand, added, "The sun is kind in the south, but the north is stronger for what it shares." On the eve of the festival, the village was ablaze with lanterns and laughter. Sansa, dressed in her mother's green, silver-threaded gown, walked through the crowd, heart aching with happiness. She stopped to taste honeycakes from the reach, to marvel at the woven wildflower crowns on the wildling girls, to listen to Gilly's smallest orphan sing a song learned in Dorne. When Gilly and the travelers arrived, the cheers were as loud as the first bell at sunrise. Arya rode at the front, her face sunburned and wild, Bran and the children trailing behind, waving banners stitched with suns and deerwolves. Gilly was radiant, hugging Sansa and every orphan in reach, her arms full of lemons and strange dark nuts, her voice hoarse from answering questions all along the road. The festival was joy and memory, work and reward all at once. There was music, pipes and drums, the wildlings' rough horns, a tune from Dorne played on a borrowed lyre. Bran blessed the fields and the gathered crowd in the old tongue, then in the common speech, "May your hearths burn bright, your hearts be wide, your stories be long, and your kindness longer." Jon and Sansa led the first dance, Arya and Gendry the next, children and elders tumbling in and out of the circle as pies and cider and honeyed roots passed from hand to hand. Feasts stretched late into the night, bonfires blazing high enough to send sparks above the walls. Sansa sat with Gilly, Arya, Jon, and Bran, watching the faces around her, the old and the young, the wildling chieftains and the southern bakers, the orphan girl with the fox cub asleep in her lap, the Braavosi teacher quietly translating a song for a Stark boy and a wildling girl who were falling unmistakably in love. No one was left out, no one was alone. When the last logs had burned down, Sansa stood and spoke, her voice strong and clear beneath the stars. "We have known hunger and fear. We have known the bite of winter and the loss of old friends. But tonight, we are together. We are more than blood, more than history. We are the North, every house, every village, every heart that chose hope instead of hatred. Let this harvest last through every storm. In the cheer that rose carried out to the dark fields and beyond. As the crowd drifted home, Sansa lingered on the ramparts, watching the moon glint on the river and the wilding fires burn low. Jon found her there, silent and thoughtful. "We built this together," he said. Sansa nodded. "And we'll keep it safe. Together." Below them, the story of the North continued. Not a song of kings and war, but 1,000 quiet triumphs. Laughter in the kitchens, strong hands at the forge, the soft snuffling of livestock in the barns, the hope in every lesson and every kindness. Sansa felt the promise of it in her blood. That the North's legacy would not be a single name or throne, but the living peace of a home remade, year after year, in the hearts of its people. The wind was cold, but Sansa smiled, content. The harvest was in, the children were safe, and the North remembered. And as she turned from the wall, her cloak swirling in the moonlight, Sansa Stark knew she would never walk alone again. The last golden weeks of autumn came in a blaze of color. The forests beyond Winterfell flared with scarlet and gold, their leaves crackling beneath the boots of children gathering kindling and wild nuts. Smoke curled up from every chimney, carrying the scent of applewood and sweet, slow-cooked meats. The air grew crisp and clear, the sky so deep a blue it seemed endless, save for the first flights of geese cutting south above the rolling, newly shorn fields. Sansa felt the change in every heartbeat, in every sigh of wind. The work of the harvest was done, the granaries full, the barns stacked with straw and fodder, every storehouse and root cellar packed tight. She made her rounds before the sun rose, greeting old Gilly in the kitchen, whose arms were dusted with flour as she oversaw the baking of morning bread, pausing to watch Jon and Lyanna in the yard, drilling the older children in sword and bow, listening to Arya tell a crowd of orphans and wildlings of her journey to Dorne, acting out the wild ride over desert and sea. With each passing day, the castle became more itself. The wildlings now wore homespun Northman cloaks, the orphans shouted in 3 languages, and the market square was filled with both the old faces Sansa had known since her childhood and new ones she'd come to trust. Gendry and his smiths worked late into the night, their forges bright as stars, mending plows and axes, preparing a last load of nails for a barn near the coast before the roads closed to snow. Preparations for winter were everywhere. Woolen cloaks and mittens were handed out in the yard, and barrels of salted fish from White Harbor lined the walls near the kitchen. The Reachwoman and wildling grandmothers argued, with much laughter, over whose recipe for pickled beets would keep best through the frost. Sansa let them quarrel, her gaze warm and knowing. The best jars from each found their way to the Lord's table, and the rest to the orphanage and the wildling longhouse. The school, now almost too full for its benches, became a haven against the cold. The Braavosi teacher had grown thin, his beard streaked with gray, but his voice was strong as ever, reciting riddles and tales, weaving the newest arrivals into the oldest stories. Bran, wrapped in furs, kept his place by the window, teaching the children to carve runes in wax, to remember the shapes of ancient trees, to speak their hopes aloud before the first snow fell. Sansa came often in the afternoons, listening as Kayla read her own story aloud, a tale of running, of hunger, of finally finding home. Jon's presence filled the keep. He worked beside Gendry and Lyanna in the forges and the barns, but Sansa most often found him with the shepherds and ploughmen at the edge of the fields, his hands rough with honest labor, his eyes crinkled with laughter. He listened to their fears, promised aid for broken wagons or lost lambs, and always returned with a new idea, an old irrigation trick, a better way to dry grain, a word of advice from a wildling, or a Reachwoman that solved a lingering problem. Arya was everywhere, leading games in the muddy bailey, teaching wildling boys how to climb the walls, wrestling with the children, and racing to meet the first traders bringing smoked almonds and sweet onions from the south. She was a living legend among the younger orphans, a tireless champion of every lost cause, every lonely soul. At night, she and Sansa would sit by the fire, trading stories, their laughter a comfort that softened even the longest, darkest evenings. Gilly resumed her place in the heart of Winterfell, her Dorne-bright cheeks and quick hands a whirlwind of energy. She cooked with lemons and strange seeds, brought back tales of markets full of oranges and gold, and showed the children how to make new sweets from honey and the last of the season's fruit. The orphans, fiercely loyal, followed her everywhere. The wildlings, proud in their new roles as keepers of the market and the kitchens, greeted her as the Shield of the North. The wildling village at the river's bend was now a thriving outpost. Sansa visited often, joining feasts of rabbit and turnip, listening to old songs sung in the old tongue. She saw how wildling and Northman lived side by side, sharing grain and stories, teaching each other to fish, to trap, to spin wool and tell tales of the ghosts in the woods. No longer outsiders, they had become part of the North's soul. As the first frost painted the grass silver, Sansa called a final council before winter. Jon, Arya, Gendry, Lyanna, Alice, Gilly, and the Braavosi teacher gathered by the fire, joined by wildling chiefs and the heads of the southern newcomer families. Sansa reviewed every store, every plan for patrols, for keeping the roads open, for helping the frail and the lonely. She spoke of justice, swift and even-handed for all. She spoke of mercy, of the need to open doors before hunger or cold made tempers short. She praised Arya for the peace she kept, Gilly for the warmth she spread, Bran for the wisdom he sowed, Jon for his strength, and every hand that had worked the harvest. Then came the first snow, soft, then thick, then swirling in great sheets that blanketed the yard and bent the boughs of every tree. The world outside vanished, leaving only the warmth of firelight and the certainty of home. In the first hours, Sansa walked the ramparts, checking every roof, every shutter, every corner where a stranger might need shelter. She sent the wildlings and older orphans to check on their neighbors, to bring the frail to the castle if they were willing, to deliver bread and honey and jars of preserved apples to every house. The days grew short. The world outside became a world of white and hush and mystery. The kitchen glowed with warmth. The great hall thrummed with music and story, and the school filled with children's laughter and the hush of learning. Every evening, Sansa held a supper for anyone who needed it. Old or young, wildling or Northman, stranger or friend. No one was turned away. Yet, there was still work to do. When the snows drifted high and one of the southern families was stranded in their cottage, Arya led the rescue. Ropes, strong arms, laughter, a trail of children hauling baskets and blankets. Gendry's smiths repaired sled runners and made new door latches for those whose had frozen in place. Jon organized night watches, the old Northmen and wildling scouts working together to keep the peace. At night, when all was still, Sansa sat by the window, Bran's voice drifting up from the hall, telling the story of the first winter and the first hope. She thought of her father and mother, of all she had lost and all she had built, of the North remade not by power, but by care, by stubbornness, by the endless giving of small unrecorded kindnesses. Jon found her there, his face shadowed with firelight. "We did it," he said, his voice low and proud. "Winter is here, and we are ready." Sansa smiled, her eyes shining. "Because we are many, because we remember." Below, the castle slept. The wildling fires flickered in the distance. And all around her, in the hush of snow and story and steadfast hearts, the North endured, never what it was, but always what it most needed to become. As the stars wheeled above the silent fields, Sansa Stark closed her eyes and let herself rest, knowing that her people were safe, her work unending, and her heart forever bound to the land and the legacy she had helped to forge. The snows grew deeper with each passing night. By dawn, the castle and its villages were islands of firelight and music in a sea of white. The old roads vanished, drifted over and impassable until Jon's patrols and Gendry's men carved narrow lanes through the powder. The walls high as a horse. The river froze, its currents locked beneath glassy ice. In the woods, the world was silent, save for the padded footfalls of wolves or the distant shiver of an owl's call. Winter fell, now at the height of its fullness, thrived within the hush. Fires burned day and night. The kitchens never rested. Gilly's orphans peeled potatoes and told riddles. Wildling women made great kettles of stew, and the air always smelled of spice, roasting meat, and rising bread. Sansa presided over every meal, making sure none went hungry. Pausing to listen to a complaint, to resolve a quarrel, to check that every plate and bowl was filled before she sat herself. Each day she made the rounds, from the kitchen to the cellars, where Alice Karstark managed stores with the precision of a maester, to the school where the Braavosi teacher led lessons in poetry, numbers, and, increasingly, the craft of winter storytelling. Bran was a fixture, cloaked and calm, his lap a nest for 3 or 4 children at a time, his hands guiding little fingers over runes, his voice spinning tales that braided together the oldest northern wisdom and the hope of the new. Sansa's presence was a promise. She stopped to check on old men who'd once been fierce house guards, now content to play dice by the kitchen hearth. She held newborns in her arms and saw to it that each was wrapped in the softest wool, blessed by Bran or Gilly, and welcomed with the loud, laughing toasts of the household. She sat by the beds of the sick, stayed long enough that no one feared to be forgotten, and gave quiet comfort to the grieving, when winter claimed one of their own. The Wildling village, half buried now in drifts, was bound to Winterfell by a track of pine boughs and lanterns, kept clear by Wildling boys and Stark men alike. Sansa visited every week, eating stews of rabbit and parsnip, listening to stories in the old tongue, giving advice on the best ways to keep smoke holes clear or to keep the children from frostbite. The Wildling women traded salted fish and smoked mushrooms for candles, wool, and honey. On the coldest nights, they filled their longhouse with laughter, games, and music, and often enough, one or another found her way to the castle, bringing a gift, a carved antler spoon, a story, a new song. Gendry's forges were never dark. In winter, he turned his skill to tools of warmth and survival. New hinges for sagging doors, sled runners for the children, knives for butchering, new nails to mend what the snow broke. He became a mentor for the oldest orphans, showing them how to shape steel and handle fire. He and Arya organized sled races on the river, built a frozen slide in the yard, and even devised a shield of boiled leather to protect the bravest from the wildest snowball assaults. Arya was the spirit of winter itself. Fearless, ever-moving, a shadow at dusk, a friend at dawn. She led bands of children into the woods on snowshoes, taught them to track fox and hare, to find the safest paths through the drifts, and always to return before the dark closed in. She scouted the outer steads with Lyanna and the Wildling scouts, checking for any sign of trouble, offering a kind word or a sly joke in the bleakest of places. She brought home the first white rabbit, the first pine cone for the hearth, the news that the wolves were plentiful, the deer fat and strong. Jon, for his part, became the anchor of every effort. He divided his time between the castle and the farthest outposts, riding with a small band through snowstorms that would have daunted lesser men. He checked on the shepherds, the lonely crofts, the Wildling families who preferred the open woods. He was the voice at council that reminded all to keep the peace, to keep their tempers, to keep faith with the oldest laws and the newest bonds. At night, he joined Sansa and the others by the fire, speaking softly of what he'd seen. Sometimes tired, always determined. The school flourished. With the roads closed, even the wildest children crowded the benches, eager for lessons in Braavosi numbers, reach rhymes or tales of the free folks' snowy past. Kayla, now Bran's sharpest pupil, led the orphans in writing new songs for the season, verses of snow and family, of courage and mercy, sung in all the tongues of the north. The southern maester, now a fixture in the market, ran a contest for the best herbal cure for winter cough, and Gilly's honey lemon syrup was judged the best by unanimous acclaim. There were nights of hardship, of course. Once, a chimney fire threatened the oldest granary, and it was only Sansa's swift order and Gendry's men that saved the stores. Once, Arya and a Wildling boy broke through the ice on the river, rescued in time by Jon and Lyanna, then scolded and teased in equal measure in the kitchens that night. When an old woman passed, Sansa herself led the rites, Bran blessing her with words in the old tongue, Gilly laying a sprig of evergreen on her chest, and the children singing her to rest. There were joys as well. The first winter feast was a riot of games, contests, and stories. The market cleared for music and wildling dances, pies and roasted haunches, cider passed from hand to hand, and 100 voices raised together. Bran told the tale of the first night's watch. Gilly read a letter from Dorne describing sunshine and lemons. Arya gave the orphans foxtail hats she'd sewn herself, and Sansa toasted them all, her voice steady with pride. One morning, a raven arrived from the Vale. Lord Royce wrote that the southern passes were open again, that traders would try the roads before spring, and that he looked to the north as the realm's best hope. Sansa smiled as she read the letter to the council, knowing that, for once, the words rang true. But it was the quiet, everyday moments that meant most. Sansa walked the ramparts each dawn, snow sparkling beneath the moon, her castle whole and safe. She watched as the wildlings built a new sleigh for an injured child, as Jon and Arya planned a hunt for the solstice, as Gilly braided the orphans' hair and taught them songs from 100 lands. In those long nights, she often sat by Bran's side, listening as he recited the old stories, how the North was built not by kings alone, but by mothers and children, by laughter and work, by the stubborn hearts that would not yield. Sansa, once so certain that survival meant solitude, saw now that survival was another word for trust. The solstice feast came as the longest night set in. The great hall blazed with fire, the wildlings and Northmen alike telling tales and making merry. Gendry sleds raced down the main road. Arya and Lyanna crowned the champion with a wreath of evergreen, and Kayla led the children in a song that ended in a wild, joyous howl. Sansa, her heart full, rose as the flames danced low. "We have built a peace stronger than any wall," she said. "We have made a home for every heart, and it will endure, not just because of what we remember, but because of what we share." The cheer that followed rang out through the keep, echoing over the snowbound fields and into the starlit woods. And as the people of Winterfell, old and young, wildling and Northman, orphan and lord, embraced the deepest night, Sansa Stark knew that her father's dream, her mother's hope, and her own hard-won peace had become one and the same. As the firelight flickered, she sat with her family, Jon's hand steady on her shoulder. Arya's laughter in her ear, Gilly's children asleep by her feet, Bran's words gentle as the falling snow. And so, while winter reigned outside, the North endured, warmer, braver, more united than ever before. Whatever the world might bring, they would meet it together, a chorus of voices rising, strong and true, into the long night. Aye. Aiden. Ka. Ko. As the weeks of deepest winter passed, the world within Winterfell became all the world that mattered. The wind sharpened, the drifts piled higher, and sometimes the snow fell for days, blanketing the keep in silence. Sansa moved through it all with a practiced calm, her life become a rhythm of care, comfort, and vigilant watchfulness. The castle's inner walls were warm with life. Every hearth was kept burning, and Sansa, ever mindful of the lonely or the prideful, visited every wing, bearing baskets of bread or a handful of apples, making sure that no one, not even a newly arrived stranger, was left to solitude or hunger. She listened to the old men grumble by the kitchen fire, let the wildling children show her their newest tricks, watched Gilly's orphans fashion tiny sleds from scraps of wood, and race them down the stairs until Gendry caught them and set them to polishing the banisters as penance, always with a wink and a promise of sweets if they finished the work. Jon's patrols grew harder as the storms worsened. He set out each day with Lyanna and the best riders, breaking trails to the wildling village, the outlying crofts, the old holdfasts at the edge of the woods. They brought grain and salted meat, news and laughter, sometimes dragging a stuck sled from a snowbank, sometimes delivering a new lamb to a farmhouse, or a message from a worried mother to her distant kin. Sansa made sure a pot of soup was always waiting for them on their return. Jon's face, wind-burned and snow-dusted, was the surest sign that all was well beyond the walls. Arya kept to no schedule. Sometimes she was gone for hours, or even a day, her boots and cheeks crusted with ice, hair tangled by the wind. When she returned, it was with treasures. A willow switch for the orphans to play at sword fighting, a lost glove, a bundle of firewood, or the news that a bear had been seen sleeping in an abandoned barn, and would disturb no one so long as it was left alone. The children adored her, the wildlings trusted her, and Sansa relied on her the most. Arya had a knack for appearing wherever she was needed, breaking up a quarrel, soothing a frightened child, slipping Gilly a lemon, or a twist of Dorn-spiced sugar to sweeten a pot of tea. Bran, more contemplative than ever, sat with the children by the windows, teaching them not only reading and sums, but the secrets of the woods, the names of birds that never left the north, the old stories of giants and deerwolves, and the first men who learned to live with winter, not just against it. He made the cold less frightening, weaving wisdom into every tale. Sansa often found herself pausing to listen as she passed, comforted by his calm. Gendry and his smiths kept busy repairing sleds and tools, fashioning new ice skates and knives, helping to build the snow shelters that now dotted the Bailey. On fine days, he organized races on the frozen river, Arya refereeing with the wild glee of a child herself, Kayla and the orphans tumbling over each other in a happy heap. Even the oldest and stiffest-limbed of the villagers joined in the fun, and in the evenings, bruises and aches were soothed with strong tea and laughter by the fire. The school, now the brightest refuge in the castle, hummed with lessons and song. The Braavosi teacher led daily debates in 3 languages. Kayla taught new rhymes she'd learned from a southern merchant, and the wildling girls helped the littlest orphans trace letters in the frost that crept onto the window panes. On the darkest nights, the children put on plays, stories of wolves and queens, of foundlings and feasts, each one ending in laughter and a round of applause that echoed from stone to stone. When the storms eased and the sun broke through, Sansa led the children onto the ramparts to feel the light on their faces. She gave each a small bell to ring, their clear voices and bright notes carrying over the snows to the wildling village, which answered in kind with drums and horns. On these days, she felt hope swell in her chest, a memory of her mother's warm hand, her father's voice promising that the North's strength was in its people, not its walls. Yet winter tested them all. There were lean days, times when the wind rattled the shutters and the food stores dwindled faster than they'd hoped. An outbreak of cough struck the east wing, but Gilly and the southern maester, with Kayla's clever hands, nursed every patient to health. When a young wildling mother died, giving birth, Sansa grieved with her family, saw the newborn safely to Gilly's arms, and led the keep in a day of silent work, the kind that soothes sorrow with motion and purpose. There were moments of tension too, quarrels over firewood, a fight between boys from the market and wildling girls over a snow fort. But Sansa handled each with firm grace, calling the disputants together, letting them be heard, and ending with forgiveness, and when possible, a new job to be done side by side. "We are one house in winter," she reminded them. "We stand or fall together." The wildling village in Winterfell grew closer with each storm. The wildlings brought fresh-caught fish and stories of the old ways. The castle sent honey, blankets, and news of every child born, every lesson learned. Sansa was as much a guest in their longhouse now as she was lady of the keep. She listened to their women's councils, gave advice when asked, and always left with a new tale or recipe to share. Jon and Gendry, in one moment of hard thaw, led the effort to save a granary at risk of collapsing under wet snow. They worked side by side with wildlings, villagers, and orphans, cheering each success, teaching as they went. Arya, knee-deep in slush, found a way to use old sleds as braces until the repairs could be finished. Sansa, who brought soup and encouragement, saw the difference her family had made. How these people, once strangers or enemies, now moved together as if born of the same root. And so the weeks slipped by, each day a small triumph, each night a gathering of voices in the long halls. Gilly's orphans became bolder, singing a new song for each moon's turning. The Braavosi teacher wrote a play for the children, performed to raucous applause. Bran's tales turned toward spring. Of thaw and green shoots, of wolves running beneath the budding trees, of promises kept and friendships tested and found true. As the first hint of change crept into the air, an hour more of sunlight, a softness to the wind, Sansa called her council. Jon, Gilly, Arya, Bran, Gendry, Lyanna, Alice, the brave Ozzy teacher, Kayla, wildling chiefs and southern elders all gathered by the fire. Sansa spoke of what had been lost and gained, of the need for new seeds, of planning for the next year before the snow was gone. She asked each to name one thing learned, one kindness given, one hope for the thaw. The answers were simple but true. Patience, trust, laughter, sharing, learning to forgive and to try again. That night, as the moon shone over the snowy towers, Sansa stood on the ramparts, the wind tugging at her hair. She looked out at the sleeping north and felt more deeply than ever that her father had been right. The north endured not because it was hard, but because it was home. Spring would come. She would be ready. Her people would be ready. And with every kindness, every lesson, every song rising from the halls of Winterfell, Sansa Stark had written the North's future. Bright, resilient, and new beneath the oldest snows.